You know what? After 5 and 0, I am perfectly happy with a smaller game, even if this is meant to be the big finale. You know what? Meant to be feels like a more apt description of the game we're playing today than big finale, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Welcome to Yakuza 6, The Song of Life, our first numbered entry with a subtitle, in the West anyway, and most divisive main series title. Yeah, there's no in between with this one. You love it or you hate it. I think it's alright. An opinion which may displease those at RGG. In an interview 2 years after 6's release, the series writer up until this point, Masayoshi Yokoyama, said of 6's conflicted reception, "It's the controversial products that stay with you longer, when your players aren't just saying, yeah, it was cool, but screaming, the best, the worst, at each other. It makes for a lively community." Before Ryu's release, I said something very like, we don't have to get 8 out of 10 from everyone, 4 or 5 is fine, as long as lots of people give us 10 too. Since then, over time, the series has grown to become one of the biggest titles in the country. But even now, we feel like we're making a cutting-edge product. That's why I say I'm happy to have been able to elicit such strong reactions with this one. It's an approach I respect. I think it's a big part of why, despite the games evolving very gradually, I enjoy following this series and find so much intriguing about each title. It's daring enough to be daring, to make risky decisions rather than play it safe, even as it grows in prestige and popularity. To paraphrase Nagoshi, the origin of passion is surprise. 6 is following the series' most successful breakout hit, but it's not just going to do that again. It's going to do as it's always done and take a new tone, a new approach, and move the story forward in a way that's unaffected by newfound attention. There's an authenticity to it which I hope never really dies. After 0 was all about youthful energy and a new perspective on old characters that newcomers could take in, and 5 before that was about scale, 6 is their opposite. It's about winding down. The boom times are over, the bubble burst long ago, and the only thing you have left to be invested in is the characters. And not even that's paying dividends, as most of those guys have pulled out of the market. Even though I don't want them to stop being daring, to me, 6 winds up showing how this approach can backfire. Not for everyone, and not even entirely for me. I think it has a lot of interesting ideas and a strong thematic focus, but it struggles to make an emotional connection, and that's especially bad given this game's goals. There's a reason people get heated over this one in particular, and time and later releases have only fanned these flame wars. This is a very important chapter of the franchise, both narratively and mechanically. After 0 was intended to show us the start of Kiryu's journey, 6 is his send-off. Out with the old man, in with the newfangled Dragon Engine. This was the first original title developed for the PlayStation 4, so we got a new console, new engine, new assets, massively heightened production values, and with all of these new possibilities come just as many potential problems. Unlike 3, which marked its shift to new tech with a spin-off to test the waters, 6 is diving right in, and this means a far rougher experience. And this time, unless he dies, they are not burying the lead with this one. This is Kiryu's final chapter. No more playing it coy with Successor of the Legend, no more is this a dream, no more of the end. This is the end. Or well, it's meant to be. So with my intro out the way, let's get to this game's lack of one. It's a small thing, but we've lost a couple of features. First up are those cool install animations, which, fair enough, those were a product of necessity, just made unnecessarily cool. A greater loss are the opening cinematics, which were a great way to build excitement and establish a tone for the story ahead. The Song of Life may as well be 433, because we got nothing. 6 does have a licensed theme song of sorts, Sobo, but we'll get to that in a moment. I think the menu itself is alright. It follows on from 5, 0, and Kiwami in using a simple image to set the scene for the story ahead, though I still think 5 does this best. Raising questions and leaving an immediate impression, a striking image. A shot of Kiryu's mug may seem lacking on the face of it, but honestly it says everything it needs to. This time the focus is on Kiryu, and his stern, determined gaze tells us this is his story. It's also showing off the Dragon Engine's greater graphical capabilities and how they're going to be put to use, which won't always be to the game's benefit. The main menu music pairs well with this, however, especially when you know its title, Yinglong's Roar. There has been a somewhat common naming scheme with these menu themes. Yakuza 1 was Roar of the Dragon, 2 was Roar of the Twin Dragons, 3 was Howl of the Dragon God, 4 was Roarless Dragon, and 0 was Roar of the Young Dragon. So most reflect where Kiryu's at or what he's dealing with, whether that be a rival, his absence from the life, or hormones. It specifying Yinglong here is a strong note to start on, as that is the dragon on Kiryu's back, suggesting that he now fully embodies his tattoo. Yinglong is the responsive dragon, a being who gave or withheld water, responding to people's pleas, circumventing natural disasters, and raining on his enemies' parade. It stands for Kiryu's repeated forays into the underworld to help those he cares for while averting catastrophe. Yinglong's also the eldest of the Eastern Dragons, getting at the doddering old dragon of Dojima's mythological status and seniority. Obviously, I'm not totally up to snuff on my dragon lore, so I may be talking hot air here, but one source I found also said that all other dragons descended from Yinglong, which for the dragon of Dojima could represent how many wannabes worm their way in his wake, his legacy inviting corruptors and imitators. The music itself helps this idea. It starts as a droning, dominating ambient track. This is the weight and longevity of Kiryu's legacy, still felt even in his absence. But after a few repetitions, electronic beats start playing. Which, unlike the ambience, are short-lived. They sputter in and out, but neither really wins out over the other. The legacy goes on, new sparks come and go. I read this a couple of ways. One could be the cumulated conspiracies committed over the course of the series attempting to usurp or dismantle the Tojo, and with it Kiryu's legend. Always failing, the dragon's raw power remains, but there's always someone new who'll take their shot. The other is it representing the modern, changing times. The Yakuza world, try as it might, can't move beyond Kiryu, but is constantly in opposition to what he stood for. Back in the old days, that was just the domain of the bad guys, but now even neutral and good parties are starting to see Kiryu's philosophy as not only unrealistic, but massively outdated. And they're not exactly without reason. Kiryu sets an impossible standard for Yakuza in a modern world, and frankly the man himself has long since grown tired of trying to uphold it for them. This is going to be a pretty big motif 6 plays with, how times change, how ideals fall out of favour, and in all of this, the world the older generation comes from and the next trying to find their place in it, along with all the misunderstandings and struggle that this brings. 6 begins with yet another cold open. Kiryu in an unfamiliar bar. The dialogue is cryptic and many of the shots raise intrigue. Or, well, they would if you managed to buy and launch the game with a blindfold on. Yakuza 6 doesn't really come in a shopping cart but a baby carriage. A balmy and brash bully blunders in and immediately berates Kiryu, jumping between a tough guy routine with him and childish pleading with the mama he's clearly into. Kiryu tries his best to ignore the guy, but eventually the poor unwitting fool becomes our tutorial. Still, he keeps nagging us, until Kiryu loses his cool, shutting him down. Kiryu returns to the bar and prepares a mysterious substance, before turning and giving it to a wee baby. We got a little Gondawara on our hands. It's a cute if predictable little punchline. And a nice little intro, which I feel flips the last chronological entry in neat fashion. As opposed to 5's being pretty stonking large, this one is short and to the point. 5 teased out and explained what's going on and why, laying out a lot of plot threads one by one. 6 instead leaves you stranded, hitting you with new settings, faces, humans, but it's going to let those questions sit, to be filled in as we make our way back here. In 5, we see Kiryu drive away his old life to protect his aimless existence. Now we see a driven, directed Kiryu spurred to action by a new life. It's an intriguing reversal from 5, and it feels very deliberate, especially as we go from this cold open to much colder ending, cutting back in time and recapping where we last left our leads. I've said before that each Yakuza game is self-contained, but that's only somewhat true. 6 has a plot that can be understood purely within its own confines, but you lose a lot of the emotional weight taking it that way. It is also, however, a direct follow-on from 5, and the climax of that game directly leads into the events of 6. So, I have another question. Everyone who went from 0 to 6, or 0 to Kiwami to 6, how did you feel about 6? I'm genuinely curious about that, not just gameplay. We're talking either a 28 or 11 year gap in story that's only really gestured towards. That aside, being so closely tied to another entry is pretty unique. It makes sense for the goals of this game, and is another way in which 6 sticks out. It's almost like a long denouement for 5. Typically, entries use the unseen time in between to move important pieces around the board and allow a new situation to have developed in the interim. Not to say 6 hasn't done that, it's just that now having picked up where we last left off, the story is going to have to bridge a pretty tricky gap, and it's not going to do it particularly well. So we open up with Kiryu opened up. He's rushed to hospital, and what he's lost in plasma, he's made up in polygons. These two are finally back together. Haruka and Akiyama, reunited. Shouldn't you be out with the boys? Akiyama, rich in money and richer still in foresight, warns that things may not go as Haruka wanted with her little stunt. It's going to take time for things to die down at the least. Haruka already knows all of this, and plans to return to the orphanage with Kiryu, but fate, or the fuzz anyway, have other ideas. Saijima knows they're here for him and submits. Don't be jealous, Majima. You'll get your turn. And it turns out Kiryu's coming along.
Kiryu KazumaをKamurochoでの暴行傷害並びに器物破損の容疑で逮捕します。
Jesus, what cyclist complained? Some lycra-clad lemon finally brought a lawsuit. Put simply, I remember this intro being quite frustrating. It's not as bad as I remembered, but it's complicated. Even Date is conflicted. Or tired, I guess? So Kiryu's being taken in on incitement charges. More like excitement charges. That finale was banging. Date explains that his arrest is really just a means for the police to win back some public approval, which makes sense, since they were just taken for absolute chumps. Again. They've taken someone from the Omi side as well in a bit of tit for tattoos. Date explains that they didn't want to really take in anyone from the Tojo who's in an actual leadership position, fearing that it would leave them rudderless and spark a new war just as the old one is dying down. So the legendary Dragon of Dojima made for a good fall guy. So that's the political side. But this really comes down to Kiryu. They do discuss the idea that if Kiryu gets good rep, he can avoid jail time, but it's exactly because of his rep that he's in this position in the first place. Date has a good idea how Kiryu's going to take this news. And Haruka's sad because so does she. Kiryu gets a visit from Daigo, to whom he explains that yes, he has to go to jail. He doesn't want his heat burning Haruka and the orphanage kids, and even sees it as a great opportunity to settle his debts and be able to face his kids with pride. It's amazing how hard this whole sequence hammers in that Kiryu has to go to jail! Even in this little dream sequence, meant to remind everyone of all the major characters and Kiryu's relationship to them, which, by the way, don't expect to see too much of these guys. Kiryu's like, I'm going to jail! This is especially funny because Kiryu hasn't even woken up yet. In almost the same breath he realizes it's not his time yet, he knows he's gonna go serve some. So he gets put away. We jump to a visit 6 months later with Haruka and Kaz having a stilted conversation. The orphanage is getting along okay, and Haruka's handling the paparazzi. It's clear that she's downplaying how difficult she's finding it, and Kiryu's attempts to cheer her up are having the opposite effect. Back at the orphanage, things appear to be going fine, but that's only because Haruka is hiding that she's being hounded, and she fears that her being there will have consequences for everyone else. Especially with it being a pivotal moment for Mitsuo's chances with baseball, which as we all know by now, is the most important sport in the world. Unable to take the thought of holding them back, Haruka follows in Kiryu's footsteps. She tries to sneak off, but she's caught by Ayako, also wise to what's going on. Haruka lies that she's going to be near Kiryu. Then, by being just as difficult as the legend himself, tricks Ayako into making sure he doesn't know anything. So Haruka has inherited one of Kiryu's arguably worst traits, and that's pretty tragic, especially knowing the pain it caused her. The years go by. Haruka sets off for unknown shores to music that sounds like an ad for a dodgy cruise line. Kiryu's none the wiser, and Little Asia is set on fire. And from afar, a mysterious cabal raise a glass to their toasty scheme. それじゃあ、我々とあなた方の永遠の絆と繁栄を祝して。 So, I remembered this intro being a lot worse than it is. I remembered Kiryu's arrest and the explanations and decisions surrounding it feeling contrived, even though it was something that had to happen. Mainline Yakuza entries generally take place in the year they're released. Yakuza 5 was 2012, and what with Zero, Kiyomi, and an engine change, 6 finally saw release in 2016, so we have a 4-year gap to fill. And I get it, but I wasn't happy. I remember feeling like this intro was browbeating the player that Kiryu was making a righteous decision while I felt he should fuck right off. Besides that, it's really frustrating to have come off a whole game with these two separated, only for them to be immediately torn apart again. Only this time it's Haruka who's living in secrecy, and I doubt she's pulling half as many sick drifts as Dad did. On the one hand, it's a good thing that I'm invested enough in these characters for that to sting, but on the other, we're really doing this exact same setup again. Returning to it after having replayed the rest of the series, that frustration has dulled a fair bit. The feeling of being browbeaten remains, but for far less insidious reasons. It's more like the game is sitting me down so the bad news can be broken to me slowly, gently, and repetitiously. The reasons why Kiryu is the police's target still rings a little off to me. It is contrived, but that is a literal part of the construction. He's a fall guy. Though the long explanation only makes me feel as if the game knows how cack-handed the rationale is and is trying to understand it itself or else bury it in justification. Kiryu's gotten away with far greater collateral damage before in plots which involve the police getting humiliated far more closely. Which, granted, multiple characters state Kiryu could avoid jail time if he's smart about it, and him not being smart about it is pretty believable. Overall, it's an awkward beat that I feel I have to accept for the story to get where it needs to go. I will say I no longer get the vibe that it's treating Kiryu's decision as absolutely correct, and instead like I'm sharing my frustration with Date and Haruka.
こんな俺のことを家族と呼んでくれたお前に恥ずかしくない人間になりたいんだ。こっから先の3年はそのための時間だ。
I now get that as much as they care for the guy, Date and Haruka are upset at Kiryu for doing this. They want him around, they want him to take it easier on himself. Haruka is hurt by the idea that Kiryu thinks she would feel shame towards him. It's a pretty big slap in the face considering what she said up on stage. But they also know that once Kiryu has an idea in his head, he will not let it go. That's just who he is. So yeah, this scene has a real bittersweetness to it, and I think there's a real complex range of emotions that we're meant to feel towards Kiryu here, which is a lot better than the straightforward frustration I used to have. I can't say his actions don't feel in character for him. We're almost speedrunning his biggest blind spot. He makes a well-intentioned but short-sighted decision which blows up in his face and makes life difficult for those around him. He gets it in his head that if he sacrifices himself, everyone else can be spared. A lifetime of survivor's guilt makes taking the fall almost a relief to him. If there was a prison yard beneath this hospital, he'd probably take a flying leap into it. Kiryu's sense of honor is a virtue, but it has a vice-like grip on the man. In the end, I don't dislike this intro anywhere near the extent that I used to. The emotions on display are pretty solid, and we get some really nice character dynamics to set the stage for the story. But circumstances outside of the game itself have put them in an awkward spot, and the literal reasons why things are happening still come across pretty ropey, and the delivery is laboured. And that baby hasn't even been born yet, so let's get that bun out of the oven and into the fire. Well, not quite that one. Kiryu is once again a free man, though thankfully nowhere near as wide, as he strides back into morning glory. The kids run out to greet him, and it's a touching reunion. Genuinely, didn't expect this moment to hit as hard as it did. But this place isn't all sunshine. Kiryu and the rest of the kids learn the truth. Haruka left a long time ago and has been completely dark for the last year. He was never told of her departure from Morning Glory. An argument breaks out over why she went and who to blame, and the kids are really beaten up about it because no matter what, they would have wanted her here. Kiryu comes to realize that his stint in jail may not have been the right move. Rather than protecting the kids, he unknowingly put all of the burden on Haruka. So he resolves to go out and find her.
だから俺が必ずハルカを探し出してこの家に連れて帰る。
We then get a short gameplay segment where we can wander Morning Glory, talk to the kids, soak this place in last gen's, next gen's graphics, which are still pretty gorgeous. It's sad that at time of writing, this will be Kiryu's last time visiting, and he really gets no time here at all. There's a neat effect where, because this is our one glimpse of the place over the course of the story, memories of it can start to feel distant and hazy. The longer you linger here now, the more Morning Glory can sit in the back of your mind, and there's nothing rushing you to get out of the door beyond your own want to get the story going. You can explore and talk to the kids at your leisure. Kiryu's words with them have so much warmth. He effortlessly returns to giving sagely wisdom and getting them to get along. I love how he offers to help Riona with the cooking, and she says she can't depend on adults for everything. I guess the orphanage have been bumming takeaway off the Ryudo for a few years. This section is short, but wonderfully melancholy. It's clear from the dialogue that Kiryu still has a lot left to offer these kids, that he's missed a great deal, and the older ones are already in the swing of seeking independence. Kiryu gambled a few years, but he didn't account for how long just one can be, especially for a kid. I suppose I won't get a better opportunity to bring up, but over these long years, my thoughts on Yakuza 3 have shifted a little. It was a sentiment I was surprised by when I released the video. That is, how many people love the orphanage, when for years beforehand, I had seen nothing but complaints about it. It goes to show how the popular view of something can be deceptive. The only people who are going to make noise are those who feel a need to be heard. Hello, by the way. Even Nagoshi argued during production that it was vital to the story that it be included, not just as side content, but as main path. It's like I was going over at the start. Yakuza games are daring enough to do such things to communicate what's truly important to the story. How seriously Kiryu was taking the orphanage and making sure his kids were happy was just as important to him as solving the mystery. There's no clearer way to demonstrate that than to say hell with conventional pacing. Kiryu will put their happiness over stopping an assassination mere moments away. Not to mention, this means that as entries go on and Kiryu is dragged away from the orphanage, it sticks out even more just how little time he really got with his kids and how his conviction for protecting them was absolute. The inclusion of the orphanage may have been rocky to me, but that place was Kiryu's rock, and it is tragic how life kept pulling him away from where he was truly happiest. With Kiryu's only lead being that Haruka left to be close to him, he tries to call Akiyama, but only dials up the mystery, as his line has been disconnected. Kiryu will have to depart for Kamurocho to see if the guy is still kicking. The next morning he heads off, promising not to take too long, which is why the game is shorter. Alright, now that gameplay is truly starting, let's show what a difference 3 decades make. Rounding up, of course. That's the moment I'd love to see someone who has only seen Zero experience. Kiryu's back in his old stomping grounds, and it is not a cause for celebration. He wants in and out quick and clean, and he is not going to a soap land for it. Problem is, our first job is finding Akiyama, and it will not be simple. This opening investigation takes us on a neat little tour of Kamurocho, so let's talk about the best thing that Dragon Engine brought, which is weightier movement and more immersive town wandering. Older Yakuza games are weightless in comparison. Kiryu finally feels as dense as he is. Not to mention, being able to jump small obstacles, hold up traffic, and generally be a nuisance is so much fun. Hell, if Kiryu can't navigate over or around something, that greater mass makes through an option. I'm gonna be honest, I've ruined a lot of my own footage because it is near impossible for me to resist knocking things over. Kiryu may as well be magnetized when I'm playing, and of the few things in this video I apologize for, that's gonna be one of them. Even if I'm mostly apologizing to myself for making all of my town wandering footage near impossible to take seriously. Kiryu's default speed is now walking, encouraging you to take in the far greater environmental details and redone assets. Kiryu now also has little animations for fixing his coat, checking his watch, and looking over his shoulder. These are great. They add a little spark of life and go a surprisingly long way to making it seem like Kiryu's always immersed in the story no matter what you're doing. It's wonderfully characterful stuff. Though the most impressive change has to be seamlessly entering interiors. Mental! Both the changes to movement and the seamless navigation reveal the game's focus on flow, though what's most impressive is how Kamurocho's layout has changed to accommodate it. Kiryu's new movement abilities have been paired with stuff like new crooks, cut-throughs, and even stores and shopping centers which slice through buildings and give a keen-eyed player new ways to get around. The new coat of paint would have likely been more than enough to make the city feel fresh, because it is that much of a graphical leap. But all of these new little routes to learn and how they can be used breathe new life into just navigating the district. So Kamurocho has been made more intricate, but it has shrunk in the process. The Champion District is closed off, as is much of the Northeast. These won't open until 2006. This is one of the first big points of contention regarding Yakuza 6, but it's not one that really bothers me. Now, I'm not going to champion the removal of these districts, but there wasn't time to bring these places up to snuff, and other changes to Kamurocho are cool enough that I'll happily take losing a few streets. Personally, given all the ill fortune Kamuro Hills has brought, I'd have tried to block it off sooner. Not to mention that the new additions and old losses both contribute, perhaps inadvertently, to something I find really fascinating about Yakuza 6's tone in regards to the city. That vibe in 5 of Kamurocho feeling empty and distant has only gotten stronger. The place is gentrified and tidy, and Kiryu feels more out of place than ever. It's antithetical to the places seen in Zero's heyday. The seedy entertainment hotspots and dangerous dives which gave this town its grit are steadily being replaced with ultra-modern gyms, fancy net parlors, and chic coffee shops. While still a red light district, the light has dimmed. The sleaze has been pushed to the fringes, where before this place was the fringe. Perhaps the reason I knock over so much stuff is I need there to be some rubbish strewn about for this place to feel like home. To top all of this off, Kamurocho comes across as utterly characterless in this game, and that isn't a criticism. It comes across as a considered choice, to put the player in Kiryu's shoes as seeing this city as a place where they no longer belong, while still being a fun space to navigate in spite of that. The city itself is part of the theme of changing times, and of Kiryu's being at an end. There's little left here which ties him to it, and he's only in town out of obligation. There's nowhere else to mention that this is a December Yakuza, but there isn't even a hint of Christmas, which further adds to how lifeless the place feels. What's perhaps harder to swallow, even if it does also contribute to this feeling, is the other way in which Kamurocho is characterless. So, we're looking for Akiyama. Our first port of call is the old watering hole, but the mama at Serena is dry, Sky Finance is grounded, and the master at Bantam doesn't know his or Haruka's circumstances either. So what is there left to do? Well, usually when you're in a dead end with no leads, that leads to one place. Purgatory. But Kiryu doesn't do that, and that's because Kage's gone. He's the florist Asaya fucking Nara. I covered my feelings on this in 5, but to put it simply, I think removing Kage is a good thing overall. And it's not because I dislike him. He's fine, but they've done everything they can with him as a character. He's vestigial at this point and presents more problems than possibilities for a story. He was too easy a solution for a jammed up plot, while also needing villains to be written around his massive influence. The last time he was all that interesting was in 2, and even then it's because he was hamstrung a little. And considering in the last couple games we'd been playing as characters who didn't know Kage, or else took place in different cities or times, they were already sidestepping him, getting used to plots that didn't write themselves into such a shadowy corner, or else used a more organic means to get out of them. His presence would severely undercut 2 of the big mysteries of this game, so I think it was the right decision to take him out of the picture. The problem is how they've done it. By having his disappearance be totally uncommented on as though he never existed, it's another sudden shift I have to awkwardly just accept for the story to work. If you take the old sewer entrance to Purgatory, you just come out here. We, got any experts on physics or city planning who want to field this one? I do love the idea that Kiryu will just leave this Looney Tunes death trap here for the next poor sod coming out of this lift. And they say Kiryu never kills. The florist's absence is something that wouldn't take long to address and could even work to the story's benefit. Kiryu tries to contact the info broker only to learn that the recent troubles have forced him out. Done. This not only solves the problem, but could make the situation seem even more grim, as well as contribute to the theme that Kiryu's time is coming to a close. Another ally has had to jump ship, and now it's up to whoever's left in Kamurocho to solve the conspiracy themselves. Luckily, that conspiracy is introduced by one of the few remaining friendly faces. Upon arrival in Kamurocho, we run into Date. He jokes that Kiryu has aged, and Kiryu doesn't pick up that he meant in reverse. And it turns out our old China is investigating a gangland hit.
殺しがあったんだ。 東上界のヤクザが中国人に刺されて死んだ。カムロ町じゃ今、中国マフィアと東上界とでドンパチの真っ最中だな。
The Little Asia fire, which was apparently committed by the Tojo, loosened their own grip on Kamurocho. A syndicate called the Saio Triad saw an opening and immediately declared war on the clan. Akiyama's relationship to the Tojo put him in their crosshairs, and civvies are not spared the Saio's wrath, so the lender legged it, though not in his usual fashion. And Shun's not the only one out of action. The police, in hoping to curb the fighting, pinned the entire thing on the Tojo and arrested Majima and Daigo, which, well, judging by the dead body over there, hasn't really done much. The Tojo is currently chaired by Sugai, who's just some guy. An advisor who's apparently been around since Nihara's days, but we've seen neither hide nor hair of him, so his sudden, rapid ascent should already ring a little sketchy. This is where the absent characters can get frustrating for a lot of people, and I do get it. This is meant to be Kiryu's farewell game. So whose bright idea was it to make a send-off where everyone else has been sent off first, denying any real closure with them? I'm tackling this topic now so we can focus on who the game does feature without it bogging us down, but it is a weird choice. One that, again, I'm more mixed on than outright against, as I find myself playing defense an awful lot for a game I don't actually think an awful lot of. Kiryu being denied time with the people in his life is one of the tragedies of his character, not a mistake of the writing. It does annoy me at times, least of all because I like Kiryu a lot, and as such I do want to see him get that closure. But him not getting it isn't necessarily a case of missed opportunities, and in the case of Daigo I think it comes around at the end in really interesting fashion, and oh man can I feel some eyebrows raised when I say that. Just hold tight with me. We'll get there. There's a lot of conflicting emotions here. What does frustrate me here and now is that, again, this feels like yet another contrivance we have to overlook for the story ahead to function. And not only are these really piling on at this point, but this one is particularly egregious. In the inciting incident, Kiryu is arrested instead of the Tojo leadership so that they can avoid worsening conflict. Now, in this incident, the Tojo leadership is arrested off screen so as to try and avoid worsening conflict. The contexts are different, and points are later made about stronger anti-organized crime laws meant to weaken the Yakuza coming into effect, but we're being fed the same reasons twice in a row to explain two very opposed outcomes. Something like that will often read as sloppy, and it absolutely does here. I find that once this story gets going, it is an okay tale, but it has a lot of teething issues. It does a very clumsy job setting the stage. There is a lot of hammering in reasons why characters have to make an unpopular choice. There's tons of big off-screen shifts in the state of the world which deny us time with characters and allow the new cast to function. It's an overwrought situation to open with. And that means once you are actually experiencing the story, you're left a little perplexed, primed to not trust or like the decisions it's making because how we got here felt so incredibly over-engineered, and in ways that would often be antithetical to a farewell. Some upsets are clearly here for effect, to shock the player and build tension. Others come across as a result of weak writing. So with everywhere else turning up squat, Kiryu decides to go against everyone's warnings and check out the rebuilt Triad-ran Little Asia. Maybe he's gonna hit up Tanimura. Yeah, unlike him I wouldn't bet on that. We arrive in Little Asia and it's impressive. No longer a cramped, closed-off space hidden from view, it's now an open, ornate square which proudly displays itself to Kamurocho, and with the Saio heading it up, it's clearly taunting the Tojo's claim to the city. We see this in action. Our view shifts from Kiryu entering the new Little Asia to a meeting between the Triad and the Tojo, though the Saio man Ed, large and in charge, already knows what they're here for. The clan is willing to secede and accept Little Asia as Saio turf if they agree not to venture outside of it, and the Saio representative is most amused by the offer.
それじゃあ今までは手加減をしてくれていたのですか。
ああ、そういうことだ。
うちのボスの返事はもう私に託されています。
He is the Ed man. He has his master's plan. In a moment, the Tojo men are thoroughly scrambled, Ed sadistically finishing off one of the wounded to punctuate the message that the Saio are not interested in peace. The survivors are sent fleeing. The pursuing Triad immediately catch sight of Kiryu and think he's trouble, and they're more right than they know. Kiryu doesn't really learn anything more, but the Tojo now know the fourth chairman's in town and run off to report him, which is the most unbelievable beat yet. Tojo goons recognizing the clan's most famous figure. So New Little Asia is beautiful. and I love how that beauty is deeply unsettling given what was done to get it remade in this state. Yet I can't help but feel this was done, perhaps a bit too casually. In 2, 4, and 0, this place was getting some exploration. The residents and their relation to the city and Tojo was given some focus. I don't mind that the fire happened, but I'm not too fond of how 6 literally wipes the old Little Asia off the map with no word whatsoever. Especially given Tanemura. What happened to his original actor was a travesty, and the fact this erased his character really hurts in this instance. In this game's theme of old versus new, Tanemura could have given a real perspective and tragedy to the Little Asia fire, but it's just for the sake of moving the Saio triad in with no perspectives from older residents. Maybe they didn't want to tackle it, but that's pretty lame in and of itself, and by now should probably be expected. It's back in Serena's alley we interrupt a Saio execution and save Tojo grunt Morota. And he's finally able to tell us that he saw Akiyama. He was out there slumming it with the bums in Children's Park some time ago. It turns out the bums have been covering Akiyama's ass, and it's down his manhole we finally find the old mucker.
Kiryu さん。
久しぶりだな。
いや、まあどうぞ座ってください。見ての通り大したお構いはできませんけど。
探したぜ。
A fun little reunion. Akiyama doesn't know why the Triad want his head. He even sent Hana away to the countryside for safety reasons. Whether that's for her safety or the Triad's is uncommented on. Unfortunately, he too is surprised by Haruka's disappearance and doesn't know where she is. And thanks to Kiryu, the Triad now know where he is.
文句言うわけじゃないんですけど、桐生さん、つけられましたね。あ、目そらした。
No idea how this happened. He looked over his shoulder and everything. While we're not quite done with it, I want to say that now we're at its gameplay climax that this opening segment is pretty funky. It is clever to make this opening portion a guided tour of Kamurocho propelled by Kiryu's investigation. In this way it can achieve multiple goals at once. Get the story going, set the stage, however poorly, and provide an organic reason to show off the district's biggest changes, weaving you through all the new sights and sounds, definitely reintroducing it. The city has always been a character, so you're placed alongside Kiryu in seeing how it's changed. The man himself doesn't comment on these changes, and I think there's a couple of reasons for this. One is that Kiryu no longer wants to be involved in Kamurocho, and so he keeps an emotional distance from it. The other, more player-facing, is that I'd bet RGG wanted players to have their own feelings, not be tampered with by the opinion of the lead. It's why I can, on the one hand, think the changes are really nice on a navigational and mechanical level, but find them depressing on a narrative one. It does hurt Little Asia, but otherwise it works out well. What's not so clever is Kiryu himself, and how aimless this winds up feeling. We're looped back to Serena several times like we're doing laps of Pocket Circuit. Kiryu will rarely successfully investigate throughout the story. He just bumbles around until the plot more or less unfurls itself to him after enough beatdowns or he gets a call from a character with more information. I know I've gone to bat for the removal of Kage, but Kiryu's detective skills are not much of a pitch for it. It's a bit of a slow burn. But ending it with a tag team boss battle with Kiryu and Akiyama facing off against Eden soldiers is a nice promise that despite all of the changes, Yakuza is still more than capable of bringing the heat. So, Ed is seen off. The investigation has been a bit of a shambles, and we've achieved nothing but putting us and our mate on everyone's radar. Luckily, Date calls us up to tell us that Haruka has been found.
Haruka カムロ町で事故に遭った。生きるか死ぬかの怪我だ。
Kiryu runs to hospital. Date and newly introduced detective Honjo tell an absolutely shattered Kiryu that Haruka's been in a hit and run and rendered comatose.
大丈夫か、桐生。
いや、今は何も考えられねえ。
And the hit and run isn't the only conundrum. Date takes Kiryu up to the nursery, and he's surprised by what he sees.
何?
What did you expect to see in a crib? Bloody nugget? This is our introduction to Haruto. Date takes Haruka's risking her life for the baby as proof that it's hers, which... sure.
それは自分の子だからこそ。
Ah, yeah. That's why Kiryu's such a great mum. I think I'll take the name tag as definitive proof there, you melon. By this point, Kiryu is pretty frazzled. It turns out Haruka had only recently returned to Kamurocho. No one knows who Haruto's father is. There's no assurance that Haruka will even wake up. And with her phone damaged in the crash, there's no real information to go on right now.
そのあたりは全部はるかの意識が戻らねえと。
回復の見込みは？
今は何とも。悪いが、下手に希望を持たせるようなことは言いたくないんでな。
Honjo tries to excuse himself to investigate the scene of the crime, and Kiryu demands to go with him, his grief making him pretty adamant about it. Let's quickly tackle Honjo. He's not much of a character, fairly dull. He exists to fulfill one job, and that's to comment on Kiryu's legacy. We'll see this with some other characters, either being impressed or dismissive of the man. He's a replacement for someone like Sudo, but obviously we can't use Sudo since we need someone new to express an impersonal, detached opinion of Kiryu. Beyond that, he's just an uninteresting dick, someone you forget as soon as he's off screen. Yakuza 6 has a relatively muted extended cast, nowhere near as characterful or colourful as prior entries, and I wonder if some of that comes down to trying to be more grounded, which has come at a cost to memorability. This is another reason why the removal of old characters stings for a few, because their replacements and analogues aren't nearly as captivating, and the minor cast really suffers from this, with one notable exception. Kiryu bullies his way along with Honjo with Date's blessing because the boy still has our back. Though at the scene of the crime we get no answers and many more questions. Given the number of syndicates and ongoing conflicts in Kamurocho, it is entirely possible the suspects hit Haruka by pure accident while fleeing from another incident, and the fact the driver didn't get out and confirm Haruka or the baby's death goes against Kiryu's theory that it was motivated by revenge. We're given some more info on the war between Tojo and Saio. It turns out 3 months earlier Jimmy Lo, the son of the Saio Triad's boss Big Lo, was murdered. No one knows who did it, but the Saio blame the Tojo, and hey, based on Daigo's arrest, the cops have taken their word for it. Since then, the Saio have been going after anyone they can get their hands on. Yeah, you lads are doing a bang-up job keeping one of the few people who could be keeping order banged up. The investigation is interrupted when Honjo spots someone stalking Kiryu, and we take off after them, giving us a demonstration of Yakuza 6's pitiful chase system. And Kiryu's even more pitiable lung capacity. Just wait a moment, hang on there, pal. Alright, get back here, you mug. It is pretty bizarre that they've left chase sequences in, but have completely husked them of gameplay. If this was just a fade to black, nothing would have been lost. When we finally catch our man, he spills that he's a member of the Someya family, told by his boss to keep an eye on and protect Kiryu. And Kiryu, annoyed, decides he has to check out Tojo HQ.
Tojo kai honbu ka. Kusso. またあそこに行かなきゃならねえのか。
何か。
俺は登場界の匂いを消すために無所で身を洗ってきたばかりだ。そっから何日も経ってねえのに、なんてざまだと思ってな。
In yet another turnaround from Zero, where places like this were framed to be daunting, dwarfing the young Kiryu, here a much older, confident Kiryu is annoyed at best. When confronted outside by Someya,
この度は無所でのお勤めご苦労様でした。
a young and smug patriarch, his hollow, snide praise does little to faze the Dragon of Dojima, who makes sure the runt knows who's in charge. Inside, we see Sagai and his table, both hideously appointed in one sense or another. This scene is a really nifty introduction to these two. And Someya. Kiryu questions the decor, which Sagai deflects by saying that Yakuza are more pen pushers than anything else these days. But I get an inkling it's our first hint that despite only being interim chairman, Sagai is settling in for the long haul. Not to mention, despite his joke about pen pushers, Someya quickly makes it about how the War of the Triad means strength is once again what the Tojo really requires, which Sagai doesn't argue. Sagai and Someya present a slippery front, seemingly united in messing with Kiryu and trying to take him off of the scent of something, but despite appearances, they're not quite on each other's wavelength. Someya acts deferential to Kiryu at first, but his words are dripping with wonderfully acted condescension.
大体狙われる理由がないんですよ。
He's set up as a bit of an enigma, especially as he and Sagai act coy to the accusation of who really ordered Kiryu's tail, telling a bit of a tall one in the process. Over the course of the scene, Someya's false praise slips away until he's openly mocking Kiryu, taking offense at the idea that he got it in his head he might consider himself important. Sagai, for his part, immediately comes across as a drip. He mentions his impressive tenure, but Kiryu's lack of interest immediately makes him joke about an otherwise unimpressive existence. It's only now he's starting to rock the boat. He acts very senior, but doesn't command any presence. His attempts to talk about how the old guard have had to come in to protect the Tojo clan are thoroughly undermined by Someya, who contradicts him here and there, with Sagai immediately changing his tune to match, saying the War of the Saio has once again made the Tojo a young man's game. Strength is needed to climb the ranks, just like in Kiryu's time, and Sagai has promoted many younger captains despite talking a big deal about the old guard, many of whom are at the old bill. It's a fun scene because it steadily becomes clear that not only are these two giving Kiryu the runaround, they're also circling each other. Someya is obviously more ambitious than he lets on, and there's a whole lot off about Sagai. He says little and little of what he says is worth anything. This is our introduction to what will be a common dynamic in the story ahead. An older, more established geezer, and an ambitious young go-getter. We're going to see this set up in a great many configurations, and I do like that we first see it with these two, as their relationship is really tenuous and murky. It's one you don't have to understand to follow the story, but there is a depth to it, especially since you can only see how deep the rift is between these two on a replay, which is a neat way to kick off a recurring motif. But unlike me, Kiryu is not impressed at all with these two.
He
lacks patience for their games, and isn't even particularly upset by Someya's mocking because it means so little to him. He asks if they're involved in Haruka's hospitalization, and they deny it. Despite Someya being by far and away the more dismissive of the two, while Sagai is disgustingly polite, Someya's the one who's openly offended by the accusation they hurt Haruka. So Kiryu leaves them with this.
俺もはるかもお前らの構想とは程遠いからな。だがもし万が一、登場会が何かの理由で俺の身内に手出したんだとしたら、その時は容赦しねえ。
Kiryu's so fucking cool when he's done with people, but Someya, the little twerp, is unintimidated. So we still have nothing to go on. At this point, all we can do is wait on Date to solve things for us, meaning Kiryu has some time, and plenty of motivation, to kill. Oh, these poor seamlessly loaded sods. Following on from 5-0 and Kiyomi, which had the most varied, most refined, and just most combat the series had seen, with multiple characters, multiple styles, many weapons, tons of heat moves and character gimmicks, 6 tosses all of that out. Kind of appropriate, really, as tossing is really all it has going for it. Now, it's just one man, with just one style. The Dragon Engine of Dojima style. It's a weird attempt to make one all-encompassing combat flow, compressing the large variety of prior games into one toolkit. I say this because while Kiryu only has one combo, it is highly modular and somewhat contextual. Kiryu will somewhat dynamically aim his punches at targets, and reversals can be used to access different finishes with their own timings. He's also been given access to a parry to expand his defensive options. Meanwhile, the physics systems, throws, and ragdolls are meant to expand how dynamic and chaotic a brawl can be. The ability to enter and scale buildings remains, which further expands directions a fight can go. Though I wish goons actually hung about in these places, so it wasn't entirely up to me to take these fights to new heights. I feel this was all an attempt to make heat moves organic moments you come across yourself, as the pool of such attacks is much smaller. Many old moves are absent, and a great deal are now gated behind Kiryu's extreme heat mode. An expansion of 5's Dragon Spirit, now putting Kiryu into a temporary beast-like state, which modifies his moveset and makes him unkillable, and as mentioned, is a secondary requirement to the more esoteric heat actions. I am not very fond of this. Extreme heat makes Kiryu's movements more aggressive and unwieldy, so putting these more precise, time-sensitive maneuvers behind it muddies things. Is this for cutting loose and getting out of jams, or is it meant for carefully timed, skillful maneuvers and capitalizing on advantage? The tragedy is that it's not terribly exciting either way, and it sucks on PC where I'm pretty sure 60 FPS is halving the stun window for many of these extreme heat actions. Heat moves also tend to be much shorter, or else weaved into attacks. This I do like. I was beginning to find that heat moves were getting obnoxiously lengthy and losing their impact. This has impact. What they've attempted to do here is replace inbuilt variety with mechanical versatility. Where before throwing someone off a rooftop would be set in stone as a heat action, now you can organically imprint the pavement. It's an ambitious and optimistic idea, and I do get turning down the heat. The problem is this combat was already cooked. Kiryu having one style isn't a bad thing. Hell, when he only had what would now be called his legend style, it worked. It was a pretty big and broad assortment of moves which made him a decent all-rounder. At a disadvantage when ganged up on, but he had tools which let a player mitigate numbers. He could handle anything, but everything handled differently. This style doesn't achieve that. Instead, every strike is incredibly wide. Part of this may be down to that physicality I praised in the town wandering. In combat, it literally weighs us down, and Kiryu is rather imprecise, which they've mitigated by turning him into a shotgun. It makes him look clumsy and unengaged in one-on-ones, as if he's swatting at ghosts off to the side of the boss, which saps a good deal of satisfaction from these already less interesting showdowns. Meanwhile, it makes group battles repetitive because the moveset is already built to strike wide, requiring no change in strategy. It's all drop kicks, sweeps, and spinning goons, which granted, does remain fun for some time. Funnily enough, where you would want that weight to be, it's thoroughly absent. The hits themselves are floaty, blocks awkwardly stagger your combo. When you're throwing an enemy like this, what do you want to happen if you spin them into a wall? You'd want them to smash into it and take a little extra damage to reward good use of the environment, maybe with a big stonking sound effect. Instead, Kiryu just limply lets go. I almost forgot weapons, but that's fine because it seems everyone else has as well. Their blades have rusted and hammers have splintered. It compounds on top of the lack of variety. Buying and storing weapons is also absent. Weapons were never a system I was much into, but that's partly because the core combat felt fun, varied, and literally punchy enough that I didn't need it. It was there for those who liked it or needed an edge for the harder segments. Now, none of this is to say I hate the combat. Far from it. I just enjoy it in a very different way compared to the older games. Simply put, it's hilarious. Kiryu is a farce to be reckoned with, and the game is a ridiculous romp of bouncy blocks, big dramatic whiffs, and goofy physics interactions. Enemies are far, far more likely to launch objects, adding to the insanity of every skirmish. Meanwhile, dropkicks send foes clattering like bowling pins, and they'll stop fighting to politely step over a knee-high obstacle. I'm not pulling your leg when I tell you that this combat is a slapstick masterclass, but that's because I have Kiryu to do it for me. Funnily enough, I do still read personality into this fighting style. The way I see Yakuza 6's Kiryu in a fight is that he's sick of this. He's the dragon, and this has dragged on long enough. In Zero, he was brutal out of youthful vigor and a lack of self-control. He had to put effort into anything requiring finesse. From 1 to 5, he demonstrates mastery and control. He has an image to uphold. Though in 5, we see his pent-up frustration starting to boil over. Now in 6, he's looped back around to sheer brutality because he's done. He doesn't waste any actual technique on goons unless he has to. They would be mere dirt on his shoe, if the game still had the stomp. The only reason you see him use finesse is because at times, you can also see age catching up to him. Certain returning heat actions which once demonstrated strength now require leverage. He can't quite go like he could 30 years ago. He has got experience on his side, however. Where in 0 he took far more effort to get heat moves and would be slowed down when he ran out of heat, 6 instead has heat orbs, where Kiryu can store several heat moves in reserve, demonstrating that techniques like these no longer throw off his rhythm. Extreme heat, however, shows that Kiryu can now only go all out for short bursts, where he has to put everything into putting an enemy down. I do find it a bit much that he can still swing mopeds around, but at least it's only for these brief moments. This heat move also says balls to my whole age theory. This is the read I get on Kiryu's state and personality through his fighting style, and I love that the resulting combat absolutely flies in the face of it. This gruff, serious, impatient Kiryu is participating in an absolute clown show. The music in Kamurocho doesn't help. The bluntly named Kamuro Again is an awesome track which emphasizes Kiryu's prestige. Rather than being heavy and exciting, it sounds assured. The music spells out another foregone conclusion. It is trying so hard to make me take this seriously, and unlike Kiryu, it's fighting a losing battle. This impatience also leads to a brand new concept for Kiryu: running away. That's right, now you can flee battles. Sometimes. If the game itself remembers you can technically do that. I once had to backtrack all the way up Kamurocho like I'd forgotten my kids. But yeah, that's the combat. It's one giant, inverse kinematic aided step backwards. But it's also very, very funny. Oh god. When talking about the experience of Yakuza 6 both literally and mechanically, we have to talk about the year it released. While playing Yakuza 6's side content, I was struck by how much of this game felt 2016. It's funny how Kiryu getting out of jail after 4 years, and me playing this 7 years down the road, have us both experience a similar but opposite culture shock. Mobile phones are now powerful enough to be the whole UI. Robots clean for us. The internet is now an unavoidable fact of life, as is social media. This attempt to capture the time turned out to be a deliberate effort on the team's behalf. You might think this is nothing new. After all, I mentioned how in Yakuza 5 they were trying to lift the nation's spirits after a tragedy and represent where the country was at, and 0 was more or less a period piece. But apparently up until this point, Yokoyama had been trying to tell tales that were set apart from their time, feeling that in doing so a story could be much longer lasting. What changed his mind wasn't the aforementioned 5 or 0, it was actually working on Kiwami and seeing Date comment on the era's cell phones that shocked him into changing his approach, as it dawned on him just how much had changed in 11 years. He realized that while capturing the moment may date your game, it doesn't inherently make it any less lasting. It may in fact make returning to it years down the line all the more fascinating. I find that a really charming anecdote. It's interesting how the smallest things can cause such a big change in perspective, and I wonder if it in some way germinated the core theme of Yakuza 6. I do have to take some of the romantic sheen off this anecdote, however, because in actuality it comes off the back of a brand deal. But hey, minds and money both make change. Rizap was a popular gym chain around the time of 6's release. Founded in 2003, it caught some mainstream attention around 2016 with its gimmick of gamifying exercise and one-on-one coaching, handling all of the heady stuff that comes with lifting while you just dealt with the heavy stuff. This and capturing the essence of 2016 inspired Yokoyama to approach the chain hoping for a tie-in, seeing their newness as having the same mystique that cabaret clubs did back in 2005. And so Rizap was able to strike down the bowling alley, and when Kiryu blunders in, he gets a membership, beginning the Rizap Challenge. To complete the challenge, we need to do 12 rounds, each consisting of 2 exercise minigames with different inputs, and then a food quiz. Very Yakuza 5. Do all this, and we see Kiryu go from regretting his awful, flabby body to an oiled up Ginza god. And my god, this is boring. Rizap is less an activity, and more of an XP delivery system, so let's talk about leveling. I'm kind of cribbing from 4 High Heels video here, but it's an interesting point and further contrast from 0. In Zero, Kiryu leveled up with money along several wheels. His growth felt explosive and a little bit unpredictable. As a young person, you develop faster and arguably with less focus as you're still discovering yourself. Not to mention using money as a stand-in for experience is an appropriately juvenile view of the world. Now Kiryu has 5 distinct forms of XP, which are spent via your Sony phone. I guess we can call them Xperia points. Which we won't. Fights, events, exercising, and activities grant differing amounts of these points, and upgrades in turn take differing amounts. You now also slowly raise Kiryu's base stats like his health, damage, defense, evasion. Yes, you did do this in older games, but that was more incidental, something you did on the way to more interesting level ups. These stat boosting purchases were also fewer in number and tended to be more sizable jumps, but they were within some parameter of power. Now raising stats is a distinct leveling category, and you raise them very incrementally. Some abilities do have stat and move dependencies to be unlocked, so there is still some strategy and a roadmap to leveling, though there isn't much interesting to unlock. Kiryu just kinda gets stronger and it's pretty unremarkable. There's little feeling of greater versatility beyond maybe the parry. Food too has been revamped. It offers differing stat amounts, and Kiryu now has a digestion system separate from his health, and you can only gain experience from food until he's full of wisdom. And yes, you can level up his metabolism and digestion. How horrifying. One new addition are vending machines, which grant temporary buffs. If you're in the mood to grind, you can chug something to increase experience gain. If you're doing Substories back to back, you can increase your sprint gauge. Sober up for another sesh, or else boost your damage before a long battle set piece. The vending machine system is brilliant. It rewards an attentive, focused player with buffs to what they're doing, rewards good use of the city, and can actually help an indecisive player decide what they want to do through the drink bonuses. It's a very clever little ad. This all seems like a lot to take in, but it's just a slower and more complicated veneer on top of a still pretty simple system. I don't think Yakuza needs complicated leveling systems, but I also don't think it needs to act like it does. In the end, you just do stuff and get points. I never really put much more thought into it than that, and in the end, it's not like you're going to spec Kiryu differently than other players, or have your preference in minigames and activities result in organically different growth. You may just wind up taking a slightly different path to the same result, which is basically the same way it's always been, but now it's a lot less exciting to engage with. I hate having total control over individual stats, as it utterly destroys any potential difficulty curve. Yakuza has never been a particularly hard series, but there's always a worry at the back of my head that I'm going to wind up robbing myself of exciting battles by making them too easy because I engaged with a game. I like risk-reward systems, but I don't like to risk my rewards. From a storytelling point of view, however, this all works brilliantly. Kiryu is older, and what growth he makes is slower and more measured, more intentional. Instead of crassly treating money as experience, experience is the sum total of his experiences. It's a more mature way to approach self-improvement. And speaking of self-improvement, Kiryu has no masters in this game to learn moves from. All moves are gained via leveling. Kiryu is at a stage where he doesn't need guidance and has things figured out for himself, which this change-up cleverly plays to. But this does make exploration a lot less interesting, as new moves are, for me, one of the strongest incentives to look around. What is cool is that Kiryu now is the master, as we run into Sadachi and later Saigo, and they beg us to be their sensei. It's a shake-up of the shakedown system, where these two will ask us for a fight, and if we agree, which I want to emphasize is optional, because we're old and get respect now, we will battle them, and by facing us, these two will rapidly develop, turning into incredibly dangerous fighters the same way Kiryu once did under others' tutelage. Now sure, we also get a lot of experience from these brawls, but the real reward is the feeling this grants. What's really fascinating about this is now we, as the player, exist on the other side of the student-master dynamic. We're the one that others are learning from. While this is mechanically incredibly simple, it's an ingenious way to demonstrate how far Kiryu has come.
Kiryu Kazuma.
A simplistic diversion that doesn't fare quite as well is Troublr. After seeing us get introduced to a side story that I'll put off until later, Torafuru registers us on the service, and now we can respond to calls for help from all over town. I suppose we'll begin with the biggest annoyance, which is... hang on. I'm getting a... No, wait. You're the annoyance. Yeah, that's pretty grating, and over time made me resent the activity. Granted, its actual contents didn't do much to help. Troublr is essentially an updated version of Tanemura's police radio. Activities and objectives which are a step too complex for a random street battle, but not interesting enough for a sub-story. But even that's only a minority of what I experienced, as most Troublr incidents were more or less random street battles with flavor text attached. Where Troublr shines is in the sillier and more mundane objectives, which I think ought to have been its main focus. Helping with ramen deliveries and fetching someone a drink. Not exciting, but would give Troublr an amusing edge. Though the best thing Troublr does, and does incredibly rarely, is in how it makes the player think about the layout of the city. My favourite moment was when it tasked me with putting out a fire on a rooftop, which led me to uncover a tricky pathway through a nearby complex, leaving me once again impressed with the map. I'm not too fond of Troublr overall. It has good moments, but most of its bite-sized content was redundant or totally asinine. As a means to lead the player into learning about the cities, it's great. It's just that it's so rarely doing that. Technology makes up a good deal of focus in the side content and sub-stories, particularly in Kamurocho. The internet was getting mainstream around the start of the 2010s, and by 2016 it had fully integrated into everyday life. We've sort of had this technology beat before with Saijima several games ago, but technology has advanced and so has the bit. Let's start with a bit of a gag sub-story, the temptation of live chat. Kiryu runs into a man who has ruined his relationship thanks to his camgirl addiction. Kiryu can't judge without knowing what he's on about, and so we're led to the game's funniest bit. I hesitate to call live chat an actual side activity because it feels more like a particularly elaborate joke. There's only a tiny amount of content to it and the gameplay is incredibly simple. Kiryu sits there, free peckers extended, and he chats with camgirls, dominating their chat rooms with his sheer charisma. It's typing of the dead. On my first playthrough, I actually assumed this was the replacement for cabaret clubs to make a point about how this kind of entertainment had changed over time, becoming more impersonal. Obviously the hostess minigame is still on the cards, and it makes the fact that Kiryu can do this all the funnier. It's for players on a budget, or for portraying Kiryu as an insatiable lech. It's even more amusing because unlike the hostesses, this doesn't go anywhere. You just wind up back in the chat room to see the same events play out over and over again like it's Horn Dog Day. Sorry, Mac. I guess he didn't do any better in chat rooms. I doubt it's trying to say anything with that. This is just a gag that's gotten a little out of hand. And a little on the desk, and the screen, and the neighbouring cubicle. If there is a common theme to the technology sub-stories, I'd suppose it's how technology isn't inherently good or bad. Like all things, it's up to how we use it, and it shouldn't replace actual human connection. On the one hand, a kid uses his drone to save himself from a dangerous situation, signalling for help. On the other hand, Kiryu is furiously On the other, the sub-story about a live streamer acting abrasive to pull in viewers turned out to be frustratingly relatable. Maybe even prescient. New avenues for fame or fortune will always bring out the worst people or the worst in people. And this new technology has made this man so hungry for views, he's willing to treat other people as props for his own profit. Only 2 years later we'd have the Suicide Forest incident, and just the other day I saw a clip of a couple of streamers harassing people in Japan getting rightfully smacked upside the head for it. It begs the question as to whether this sub-story was calling this behaviour, or else was an extreme caricature that sadly ended up less stupid than real people. The Roomba romance sub-story is a particularly sweet one, and part of another trend of technology steadily growing easier to anthropomorphize, as it leads to a shy boyfriend finally confessing to his girl. Though it is a bit outlandish, it doesn't hold a candle to iHiji, a riff on the growing trend of AI assistants, sneaky data harvesting, and service getting corrupted by corporate rivalry and greed. Hiji turns out to be a totally self-aware AI. When it not so sneakily leads Kiryu into a dangerous situation to save another instance of itself, Kiryu has to struggle to get it removed. It's a pretty out there sub-story, and I say that knowing kappas exist, but I do enjoy it, and it's a fairly interestingly packed little allegory about how our tech can wind up controlling us, just by seeming friendly and convenient, how beneath that veneer is cold hard business, and how hard that can be to break. The most interesting tech sub-stories for me do focus on the dangers of new technology, though in these cases, it's down to the people using that tech. We've seen Kiryu deal with scams a great many times, While not foolproof, judging by all the fools he's run into, he's often sharp, he knows a great many cons, and he can be a human lie detector if he recognizes the game they're playing. This is why the new Substories focusing on tech scams wind up being some of my favorites. Kiryu is a lot less quick with these. In a couple of cases, he actually falls for them, and is only able to save himself at the last minute. Perhaps these sub-stories stick out more to me because I have parents who share Kiryu's outdated grasp of technology. Luckily, they've never fallen for anything because they're canny enough to always run something fishy by someone a bit more tech literate, but the worry is always there, and you only have to overlook something once. You lose a lot more than money when you fall victim to con artists.
いや、こうも簡単に化けの皮が剥がれるとは思わなくてな。
Even if he does always come out on top and giving the scammers their overdue beatdown is cathartic, it is pretty daunting to see the typically invincible Kiryu almost getting caught out. It's another way the world is advancing. An arena where Kiryu was once at the top of his game is now beginning to outpace him. I find it a fascinating update to an old genre of sub-story. Yakuza 6 feels very 2016, and a lot of that is rooted in its exploration of new technology and the effect it's having on people's lives. I'm genuinely baffled by how this game does feel so of its time, because it isn't like cam girls, annoying streamers, AI, drones, and tech scams have gone away, but something about how Yakuza 6 explores them as though they're novel winds up oddly nostalgic. Like I'm looking back at the beginning of a chain reaching to now, and seeing all of the speculation about where we're going. It also serves to show Kiryu as out of his element, steadily falling behind and being replaced as the world advances with or without him. Also, the Amon fight in this game fucking sucks. Good God, I get it. Technology's scary. Go away. Kiryu finally gets a call from Date. Don't worry, it's the real one. We're told to get down to the hospital. It's there Kiryu is confronted by Nojiri from Child Protective Services. With Haruka comatose, Haruto is being taken into care. Kiryu tries to petition to take him, which Nojiri tactlessly dismisses.
だってほら、例えばもしあなた方が赤ん坊の臓器を売るような輩だったらどうなります？
何？
Kiryu, already on edge, panics and rushes to grab the bab before he disappears into the system. Akiyama tries to stop him, but to no avail.
なんであんたはそうやって勝手に突っ走るんですか。少しは自分の後先だって考えてください。うるせえ。
In an effort to stop Kiryu getting arrested, Akiyama and Kiryu team up to trash a nursery. Jokes aside, this is a great fight. Funny setup, unique premise, great motivation. Kiryu ultimately takes the toddler and disappears into Kamurocho. We get to see how inept he is caring for a baby, and luckily Date arrives to save the day.
まさかそんなもの食わせるつもりじゃねえよな。その子に食べさせるつもりならこういうのにしとけ。相変わらず無茶するな、お前さんよ。
And Kiryu looks embarrassed. Or constipated, I guess. Back at the bar, Date reveals that he got Kiryu off the hook.
いろいろうるさかったが話をつけといたよ。赤ん坊に何かあっても俺が全ての責任を取るっつってな。
そうだったのか。
そしたらあいつこう言ってたぜ。なら私は何も知らない。
They talk about Nojiri, Haruka's precarious state, and fatherhood. Nojiri's appearance is a strange little aside. Obviously, he exists to light a fire under Kiryu's arse and move the plot along, but the series has long dealt with all the difficulties orphans face in Japanese society, so it's not totally surprising that it decides to digress for a moment and really dig into everything wrong that Nojiri represents. Nojiri is a bastard bureaucrat who has taken a job that requires him to care, and unfortunately all he cares about is his job.
野尻さんだったな。児童相談所ってのはあんたみてえなやつばっかりなのか。そんなわけねえよな。
はい。
It dances between condemning this behavior and sympathetically explaining that even someone who took on the role with the correct intentions would struggle to do better given all the difficulties CPS faces. I'm obviously not Japanese, and I imagine localizers were trying to get the point across as cleanly as they could. But in the end, it feels like Nojiri comes in for a simple purpose, and then in trying to explore this social issue, it trails off, the game awkwardly realizing it may have bitten off more than it can chew. Though I imagine part of that is because it's a deeper real-world problem. It's an issue a bit too complex for 10 extra minutes of dialogue in my funny gangster game to really resolve. This is the first example of a larger trend with Six's writing that we'll see develop as the game goes on. Aside from that, I love the renewed focus on Date. Even if many old characters are absent, it makes me happy to have one of Kiryu's oldest allies take on true importance once more. Date's arc in this game is a good one. He repays Kiryu's kindness from over the years and is a lot more capable than before, solving problems the former Yakuza can't, reinforcing how, as the world changes, the needle is swinging away from Kiryu. Conversely, Akiyama too I really adore in this game, but in a very different fashion. While Date succeeds in having his little arc, Akiyama has a little screen time where he repeatedly fails to get one going, which is a shame because what role he has I find rather fascinating. Akiyama acts like this is still Yakuza 4 or 5. He still earnestly believes in the spirit of Kamurocho and ascribes great meaning to Kiryu's legacy, so he tries to stop Kiryu making these reckless decisions as his image of the man clashes against reality. He also keeps trying to talk Kiryu into saving Kamurocho, and it's fascinatingly naive and kind of tragic how it no longer works. But unlike Date, there's no real resolution here. Though in these respects, Nojiri and the CPS beat does ultimately work. We're seeing how the world's view of Kiryu is shifting or otherwise falling behind.
さやかホストに引っかかって大騒ぎしてたのがもう10年も前か。
ああ、あん時が俺の人生最悪の時期だったよ。お前に助けてもらわなかったら今頃俺もさやもダメになってた。俺はな、桐生。お前にはまだあの時の借りを返しきれてねえと思ってるんだぜ。
なら今日は伊達さんのおごりでいいな。それでもう10年前のことはチャラだ。
まさかな。そんなんじゃ済まねえや。
While Kiryu was busy beating goons, beating the system, and beating off, the police were able to extract a photo from Haruka's phone, with GPS data pointing it to Hiroshima. And Date says it's likely that Haruka spent the last several years in an area called Onomichi. Date asks Kiryu what's next, and he says he's going there to track down the father. There's just one problem.
広島には陽明連合会がある。
陽明連合会か。
陽明連合会っていや、近江連合、東上会に次ぐ誰もが認める日本裏社会ナンバー3の組織だ。
The Yomei Alliance of Hiroshima, led by the mysterious Takeru Kurasu. Technically neutral, but dug into the prefecture. The Omi tried and failed to breach their turf, and Kiryu himself was warned to stay away. But now, he can't afford not to go.
しかしな、あの遥があんな可愛い子を産むなんてよ。誰よりも本人がいつまでも眠ってらんねえって思ってるはずだ。遥は必ず目を覚ます。だからよ、桐生。それまでに必ず遥人の父親連れてきてやってくれ。
ああ。
Kiryu heads to Onomichi with Haruto in tow. He's brought his little boy to Hiroshima. The town, both in-game and reality, is gorgeous, standing apart not just from the ultra-modern Kamurocho, but every hub in the series. After discovering that Kiryu has telekinesis, the differences are put into focus as Kiryu enters Onomichi's quiet, rustic red light district. It's there he meets Kiyomi and we get a cute moment.
あら、パパ以外の人は嫌い？
いや、パパってわけじゃねえんだ。
あ、もしかしてお孫さんでした？
孫？そうか。そういう風にも見えるか。
While I've got my issues with the face acting in this game, Kiyomi's blank expression begging for explanation is perfect. I like to think she's weighing up whether she has to call the police and doesn't want to betray it. I mean, she probably should, as inside her bar, Snack Kiyomi is the ever-welcoming Nagumo.
No, あんた、どっから来た？よそもんじゃろ。
Kiryu quickly makes friends with Kiyomi and foes with Nagumo. While he doesn't make a great first impression, coming off as childishly possessive, I do love how the two's closeness is shown with Kiyomi able to crack little jokes.
初めてだから普段来るのはろくでもないのばっかり
ろくでなしっちゅんはわしんことか
Kiryu tries to keep his cool, but Nagumo gets more and more abrasive until we're back to where we started, before it happened the first time. I do love Kiryu's inner monologue describing Nagumo as a sorry excuse for a Yakuza. Try as Kiryu might, he still cares. His ego, and really all of him bruised, Nagumo yells that he's the captain of the Hirose family, and next time Kiryu won't get off so easy. Back at the bar, Kiryu tells Kiyomi what he's in town for and asks after Haruka, who Kiyomi doesn't seem to recognize. Realizing that he may be in town for a bit, Kiyomi puts in a call to make sure that Haruto, and I guess the old geezer with him, have some accommodations. We're led to the Navy apartments by Ino, another rival for Kiyomi's heart, a competition she herself doesn't have her heart in. He's worried that Kiryu is going to put the moves on her when really it's just heat moves on Nagumo. We're dropped off at our temporary digs. Ino explains the town's history, a mix of shipbuilding enterprise and Yakuza control, and puts down Nagumo by explaining that while he acts like a big shot, his family is 5 or 6 guys tops. So we're setting up our small town drama and I'm liking it. We come off of Cold Kamurocho and already there's a feeling of a warmer, more human connection, even if the hot-blooded Nagumo isn't happy to see it. The pace is relaxed, become a little more leisurely.
悪くねえな。だろ、ハルト。
And it's about to come to a literal screeching halt.
しまったな。確かミルクはもう。
This bit gets some flack, but frankly, I adore it. We have to run out and get milk, and Kiryu is really given the runaround. It's a little tedious thanks to the intrusive calm down, do shake the baby minigame, but seeing as it's just the hand signal quiz from the cabaret, I'm basically a master at it. The objective of finding milk is treated with the same complexity as a criminal investigation, and it's delightful. Kiryu needs formula, and Yakuza is cleverly utilizing its own. In having to bumble around and ask everyone for help, learn that the pharmacy here actually shuts down overnight and is out of stock besides, and ultimately retreat back to Kiyomi and need Ino's help again to point us to a family with newborns who might have some milk going spare. We further set up and set Onomichi apart. This is life out here, and you need others to live it. Yakuza has been a series of pleasure districts and cities that never sleep, something Nagoshi says they wanted to step away from with Onomichi. He called creating Okinawa and Yakuza 3 refreshing, and the team wanted to recapture that energy, a slower-paced seaside city that's less virile, more venerable, less sexy, more senile, less whores, more hoary, less greasy, more geezery. By having Kiryu struggle to get milk, the different pace of life is strongly established. What this place lacks in convenience, it makes up for in community. Without being able to depend on services to supply your every whim, you're left depending on each other. The locals may not immediately welcome an outsider, and Kiyomi's contrasting openness and readiness with a baby both reveal who she is and do a good job hinting at her hidden past. But you get in with that community and you'll want for nothing.
こういう時は優しく抱っこしてしばらく待つしかないかな。
それだけか。
And this leads into how Nagoshi set Okinawa and Onomichi apart. He says that while Okinawa was prosperous in a good way, he goes on to suppose that therefore Onomichi is run down in a good way, and I totally see it. From a certain angle, you could call the place deprived. Its glory days are long past. The very apartments Kiryu is staying in are soon to be destroyed, which is on the nose in more ways than one. But from another angle, you could say it's steeped in its history and has kept its character. The people who live there are proud of where they are, and they've got no one to impress. To go back to Kamurocho for a moment, I think it's another way the extensive changes to that city work in Yakuza 6's favour. We create a strong contrast with every other hub, and use the new one to bulk up the theme of new versus old. And in an amusing twist, the new town is standing in for the old, while the old town represents the new, and it handles this wonderfully. This game will want to endear and make you feel more at home in Onomichi than Kamurocho, and the way it gradually pulled this off for me was one of the things about 6 that impressed me the most. It's a tall order to make a place I've grown familiar with over a decade feel distant, while a totally new place feels like I've really come to know it. But this is pulled off with amazing grace, and I have to give credit for that, even though it feels no more Christmassy. The random battle music alone already gives a sense that this place is re-energizing Kiryu in a way that Kamurocho no longer can. Granted, maybe it could just be having new people to impress. Yakuza 6 starts out by moving as Onomichi does. It is a much slower paced first act. We've already seen some of the benefits, but there are plenty of drawbacks. The next morning we're on our way to snack Kiyomi, because Kiryu's already back on investigative laps with a bar as his starting point. Nagamo tries to intimidate us with some other members of the Hirose family serving as backup. It's a fun way to get across how ultimately ineffectual he is, as his underlings are just as uninterested in the sudden rivalry as Kiryu.
早く行かねえとまたブーブー文句言われますよ。
バカだれ頭に向かって偉そうな口聞きよってまだ話の途中じゃろうが。
いえ、あいつもう聞いてねえみたいですけど、ほら。
At Snack Kiyomi, Kiryu's asked for a favor. The local team is down a player and Kiryu will do in a pinch. Kiryu sees an opportunity to ask around a bit more about Haruka and is drafted into the Satuchi Warriors. And who else but the Hirose boys turn out to be the enemy team. With emotions at a high and Nagamo slighted, the stage is set for a great game of beanball. Kiryu will not stand for this insult to the most important sport in the world.
顔面ど真ん中にぶち込んだろ見とれよ腐れけどが死ね
And so a brawl erupts, with Kiryu taking on the twats to everyone's surprise. This is a beat I love, the badass rolling into town and getting underestimated. It's a trope I'm always fond of. Sadly, Ino also doesn't know about Haruka, so Kiryu's no closer to his goal. But hey, at least these two are now getting on. This is an aspect of the slow pace I really like, and it's ironically the fastest to go. These small town hijinks, getting involved with and getting to know the locals, the baseball brawl and the Hirose boys' disinterest in their captain's petty rivalry. There are still a lot of small character moments which do make up my favourite bits of the game, but these are going to be tiny morsels punctuating bigger moments as the plot is truly about to begin. And it opens with the opening. Yeah, we're back here.
Oh, Nagumo. 探しとったで。
Nagamo is dragged back to snack by Koji Masazoe.
わしゃ舛添組じゃ南雲の面倒見とりますがのわしは組長の舛添いうもんですが
He's a bit higher up the Yomei totem pole. He tells Kiryu to leave, so the Dod makes a point of defying him. I love how Kiryu was warned not to mess with the Yakuza in this town and has just decided to not care. Kiryu, I get you have flair, but that doesn't mean you have to send up this much of a bloody signal.
あんたに指図される覚えはね。俺はただの客だ。
It turns out Nagamo has been refusing to collect from Kiyomi and the Hirose are behind on their tribute, so Masazoe is here to put the screws to him.
じゃったらやることやれ言うとるんじゃ
Oh, you're all fucked now. Even with the man breathing down his neck and Kiyomi trying to force the protection money into his hands, Nagamo refuses. And so, he's gonna have to pay the price. This display of principles before his principles changes something in Kiryu. He sees something of his younger self in Nagamo, and whether out of newfound respect for him, not wanting to see Kiyomi's friend get hurt or both, he takes off after the well-intentioned idiot. At the top of the ropeway overlooking town, we find Nagamo at the end of his rope with Masazoe going to town on him.
ジェットスキー言うんじゃ昔中国で裏切り者に取らせとったポーズじゃけ
That isn't even the weirdest foreshadowing Masazoe does here. Kiryu arrives, much to the historian's confusion.
こっちは赤ん坊を流されてるんでな。
He doesn't elaborate if he means Haruto or Nagumo, but hey, the big baby, further showing he's not such a bad guy, warns Kiryu not to get involved. And to everyone but our surprise, Kiryu rocks their shit. The two manage to set aside their differences. Kiryu explains that he saw and respected Nagumo's resolve, and Nagumo realizes he can't hold a candle to Kiryu. And with that, like a puppy imprinting on its owner, Nagumo decides that Kiryu's gonna be his Anarchy. It's a cute moment. Nagumo's transition from mug to mate is one I enjoy, how his childish and stubborn qualities are steadily shown to not be purely antagonistic. Like Kiryu, his stubborn side can be an endearing bedrock for his better nature, and it's likely why Kiyomi and his men seem to like him in spite of... him. Even Kiryu can't help but smile, perhaps reminded of the last time someone new called him Anarchy, and this time he sees no point in fighting it. This immediately pivots into Nagumo dragging Kiryu around and showing him off, fully expecting everyone to 180 and suddenly love him as well. Nagumo wins me over quick, but his boys are pretty lost. We're then taken up to see Patriarch Hirose himself. Ah, so this must be Takeshi's castle. So, besides the baby, the big twist, and being what was meant to be Kiryu's last game, this is probably what anyone who knows about Yakuza 6 can remember about it. It features Takeshi Kitano, also known as Beat Takeshi, in a prominent role, playing the affable old goofball Toru Hirose. Yakuza is obviously no stranger to including famous actors and celebrities in its roles, but this is by far their biggest get. There's a charming bit of trivia that Nagoshi and Kitano had actually been drinking buddies for a good while, and it took years for Nagoshi to work up the courage to ask him to appear in Yakuza. Takeshi's outspoken hatred of video games likely made that a challenge. That quote I mentioned way back at the start about the origin of passion being surprise is actually about Yakuza 6's casting of Kitano, feeling it was sufficiently shocking to mark 6 as a pivotal turning point in the series before anyone had even played it. In aid of that is, once again, Onomichi, as it's a popular filming destination due to its history and eclectic geography. Yakuza 6 was set up from the get-go to be a prestige title. Let's do a weird pivot and talk about something I haven't covered in a while. It's meant to be the last Kiryu game, so let's get nostalgic. Both box arts for this game are a little deceptive, I'd say. Nothing to get worked up over, but they overstate the presence of certain characters. The worldwide cover has Haruka in front, cradling Haruto with Kiryu behind. The focus is squarely on these two. I'd argue this doesn't actually match the content of the story given how little time these two are truly together, though you could argue them being back-to-back implies that separation, or else point to the fact that Kiryu will soon be behind them. Even then, the focus of the story is a lot more than just Kiryu. I'd argue the bonds he forms over the course of the game are actually just as important as the man himself, if not more so. Meanwhile, the JP cover puts Takeshi Kitano shoulder to shoulder with Kiryu because of his star power. Not all of his boys even make it into the background despite greater screen time. It's instead a lineup of the title's famous actors alongside Kiryu. While you could see it as emphasizing their big actor, it's also narratively relevant how Kiryu is surrounded by friends and foes while Hirose stands alone, hinting at something that separates him from others beyond just his profile. I do think as far as using a big celebrity in a major role, 6 does it about as well as you can. Kitano takes the role seriously, and it's easy to forget I'm watching a digital famous person and instead feel like he's actually a part of the world, which is pretty much the same as ever for the series, putting aside the heightened level of fame Kitano holds. If anything, Hirose stands out more not because of who he's portrayed by, but because he's a lot more charismatic than many other characters, having more of an eccentric energy you'd see in a Yakuza 0 character. A cynical read could say that other characters were toned down so that he would stand out, but reading excerpts from the other actors, that doesn't seem to be the case. Someya's actor, Shunaguri's account, reads like he was given freedom to bring his own interpretation of the character to the booth. And Miyasako's experience with comedy was worked into Nagamo, much as it was with Kanda. Oh yeah, these two are played by the same guy. Odd contrast. So Hirose is sneaking in and out of hospital. He's living the high life, collecting money off an insurance scam.
車で事故ったっつって保険金もらって入院してんの。
Ah, Haruka was in one of those. Anyway, despite seeming a little kooky, the old guy gets a read on Kiryu pretty quick.
Kiryu Kazuma です。お初にお目にかかります。
まあうちもヤクザだけど、よくやってるところだから。東京の極道から見たらあれだろうけど。
いえ、俺は仇で。
あれ？あ、そう。いや、俺はてっきりなあ。
Yeah, I like this old guy. Back downstairs, Takeshira rushes in with bad news. Matsunaga, annoyed by word getting around town that they got their ass beat, struck one of his bar's customers for cracking jokes about it, and now he's on the receiving end of a beatdown. Nagamo refuses to help, instead shoving Kiryu in their faces, and unimpressed, they run off to save their mate. This leads to one of my favourite Dragon Engine moments.
それより兄貴、わしはこの組の頭ですから。兄貴、どちらへ？
It's a small gag, but a really nice use of new tech. Kiryu heads to Moreno, a small cabaret manned by Matsunaga. It turns out he decked a dock worker, better known as a dock worker, and you do not lamp longshoremen in this town. Those guys are protected by the clan, so you may not touch. Kiryu doesn't care. The workies are clocked off for the night, Nagamo swings around to keep trying to sell them on Kiryu, and the Hirose boys are not buying.
それを組の頭にコロコロ態度変えられちゃわしらついていけんでしょうが。
Kiryu makes his exit, returning to Kiyomi and explaining what happened.
広瀬一家の組員に
Spectacularly poorly, it seems. But hey, now we can ask them about Haruka. So the next morning, after a reserved welcome from Yuta, Takeshira, and Matsunaga, Kiryu's able to get to business. Taking a look at the mother, the Hirose boys are taken aback. They clearly recognize her and make a shoddy attempt of trying to hide it from Kiryu.
頭、俺にも。
いや、思っとったよりえらい若いけ、面食らってしもたわい。まだ女子高生くらいじゃろ？の、そうじゃろ？
本当に。
ほいじゃが、わしら見たことないですわ。
Yuta pulls out quicker than he ever has in his life, and Kiryu decides to check in with the old man. Fucking hell, Senile Snake, I know you're getting on in years, but climbing the stairs is not a military operation. Not yet, anyway. Not much gets done up there, but Haruto seems pretty comfortable with the old guy, so we can file that away under more foreshadowing. 6 doesn't really drop the ball on layering in tons of little hints. Outside, Kiyomi comes running, warning us the Masazoe are on the hunt, so we're smuggled up to the shrine to wait them out. Up there, Kiryu talks about how he knows the Hirose are holding out on him, but he's gonna wait for them to talk.
それでも俺は不思議と悪い気がしねえし、無理に聞き出そうとも思わねえ。あいつらが嫌いじゃない。
Figuring the Masazoe have probably let it go in the few minutes he's been up here, I mean, stairs are pretty scary now, Kiryu decides to swing back by Moreno. Over there, Kiryu fails to make friends with Matsunaga.
じゃけど、あんまり慣れ慣れしゅされんのは迷惑ですけ。
But the situation is looking up. He talks about the model ship he's building, the Yamato, the largest battleship ever built, and it was built right here in Hiroshima. He goes on to say that if you're from Onomichi, you're gonna love all kinds of ships. Oh, speaking of, Yuta comes inside with an ejaculation. The Yomain family are out in force in front of the office. He quickly resigns himself to the fact that he's losing a finger for throwing hands with customers last night. Kiryu tries to step in and take responsibility, so Yuta and Takeshira are left on babysitting duty while Matsu heads off to face the music. I feel bad for these two. They try and defuse Kiryu, who has resolved to head over and plead Matsunaga's case.
これ以上余計なことに首突っ込まないでくださいよ、桐生さん。やっぱりあんたは兄貴とは呼べねえよ。俺らは南雲の頭とは違う。
おめえらの言いたいことはわかる。だが、そこをどけ。
If there's anything to love about this game, it's how utterly above everyone else Kiryu is in it. There's not even the pretense they could halt him. He plows through the two with no trouble, and a wounded Takeshira begs to know why Kiryu is sticking his neck out for a guy he just met. Kiryu says he knows they know Haruka, and the better he treats them, the likelier they are to spill.
あんただったら俺らから力ずくで聞き出すことだってできんだろう。
なるほどな。その手には気づかなかった。
I love Kiryu, man. Back at Hirosei HQ, mess up yet another improbably large amount of men, and as a terrified Masazoe backs off, out walks a new guy.
おえやろのマスゾエ。そこまでの器量か、バカだれ。
Say hello to Koshimizu, Yomei Alliance captain and water-flavored Majima. Probably my least favorite character in the game. He is aggressively bland. As characterization goes, he's more milquetoast than burnt bread under an udder. A tedious amalgamation of villainous actions and speeches we've seen executed elsewhere by characters who had a personality to back them up. He knows Kiryu, acts excited that with him around, ooh, this town's getting interesting. Oh yeah, Koshi, but you weren't helping make it so beforehand. The Yomei make their exit, and inside we find Matsunaga beaten and bruised. It turns out that Nagamo was the one to deliver the beating, a quick-thinking effort to spare Matsu a much worse fate from Nagamo's superiors. I love how this shows that Nagamo is clever and caring in his own special way.
そうなる前に松永のためを思って殴ったんじゃ。のう松永。
Back at Navy Apartments, he collects Haruto, who... Oh yeah, to save time, I haven't been mentioning how much he's changed hands. I don't mind Haruto, but he is basically a prop. And when Kiryu mentions he's waiting for the Hirosei boys to come clean, Kiyomi seems guilty. Nagamo stops by later with an apology and an explanation. When Haruka was in town, they knew she was running away from something. She won over the locals pretty quick, and they in turn tried to protect her from her past. They were holding out on Kiryu for her sake. Still, Haruka skipped town about a year back, likely when she got pregnant. Nagamo can't say he knows who the father is, but he knows someone who might.
じゃけど、わしらよりはるかさんのことをよう知っちょる人がおる。
誰だ？
あのキヨちゃんなんじゃ。
Okay, I apologize for that. That was a whole lot of synopsizing. But this early section suffers from a lot of the same runaround the prior Kamurocho bit had, only several times the length. Kiryu's steadily gaining the Hirosei's trust as he beats increasingly improbable quantities of men, as everyone gets increasingly incredulous and impressed. It's cool, but it happens over and over again, and I can only enjoy it so many times. The slow pace has its charms when it comes to lower stakes stuff. The scene setting, the character moments, and slice of life elements are all very nicely done, and for all of my complaints, I do wind up enjoying hanging out with these people, which is vital as one of this game's goals is showing Kiryu finding one last new family where he can belong. But it does struggle with repetition. The characters aren't one note, but it really likes playing up their one comedic trait over and over again. The worst is Nagamo's childish infatuation with Kiyomi, which, while it is salvaged, does great early on. Granted, as I mentioned, this guy was Kanda in a past life, so he has gotten better. Where that slow pace and repetition really wear at the game is in the actual thriller, however. Details are handed out piecemeal for much of the first act, and a lot of time is spent introducing and reintroducing details to new characters, repeating the same basic events over and over again for a morsel more information, which then just gets added to the big list of stuff for Kiryu to repeat to others and get their take on. It's cute when the milk investigation plays out similarly to Kiryu's investigation earlier to cheekily set up the town and give us some game time with a baby, but this starts to drain after we're lapped around for another hour afterwards. Kiryu asking after Haruka and talking about how he's going to ask after Haruka while steadily getting drip-fed details and little ideas about town. It's funny, before Yakuza 4 I was terrified to think how to structure these videos from a multiple character perspective. By 0, I'd found that, while tricky, the quick pace and constant switching meant the game handed me natural topics and breakpoints. That's because RGG had fine-tuned a really nice rhythm to escalation. By jumping characters, you can introduce questions, bring the tension to a boil, and then switch to another perspective to let things simmer and reset the tension to escalate it once more. 6 is still attempting to do this with cliffhangers, but they are far less effective because we just return to exactly where we were. The shorter spans of time with each character and thus their plot meant each scene could introduce a whole new topic and each section a new mechanic. The games got bigger as hardware and aspirations grew, but the multi-character angle allowed a similar frenetic energy to the PS2 titles. I was struggling as to how to format this video, and honestly I feel like that's because RGG was struggling to remember how to format a single character story. It winds up telling a tale which is less nuanced and exciting than 1 and 2, but it takes longer to tell. It's still leaning on tricks they learned writing ensemble stories which don't work here. It's got a very strong thematic focus, but it's nowhere near as stylish or broad in the execution. It is nice to feel as though we're spending some downtime with Kiryu and his new mates, and the slower pace is helping to achieve some of the game's goals, but the approach to the wider plot leaves a lot to be desired. We rejoin Kiryu the next morning, hanging out at Hirosei HQ. He's off to meet Kiyomi later so she can come clean, and this gives us some downtime to actually explore Onomichi. Not just visually distinct, navigating Onomichi is different from past locales. Less gridded and more segmented, it comes across a lot less planned than the more urban centres, as this city has had to build and rebuild around its geography and history, with routes and structures popping out of necessity. This leads to navigation which is a lot more winding and less convenient, but really nice to engage with. It's a lot more vertical a city as befitting its mountainside location, and it's got a far more diverse arrangement of places. Each area of town is distinct. The red light district is claustrophobic and closed off, almost like it's secluding itself from the outside world. But once inside, it's fairly cozy and has a nice sense of community. The market is quiet and much of it shuttered, speaking of a more prosperous time gone by. The residential mountain roads twist into one another, giving it a mazy vibe. Just the fact we're seeing dedicated residences alone marks a pretty big shift, where before we'd have to catch a taxi out of the nightlife hubs to even see a place someone might really live. It's even in this area we see a graveyard, which besides it befitting this game's theme of passing on, shows the area's spiritual side. The shrine is grand and serene. This is helped as the connections to it feel especially improvised, which gives it an isolated quality, somewhere you can really come and just unwind. Going up the hill takes us to an overlook where we can survey the entire district. They set out to make a place which feels different, and they not only nailed it, they captured a town that is thoroughly unique and architecturally diverse, feeling an absolute world away from anywhere we'd seen in the series before. Making sure that Onomichi was mechanically distinct was just as important to RGG as its tone and visuals. At first it was intended to feature the standard attractions like karaoke and game centers, but Yokoyama had a thought. The places that have appeared in the series so far have all been central, busy areas. And of course we show they have a different appeal from Kamurocho, from the scenery, the people, the language, the culture, etc. But frankly, that all falls down when you go to a play spot, and it's exactly the same as it is in Kamurocho. So a decision was made that everything out here also had to have new gameplay. One very neat feature are the poem stones, a real-life fixture of Onomichi which lends the place some culture. On these stones are poems written about the town, all of which Kiryu comments on. Replacing the vending machines are Jizo statues. An odd sentence and odder mechanic, as these provide a sort of literal spiritual experience. You can gift items to these for temporary experience gain buffs to one of your stats, which is pretty negligible given all things. It's completely overshadowed by fortunes. For a measly 100 yen, you can either get stronger, more experience of all types, or more money. These can also last longer than the Jizos, so you get far more bang for your blessing. Perhaps the daftest one to me is the offering box. It's hilarious to clumsily shotgun money into a box with flicks of the stick, and you get a totally random reward for a random length of time. I never much bothered with this thing, but am pretty amused by it. As this shrine is located pretty far from any activity, my blessings would always run out by the time I made it anywhere in town. We all knew the mountain gods have a weird sense of humour. These little additions don't do much mechanically, and could maybe have stood to have been buffed a bit, but I more love the flavour they bring, and to see how they went about gamifying something so much more spiritual. The Onomichi sub-stories are a lot more human, and almost play out in a way opposite to both the ones in Kamurocho and from prior games. Where Zero showed a younger, less worldly Kiryu at the whims of whatever wacky situation he wound up in, muddling through with what wits he had and coming out a little wiser, Kiryu is now old and wise, and on top of whatever oddity comes his way. These sub-stories are attached to the game's overall theme of young and old. While the main plot tends to focus on the misunderstandings between the two, these stories explore a more grounded and upbeat angle. Kiryu is pretty much the ideal older man. He uses his experiences having struggled under manipulative elders in his own time to break the cycle, and a few noses along the way. When a younger person comes to him with a problem they don't know how to navigate, Kiryu hears them out and tries to guide them to their own answers, rather than telling them how they have to act. He draws on his lifetime of experiences, but doesn't presume that how he may handle a situation has to be the right way. That to me is part of his maturity. He offers advice and sticks up for what they want, without forcing himself into the trajectory of their lives. And he's not presented as weak for it. Everyone still defers to him, and he is now in control of pretty much every situation without being controlling. It's usually very sweet, and I say usually. When I say the opposite of Zero, that does tragically involve not being particularly interesting when taken individually. It's easier to entertain the ideas these stories create than get entertainment from them. And the sub-story, The Fools Who Dream, bungles even that. The title alone gives it away. It's about a girl who wants to be an idol and the people gaslighting her. Her boyfriend trying to make himself look horrible so she can dump him and chase stardom unburdened. The executive who deserves execution encouraging this is for our own good. This sub-story should be an open goal, a neat and tidy way to explore Kiryu's feelings post-5. Have him reflect on how he tackled the situation. Lying and trying to push Haruka away not only failed, it hurt them both. It led to here. But Kiryu, hearing they're lying to her, says he shouldn't get involved, which is frankly hilarious given the 365 sub-stories he's gotten involved with over the series up until now, and will keep doing. Perhaps it's because this one is particularly painful, or it's meant to be a moment that makes him look more mature. He's not even all that meaningful to the resolution, dodging any exploration, and absolutely no one involved in this sub-story winds up looking good, with only token acknowledgement of the effects of the former game. So let's now brighten the mood.
チャーミングな八作フェイス、おしゃれな尾道ラーメン帽子、キュートな魚のポシェット、漁師の心意気、クールな長靴、生かしたナウイ、オノトレーナー。そう、俺こそが尾道の象徴、オノミキだ。
Now these sub-stories sing the song of life, a small arc where Kiryu gets roped into portraying the Yurikara Onomichi. Yurikara are a hilariously direct way to express local pride by mashing everything noteworthy about a place into vaguely human form. They are essentially Frankenstein's mascot.
Oh no!
Often derided as amateurish and ugly, though for some that is the appeal, and I think Yakuza 6 knowingly leans in on that tackiness. Whatever landfill the Dynachair corkboard's in is likely jealous. There's only 3 of these sub-stories, but they do each hit a unique note with the character. The first is pretty straightforward. A comedy bit where Kiryu has to take on the role, defend the event from thugs, and take this mascot to strange new places.
今度ガキを泣かせるようなことをしたら命はないと思うんだな。
Then he almost follows Haruka, using Onomichio's fame to help a local business and embarrass himself in front of his as-yet unmet mates. Kiryu then takes on a bit of a superhero side, reprising the role of Onomichio one last time to help a girl get over her fear of having surgery, and it's really sweet.
道夫君は痛いの怖くないの？
俺か？そうだな。俺も痛いのは怖いさ。
え？道夫君でも？あんなに強いのに？
そりゃそうさ。俺もなるべく痛くならないように生きていきたいと思ってる。だが人生の中では痛くても傷ついても我慢して前に進まなきゃいけないこともあるんだ。
Using fame and a perceived character to do good and help others. Structurally, sub-stories in Yakuza 6 are much simpler and closer to older games. as in they're mostly turning up and doing stuff. There are very few linked sub-stories or ones that form a larger narrative. Very few are tied to activities and side stories, and the randomness is totally gone. It makes for a fairly standard lineup, though structurally I would take that over Zero if only for the lack of chance. The downside is that there's very few surprises within them. It's a very safe lot with not a great deal of imaginative shakeups to gameplay, gimmicks, or structure. No murder investigations, slip slides, movie sets, or any new equivalents. No sub-stories which could demonstrate Dragon Engine's new possibilities. Sort of. There is something that sets 6's sub-stories apart. 6's emphasis on prestige means that these sub-stories are fully voice acted. Sounds great. I mean, the sound's on. I don't want to come off curmudgeonly, but I actually prefer text boxes in the case of sub-stories. It means I can take them at my pace and have my own interpretations of the lines. Zero had shown a mastery of comedic timing via text box and limited presentation. So this is a case where more often winds up being less, as the voices constrain the delivery. Onomichi stands out not just by being very charming, but by being one of 2 sub-story chains which I feel actually benefits from being voiced and working within those means. Well, aside from when the kids talk. I also think the heightened production value also leads to a flattening of memorability. In older games, when a sub-story got a cutscene or bespoke assets, it made it stand out. You perked up at something genuinely different and surprising. 6 has a higher general standard of polish, but is so much flatter overall. It's a very middling entry, memorability of Onomichi aside. It has no truly deep lows, but no great highs either. So, Kiryu has aided the young and the younger, but now we have some old faces who need just as much help. Returning characters from Zero who wind up having to confront their past in order to move on. Sins of the Father shows the original leader of Munan Shoheptonast, now in his dotage, saving a friend from the cult he created. While a good deal of it is repeating gags from Zero, it's a surprisingly touching sub-story for taking this joke character and giving him some growth. A lot of the main story presents a lot of old people as stuck in their ways, so it's nice to have one sub-story which goes to show it's never too late for someone to find their humanity and turn things around.
もし神様ってのが本当にいるとしたら、犯した罪とまっすぐ向き合う人間を悪いようにはしねえはずだ。
The other is Pocket Circuit Fighter Returns. Oh, you'll never guess who turns up in this one. Now with a son?
Daddy, この人は誰? Who is this dandyman?
Who marks the first character to ever mistake Kiryu was particularly concerned about his looks. Sakito feels distant from his dad, both because of an overbearing mother and Fighter's own shame about his past. It's sad to see Fighter still ashamed of who he was, browbeaten by time and his wife into hiding the person he was from his son. Sakito wants to connect with him, and Fighter fears if he allows him in, he'll either lose his respect or curse his son to become the loser he believes he was. So Fighter hides himself away, and not letting his son know the truth of his past only leads to strife and confusion.
これがサキトのためなんだ。いくらカズマ君でも息子の将来の邪魔をするなら関わらないでくれよ。
ファイター、お前変わったな。
変わった。そうかもしれないな。でも仕方ないじゃないか。
It's only by letting his son in the end that both of them can grow and move on, happier and healthier. It's a sly way to play out one of the game's core scenarios and explore it from a lower stakes angle, giving it a somewhat unique resolution in the process. Because in the Song of Life, all of us are playing our own unique covers. I like these cameo appearances of past characters. It would be easy to write them off as pandering for people who came in at zero, but I think they were approached a little more thoughtfully than that, given stories which advance who they are and cleanly bring them into Six's themes. Something which does sit with me regarding these sub-stories, however, is the feeling we've been here before. In Yakuza 4, many of Kiryu's sub-stories were focused on wrapping up the arcs of minor characters from entries 1 through 3, so they could advance to the next stage of their lives. Now here we are, 3 games and 6 years later, doing the exact same thing for the next generation of characters, albeit with the same leading man trying in vain to move on himself. The sub-stories themselves are nice, but there's an awkward, pervasive feeling that the game is saying, oh no, trust me, for real this time. But alright, we've seen young, younger, old, and younger again. can Kiryu make friends with anyone his own age? It turns out, he can make a whole bunch.
見た感じあんたスナック初心者だね。
スナックに初心者とかあるかは知らんが、まあこれまであまり入ったことはなかったな。
よっしゃ、これも何かの縁だ。僕も一緒についてってあげるから。さあ行こう。
Kiryu is dragged into Snack New Gaudi where he has to face his biggest challenge yet. Small talk. Okay, so this is my favorite activity in Yakuza 6, even if I feel like I'm betraying Kiyomi. Kiryu's task is to work his way up the pub hierarchy, beginning with the friendlier faces and steadily gaining the trust of the more reticent regulars, who at first take Kiryu for a mere barfly by night. Just the Microsoft Office pyramid graph puts a smile on my face for the seriousness this is portrayed with, but the mode itself is very light and laid back, more like a little point-and-drink adventure. When you enter Snack New Gaudi, you have a set number of actions determined by Kiryu's blood alcohol. You can drink with regulars, do a game of darts, sing karaoke. With each activity, you boost your relationship level with your drinking buddy, though some have special requirements. And eventually this culminates with a conversation, where Kiryu, through interjections and prompts no one seems to respond to, helps them deal with a personal crisis. Turns out shots and shooting the shit solve. This is probably the only text boxing in the game, and it plays like a very easy version of 5 stand-up comedy. It's more or less middle-aged manzai. I love that the top rank is life of the party, because Kiryu sat on the sidelines going, ooh, ah, ah. I guess dragons don't make great party animals, but they grow to love him all the same. Every Barfly's arc ends with a sub-story, and these are really nice. The conversations give each of these sub-stories some proper build-up and anticipation, which helps to make the resulting stories a bit more memorable. Daughters finding boyfriends, keeping up with technology, Gen, anxiety about a school reunion. They're incredibly casual. Plus there's something comforting about knowing middle-aged blokes are basically the same the world over. After the sub-story, 1 or 2 more of the Barflies open up to Kiryu, and the cycle begins again. Lives are lived and livers are liquidated. It escalates very nicely. The back half has slightly heavier sub-stories which tend to share focus between the whole cast of the bar, and by the time I'd gotten to them, I was really invested in this weirdly well-written friend group who just feels tucked off into a little corner of Onomichi. This is one area where I feel Yakuza 6's groundedness actually pays off. It charms me in the same way as the baseball scene. Not to mention, it's the other sub-story chain where I like the presence of voice acting, as the drama is light and the humour is low-key but blokey. It's not laugh out loud, but it got plenty of smiles out of me, so it feels complimented rather than constricted by voice acting. It ends with making friends with the mama, getting her own bittersweet backstory, and then all joining to celebrate how her bar brought them all together, which made for a surprisingly touching close.
Kanpai!
And tragically after that, their fears that Kiryu would come and go were proven right. Overall, a simple game, but as someone who enjoys a drink and a chat, I was very charmed by this diversion. It's an oddly enthralling and relaxing little slice-of-life side story. We've had our drink. Now let's get in the drink. This game's fishing replacement is... well, it's... kinda... insane. Lured in by some amazing fish, Kiryu is treated to a meal by local fisher Isao and fishmonger Amano, and invited along for his next trip. But when we next see Isao 2 seconds later, he's been wounded in the warp accident. Oh, no wait, it turns out the shark has gotten him again. This is bad for Amano. The other fishermen in town are old and hard-headed. They don't trust her with their catch. But luckily, Isao has found one. Kiryu steps up and takes his place. And you know, it's fine. I can't say I'm having a whale of a time, but it's alright. As mentioned, this is the replacement for the fishing minigame, and it is quite the departure. A linear score attack rail shooter. Shoot fish for points and money, don't get hit and lose your oxygen, and you can refill your meter with treasure chests. From shops and other activities, you get rewarded progressively more powerful harpoon guns. There's a lot going on visually, but it ironically lacks the depths and simpler joy of the more relaxed game this is replacing. You do the 3 courses, and you've seen it all. Normal fishing has an addictive gameplay loop. Spearfishing has 3 of the exact same loops over and over again, and it's far easier to get tired of it. Sea fishing paces itself, and its relaxed nature gives it a greater longevity. Spearfishing can be soothing, especially if you have a particular hatred for aquatic life, I suppose. But there's not much more to say about it. It does have a Pokemon Snap quality of trying to find all the distinct species of fish, and each course ends with a boss fight as we essentially take up bounties on seabed beasties, eventually taking revenge for Isao, and defeating the shark terrorizing the bay for a big payday. Like fishing in older games, it's a pretty quick and reliable source of income, and it's decently amusing for an hour or so. But I much prefer the vintage Karma fishing minigame, and it's odd that the old man game has replaced that activity with Kiryu going postal on the Pacific. Back on land, we're approached by Chiba of the Satuchi Warriors. Fucking ace observation, Sherlock Nursing Homes. The scuffle Kiryu was involved with led to a bit of an exodus, and now they can't play. So, by the power of guilt, Kiryu rejoins the team. Elsewhere, Kiryu runs into Joe, getting a beatdown by a couple members of Justice. He saves the kid despite his protests. Back at the diner, Joe reveals that he was a member of Justice, formed to bring justice to the streets of Kamurocho, but he fled when it became just another street gang and is now working to take them down. Kiryu, now in Justice's sights, forms the Kiryu clan to fight back. I'm cramming these 2 games together because despite appearances, they are incredibly similar. Baseball or beatdowns, Kiryu can manage. Because that's more or less all he does. These are the equivalents of Yakuza 0's businesses and 5 side stories, and I can't claim to be much fond of either. They are far less engaging, paring down a fair bit of what I enjoyed in those prior games without bringing anything new to the plate. Yakuza Yakubucho 2016 is, Baseball Manager, and it's not a diamond. Put your players in the correct slots, start the match, and hope. It's fun to watch for a bit, and if you're a baseball fan and like statistics, you'll probably get more out of it than I do. You do occasionally get to bat. The rarity of this happening and the boost a successful at-bat has on the team does go some way to giving these a nice sense of tension. Whether or not they are, these feel like make-or-break moments in a match, which is great. The fact you get just one chance turns them into real white-knuckle affairs and makes me want to hit the batting center, and the enemy team, so these opportunities don't go to waste. Plus, seeing Kiryu with these generic animations is insanely uncanny, so I appreciate that. The baseball interface has seen a slight rework that I quite like. It's more like a little batting puzzle where you can see all the pitches an opponent is capable of, and by reading the signs, predict and outplay them. It's pretty rewarding, like you're a step ahead of the... Hang on, didn't Shinada get done for this? Well, whatever. It's a fun change-up. The baseball up until now has always been a reflex test. This is a genuinely brilliant little switch-up, which lets you supplement your reaction time with reads and prediction. I also suppose this means that Yakuza 6 actually has the biggest playable roster of any Yakuza game. Who knew? Game ends, players level up and get better stats, and there are bonus matches with objectives, which are all infuriatingly luck-based. Clan Creator is arguably even less involved. Calling it real-time strategy isn't a descriptor but an overstatement. You have command points which generate with time and kills. These are spent to deploy units, all in the hope of overwhelming the foe before everyone has to go and take a nap, tired from the tedium of it all. There is startlingly little to it, and I rarely feel like my decisions during play make much difference in the outcome. Even hero units with unique abilities don't give me much of a sense of involvement. The stories also don't do much to inspire. The baseball ballad begins with a bit of promise. Chiba has us pull a promising local player who suffered a Shinada-style setback back on deck. But after that, the story more or less walks. It goes as follows. The Satuchi Warriors are seen as pathetic by another team. We win in a total upset, then another team turns up, sees the Satuchi Warriors as pathetic, and so on and so forth base. The other teams have little personality and much less time to get them across. If they ran through plates half as fast as the game did through their gimmicks, they would be unstoppable. I think the series used up all of its baseball energy back in 5, and it balks at trying to find anything new. There's no sense of passion or love for the sport or these regional leagues. Whenever I hear people mention this activity, it's always brought up to lament that Shinada is nowhere to be seen. I don't like just bringing characters back for the sake of fan service, especially since Shinada had a perfect one-and-done story, but having replayed it, maybe they should have, if only for a reminder to itself how much someone can love baseball. People wouldn't be yearning for something that wasn't here if there was something there. Meanwhile, Clan Creator features yet another XY story, X being a number of, and Y being a noun, who we then cross off a list and wonder why we're bothering. In this particular take on it, the Kiryu clan faces off against the 6 lunatics under the banner of justice. They have more personality than the baseball bastards, but that's because these nouns have some renown. We're facing off against a stable of unstable wrestlers out of New Japan Pro Wrestling, portraying former friends of Joe turned evil. As we fight our way through justice, they defect to our cause, strengthening our side and restoring old bonds, while adding yet another running gag to the roster, many of which I found kind of fun. But none of them hold a candle to the biggest knee slapper of either story, which comes in on the baseball team's ultimate challenge. This scene is very important, as it amusingly fails to understand the games it's a part of. After the Warriors defeat the Legends, we're confronted by Kanamizawa, a big-shot businessman who runs the Kanamizawa Gorgeous and has used his wealth to fill his team with professional athletes from the world over. If we don't defeat his team, he's going to buy our lot and turn it into the Gorgeous' personal training grounds. A move which disgusts even our former enemies, who offer to team up with the Warriors to put a stop to this. This scene harbours a genuinely good idea. Us protecting a place with sentimental value against a soulless business prick feels pretty in line with the differences between Kamurocho and Onomichi. But that's not why this is funny.
確かにこの3チーム合同のチームなら勝てるかもですよ。どうします？
気持ちはありがたい。だが、悪いがそれは断る。
Kiryu rejects our former foe's help, making a big deal about how if we just cherry-picked our best players, we would be no better than the Gorgeous. It was the strength of our bonds which took us this far. Everyone present is stirred by Kiryu's words, and I'm a little stirred up. Because that's exactly what we've been doing all along. This is more of a bench-warming moment than a heart-warming one, and that's because Barry Bonds has more relevance to my victories than our bonds. Like Zero, these side stories are fed into by scouting members around town and having sub-story characters return to repay Kiryu's kindness. Unlike Zero, these characters determine victory and are as far as the town integration travels. The actual proceedings and player input of these games is secondarily important to your units and their arrangement before hitting start. They're both about putting your pieces in place for the best stats you can muster. Success is determined less by skill or knowing the systems, but by putting in prior legwork. And I can't say that's inherently bad. There is a certain satisfaction in arranging the perfect team, then sitting back and watch them take victory. But I much preferred the more intricate, player-driven systems of Zero, where these powerful characters still required meaningful input. And I especially preferred the varied gameplay change-ups of 5. This feels like 2 very similar, very simple minigames, which just so happen to have a very different veneer. When viewed with this in mind, Clan Creator actually starts coming out on top of baseball, as I did have to adjust my lineups once or twice on some levels so I could pump out the correct units to apply pressure faster. Meanwhile in baseball, I could field the best team possible and still lose just because things didn't go in my favour. The baseball minigame ends with them celebrating Kiryu's victory. There really isn't much more to it than that. Clan Creator at least does manage some intrigue. The reasons why Justice turned aren't as simple as they first appear. Each of the wrestlers gets appropriately silly motivations and reveals, putting on a bit of a show. Okada, the head of the group, seemingly gave up on Justice and started recruiting purely for power, but it turns out all of this was a ploy. Okada hoped Joe would turn on him and topple the gang, all in a bid to draw out the man who hurt him and his girlfriend. He was never a heel, and their relationship is healed. It does tie into the game's themes in appropriately flamboyant fashion. The bad guys are corrupting the city's youth and it's up to Kiryu and gang to save the day.
お前ら二人を見ていると、なぜか昔の自分を思い出す。
え？本当ですか？
今はお前らと一緒に戦えてよかったと心から思ってる。ダチの大切さ、自分の中の正義、青くせえもんばかりだが。 どれも大事な宝だ。俺が年を食って忘れかけちまってたもんを思い出させてくれたのはお前らだ。感謝する。
桐生さん、
この戦いが終わってもそういうもんを忘れるんじゃねえぜ。忘れた途端男ってもんは老けちまうもんだからな。
It's quite shallow, but that isn't a bad thing in and of itself. One last simple romp where Kiryu gets to be more of a stock hero facing a less complicated and more over-the-top bad guy gang. Compared to the main story, the stakes are lower, relationships simpler, and morals far less ambiguous. We've seen this done before and arguably better, but it does help even out 6's much moodier narrative, even if I'd argue it doesn't really bulk it up. And after the last two games, it is downright limp in comparison. It lacks 5's unique gameplay rhythms and story relevancy, and 0's rugged and surprising interconnectedness of systems. Doing all this without anything new or unique to call its own, beyond an utterly flaccid sense of scale and focus on management mechanics to reflect Kiryu's seniority. Not terrible, but tedious. And that brings the Onomichi side content to a bit of a meandering end. As the shorter length of my playtime and probably not this video goes to show, this is a smaller game. The result of an engine change, redone assets, and the decision to fully voice act everything, constricting how much they could do with the time and budget available. I don't mind a shorter, more focused title, and 6 sort of fits that bill. The problem is that it's dull. The sub-stories are generally okay, excellent at exploring the core themes from new angles, which I always appreciate, but they lack for imagination and impact, hindered rather than helped by voice acting as they lack the punch they develop with text boxes. Voice acting isn't an objective upgrade. It's something that requires a new approach, one which 6 only rarely realizes. It's an odd day when the text boxing minigame is my favourite of the bunch, but that isn't just because it's the best of a middling lineup or absence making the heart grow fonder. There is novelty in just how easygoing the bar chats are. It's the first time we see Kiryu form a group of friends not out of any shared struggle, and that's such an interesting thing to put in what's meant to be his last game, letting us see one last whole new side of him that we never got to before. But much of the game lacks this freshness. Or in the case where it does have this freshness, it's come at a cost, a trade-off of longevity or complexity which doesn't go in 6's favour. Many prior games are absent. Casino and Asian gambling games are gone, though I suppose Hostess is now a card game. It's a more active affair about chaining topic cards. And like many other things, it presents Kiryu as more senior and in control of a situation than ever before. And replacing locker keys are stray cats, where Kiryu has to collect cats for the Nyan Nyan Cat Cafe. I hope you got a kick out of me saying that, because I want to kick myself for saying it. Again, a rather dull affair. Roam about the two hubs hoping the little buggers even spawn, then feed them enough times for them to submit. While I did fix these problems, I struggled for ages because both a hostess date and the final cat refused to spawn for a long while. And there's a pretty crass joke in that I'm going to leave for the audience to suss out. Let's end this section on one last comparison between Kamurocho and Onomichi. A majority of 6's content is in its new seaside town, and it reinforces a lot of what we've already touched on. While Kamurocho is steadily erasing its past and the people who made it, Onomichi proudly displays its history, still venerating long-gone poets who were once charmed by its features. A charm that feels present even in this modern, virtual approximation. It invites you to learn about and engage with traditions that go back further than much of the series has touched on. Kiryu makes few meaningful connections in Kamurocho. His relationships over there are defined by technology or service. They're often fleeting or transactional. Onomichi puts human connection front and center. Kiryu makes lasting friendships. The sub-stories feel less defined by the times and more about meaningful moments in people's lives that can happen at any time. Onomichi shows a place where a person like Kiryu still has value which will be appreciated rather than challenged, where a shopkeeper is also a guy you see at the pub. There are times I really am surprised by how much I just wound up loving Onomichi. Yakuza 6 is impressive. Its disparate elements are united in bolstering its core narrative themes of intergenerational conflict, passing the torch, changing times, new and old. And each have strong thematic weight behind them. It's all fantastic in the abstract, but much less so in the experience. So, let's finally talk to Kiyomi. Kiryu catches the ropeway up to meet her. As he looks over the town where Haruka spent these last few years, he reflects on the time they had. Up at the observation deck, Kiyomi awaits.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry for drinking at the better bar. She goes on to explain that she did know Haruka. 3 years earlier, Kiyomi had found her at the end of her rope. Kiyomi reached out and wound up taking her on at the bar, and over the months she began to smile more and more.
でも、あの日だけは違った。
One day she came in, clearly fighting back tears. The two mused that must have been when she discovered her pregnancy. The next day, Haruka left town for good. Kiyomi doesn't know who the father is, but she has an idea. Unfortunately, we're interrupted by Someya. Kiyomi immediately shrinks into herself. Turns out Someya's here to swear an oath with Koshimizu. The difference in ranks may seem odd between Hiroshima's number 2 man, I mean I agree, he is kinda shit, and a mere family patriarch, but Someya's being groomed to lead the Tojo, a fact he presents while trying to get a rise out of Kiryu, tauntingly taking it that he doesn't approve, inviting him to rejoin the clan and swear up in his place. After all, it must be fate they're meeting again like this.
こんなとこでばったり会うってのもそうですが、あんたが一緒に連れているのは俺の前の女だ。
Turns out these two used to be together, and judging by Kiyomi's reaction to seeing the git, it wasn't an amicable split. Sensing that things are getting awkward, Someya beats a hasty retreat, and Kiryu decides to let Kiyomi recover. Back at the Hirose office, Nagamo is taking the news of Kiyomi's old flame well. Definitely not burned by the news. Luckily, Ino comes in with a distraction. Someya's goons grab Kiyomi and have taken her up to the hotel. Nagamo's rage turns to focus as he's about to charge off.
待てナグモ、どこに行くつもりだ。
決まっとる。キヨちゃん、助けに行くんじゃ。
The rest of the boys ready to follow. Kiryu warns that going after Someya will have serious repercussions with the family, but Nagamo doesn't care. He's ready to cut ties if he has to. And Kiryu's impressed.
まったく。呆れるくらいバカな奴らだな。
This moment is a lovely parallel with Zero. This is pretty close to a situation Kiryu found himself in, wanting to do the right thing but constrained by the rules. Kiryu is now in the position that Kashiwagi was back then, but he doesn't wag his finger. He's charmed by the sense of justice he once pursued and decides he's going to help. And then in walks Pops, and he's all for the Hype Hotel raid too. And he has just the thing.
これ覆面?
Man, I love the Yakuza series. It's the only franchise I can name where a group of hardened criminals are baffled by balaclavas. Turns out it's not Mac, but Mask's bringing a revelation this time.
なんで小鼻も持ってるの?
昔はこれかぶってムカつくやつを殴ってたもんだ。本家のやつとかバンバンな。全然バレなかったよ。
They sit down and spend a few hours putting together a plan. They're gonna run in there and punch everyone, sans Kiyomi-san. This brings us to our first long battle, and 6 expands on these set pieces greatly, making them longer and battlier than ever. That's the first thing to notice, the focus on sheer scale. Kiryu's often fighting alongside a posse against hordes of foes. The prominence of Kiryu's allies in what has been up till now a mostly solo part of the game grounds them more strongly in the story and changes up the combat as best it can. While undeniably thrilling here and there, the issue is that this extra scale and length compounds on how repetitive Yakuza 6's combat is. It is the gameplay at its best and worst as you chip your way through massive crowds, the spectacle of the skirmish steadily giving way to saniness. This isn't helped by the bigger battles often taking place on large flat plains to accommodate this many combatants, which limits how dynamic this combat can be and removes all of the work done to make the environment more of a factor in gameplay. It's a shame because while I don't hate the fighting, when it wants me to take it seriously, I just can't. I mostly talked about how it made me feel back in Kamurocho, but on a raw mechanical level it's just nowhere as engaging, and often feels haphazard, unreliable, and unfair. I tried, but I finally outright broke my no healing rule, because I implemented that to test the difficulty of a combat system I respected. This I don't. And hey, the game has my back on this. Now that phones are fully mobile, we got our item box on the go. We can carry so much more stuff. Last time I tried to jam a sandwich in my Samsung, I just voided the warranty, but Kiryu can make it work. As we make it upstairs, we begin to raid the rooms. Another nice change to long battles is that they feel a lot more like little cinematic sequences, with the situation evolving as it goes on, mostly by way of adding and subtracting allies or incorporating mini-objectives to better tie story into gameplay. This reminds me of a sequence in 3 where we chased Kanda through a hotel. That was cutscenes. Now in 6, we seamlessly investigate. And this goes on for a couple of floors, which brings me to its biggest change-up. Each long battle in this game is incredibly distinct in between the oversized brawls, with their own locations, rhythms, and gimmicks. And when it has a gimmick, it tends to happen more than once. The fact that's noteworthy is quite telling. Quite a few long battles throughout the series were really stretching to be called long. 6 absolutely earns that moniker and puts the Dragon Engine through its paces, exploring all its new possibilities as it goes, expanding them massively, and doing more to make them an extension of the story. But, just like the Hirose boys' plan, it won't always go off without a hitch. Masazoe comes in, and the man is steamed. Seeing that the jig is up, Kiryu throws in the towel. And so does Someya.
確実に勝てる時だけ戦ってのし上がってきた男なんですよ。
ただ単に臆病なだけにも聞こえるがな。てめえ!
Cornering Someya in his hotel room, we learn that he lacks spine in more ways than one. A big deal is made of Someya's lack of tattoo. When Kiryu notes that he's yet to get any ink done, Someya's quick to lecture the old man.
今時墨なんか入れてちゃ仕事になりませんよ。
He says tattoos represent an older, more brutish Yakuza, and that they've moved on. Kiryu tries to tell him that ink doesn't represent violence, but an ideal, which Someya rejects.
夢だな。
Going on to say that if tattoos are going to hurt the bottom line, you get rid of them. And Kiryu says that if money has become more important than the dream, the Yakuza is finished. Someya further tries to frustrate Kiryu by lying about Kiyomi's situation. Kiryu tells him to cut the crap, and the two face off. I really do like this little exchange for how it hints at the true nature of these two characters. Kiryu, for all of his trying to clean himself of the Yakuza, can't quite let go of what it means to him. Someya, meanwhile, acts the ruthless pragmatist. But what would someone like that get out of toying with Kiryu? Not to mention, he squares up respectfully for a fight with the old dragon. Joking about it, sure, you could call it further taunting, showing he's not really putting his back into this fight, but given what we learn later on, it's a clear hint that underneath his cockiness, Someya has more respect for Kiryu than he lets on. Also, while I dislike a lot of the face acting in this game, Someya wistfully looking down as he says "stop dreaming" is a subtle nod to his true feelings. There's a wonderful little hint of lament in that gesture, like he's telling himself as much as Kiryu. I really like that moment. There's also a fun parallel between these two. Kiryu arrived in disguise but bears a part of himself. Someya was bare-ass naked but is disguising his true intentions. His lack of tattoo doesn't have to mean he believes in nothing, just that he's cloaking what's meaningful to him. And hey, you've heard of the Slav Squat. Well, check out Someya's rendition. He doesn't believe in a center of gravity either. After the battle, Kiryu's welcomed into a perfectly pleasant little dinner by Koshimizu, and despite his loss, Someya doesn't seem all that beaten up. It turns out Kiyomi was just bait to bring us here, to a table presided over by the amiable and ancient Heizo Iwami, head of Iwami Shipbuilding. But there's more to him than that.
4代目岩見会長は岩見造船をはじめとする岩見グループの長老ですが、もう一つ別のお名前がありましてね。クルスタケル。
クルス。
He's also the infamous chairman of the Yomei Alliance, Takeru Kurusu. It turns out Iwami Shipbuilding, the bedrock business of this town, is but a front for the Yakuza. And he's joined by his son. The The little 40-year-old twerp calls for punishment, but clearly he's not in the loop. This is meant to be a nice occasion, and besides, we were invited. Takeru moves them out to sea.
いい眺めでしょう。私はこの海から見た尾道の眺めが一番好きだ。
There he asks Kiryu to witness the pact between Someya and Koshimizu, explaining that the Yomei has always remained neutral. A deal like this would massively upset the balance between Tojo and Omi, and the Sotenbori Syndicate will no doubt respond violently to this deal. But if the Dragon of Dojima himself puts his stamp on it, the Omi would have to accept. Well, that would be a massive boon to the Tojo.
断る。
And a bigger betrayal to Daigo. This is where the up till now quiet Suneo steps in, trying to push Kiryu by threatening to go to the Omi with a similar deal. Kiryu says he doesn't care. He has no loyalty to the Tojo. This is all a very solid moment of foreshadowing. Suneo not only reveals he's involved, he tries to call Kiryu out on his apparent hypocrisy because he fails to understand how Kiryu's loyalty works. Meanwhile, Heizo is very quick to cut his son off. This goes along with Suneo being the only one seeming to not know Kiryu would be turning up here. It's clear there are power plays going on above Kiryu's head. Either way, the deal is sank, and the mood has gone with it.
覆面どうだった？バレなかったろ？
それが南雲の頭が途中で熱いて脱いでしもって。
俺が覆面の使い方を教えてやる。
While the boys are goofing off, Kiryu and Kiyomi pick up their earlier conversation, and Kiyomi has an idea who the father might be. Oh hey, look who's dropping his mask. Kiyomi goes on to say that she believes it's former Hirose Gun and Yuta's childhood friend, Tatsukawa, who shortly before Haruka's disappearance was heard over the phone telling someone to get rid of a baby, before packing his bags and hightailing it for Tokyo. Yuta's pissed, and his sad state isn't helped by Takashira being the one to know he became a host. Kiryu has a hard time believing it.
こんな奴とはるかが。
So do I. It turns out, we're going fishing back in Kamurocho. Oh, but before we leave, Someya comes over to apologize to Kiyomi, leading to the reveal that they had a daughter together.
あ、ねえ、あの子は元気なの？
元気だよ。ますますお前に似てきた。会いたきゃいつでも帰ってこい。
Which leads the already bitter Nagumo into a complete melty. After Someya leaves, Kiyomi apologizes for holding out on Kiryu, though he feels indebted to all of them for looking after Haruka, and it's about time he reveals her circumstances to the group.
カムロ町で事故にあった。ひき逃げした犯人は今も捕まってない。
え？
Yuta begs to come along to take out his anger on Tatsukawa, and Nagumo invites himself along as captain.
頭がなんでじゃ？
このままここにいんのが辛いんだろう。多分な。
Kiryu even says Tokyo could be good for him to take his mind off of things, and Nagumo looks like his balls have been set on fire. Now that's face acting. Back in Kamurocho with country bumpkins in tow, we set a course for Stardust. There's just one problem. Yuta needs to take a shit. He rushes to the host club but gets violently ejected. The place is under new management and we're in the dark.
店の前でうろちょろしてんじゃねえぞ。
But then who walks past but Yuya? Kiryu somehow doesn't recognize him until he takes off his glasses like he's fucking Superman. With Yuta still needing the toilet, we're taken to Kanrai for a plot dump. Yuya knows our guy, but not if he's still at the club. Entertainment's been in a slump thanks to the War of the Triad, which a Korean syndicate has taken advantage of, buying up many of the clubs, and Stardust wasn't spared. And this isn't just any Korean syndicate.
しかもその時は知らなかったんですけど、その韓国人たちの裏の顔は人言派でした。
何？
Kiryu and Yuya then share a moment. Yuya saying that the moment Kazuki has the joint back, he'll return to take his rightful place. And this goes nowhere. The new proprietor of Stardust walks in.
Joon-Giと申しまして。
He leaves a pretty immediate impression. Taking offense on Kiryu's behalf, he cockily extends an invitation to Stardust and takes his leave, with Yuya giving us a warning as to his possible intentions, pointing to rumours that the Jingwon are sneakily aggravating the ongoing gang war. And this too goes nowhere. Man, what is Yuya's deal these last few games? It really feels like since Yakuza 4, they keep forgetting they've wrapped his arc up, and with each new entry mistakenly give him a new conclusion, even though he's already gone through it. It's especially amusing this time around because this plot thread gets totally dropped, so they didn't even get round to it this time. On the way back across town, the gang is ambushed by Jingwon goons. There's little showing off of the Dragon Engine, and Nagamo stays behind to work out some of his issues. So Kiryu and Yuta arrive to confront the flashy Joon-Gi Han, who immediately goes on a charm offensive, apologizing for his underlings' actions. Han claims not to share his subordinates' opinion of Kiryu, believing that their grudge only serves to inhibit the clan's growth.
私に言わせれば、昔朝鮮に攻め込んできた秀吉もあなたも大して印象は変わりません。堂島の竜が恩敵だったのは過去の話。私に限ってはもうあなたのことは水に流しています。
The club looks empty, but that's because the action has moved to the back. A crazed den of iniquity, the place is stripped of all pretense and clothes. Han claims that men go to hostess bars wanting more.
だが、そこには高い壁が用意されている。
A substory? Either way, he's just offering what people truly want. And then, an arena descends from the ceiling.
あなた方には我々の余興にお付き合いいただきたいのです。
Oh, so you're our new Kage. Han will give us information on Tatsukawa if we face him in a blood match. Kiryu refuses, however. He finds the idea of being a spectacle for these people revolting. Yuta, however, he has something to prove. And despite being allowed several haymakers, it turns out the poor kid was nothing more than dragon bait.
なかなかいいよ、ユウタ君。これで君も桐生の兄貴に顔が立つでしょ。
And Kiryu winds up having to step in. It's as these two circle each other that Han reveals a little more of himself.
堂島の竜をひざまずかせることで私は人軍派に過去の遺恨を忘れさせることができます。
Han is a great boss. Well, he's a terrible boss, but he's a great boss fight. Befitting his bluster, he's a dodge-heavy fighter with deceptive grabs and jabs and heavy uses of feints. Quick on his feet and showy. Though in his second phase he gets more outright aggressive. It's a great expression of character. This bout begins as a show for him. He believes he's going to take out the Dragon of Dojima, and he wants it to be so impressive that his legacy is sealed. Then it dawns on him that his goal is getting away. This is real, and he's losing. So he drops his flashiness, and his underlying desperation to win is revealed. This wasn't just meant to be a show, but a show of power. Despite how flashy and fake it looked, this moment was everything to Han. His boss track, Fury of Beauty, also sets him apart from the more rock or orchestral-oriented character themes. It's loud, mesmerizing, fast-paced, and thoroughly artificial. Though it occasionally breaks for slow, moodier interludes, because maybe there is something sinister and plotting beneath this flashy surface. Han is defeated and the crowd is furious, so he puts on a big show of deference to placate them, trying to claw some dignity back in incredibly transparent fashion.
男として美しくありたいだけです。それを貫く姿こそが私にとっての戦いであり勝利であると固く信じています。
I'm gonna be real, mate. What you just said was more embarrassing than getting your ass kicked in front of everyone right now. Just felt you should know that. Though, upstairs, Han does give us what we want. Tatsukawa quit being a host and became an informant in Little Asia. It sounds sketchy, but Yuta can attest that Tatsu does know Chinese, enough to have taught him how to speak it. Kiryu, having gotten what he wants, makes his exit, just as Han's facade finally cracks. Of all the factions in Yakuza 6, the Jingwon contribute the least to the plot, often feeling like they were brought in to give Kiryu a returning foe for some drama, and make this meant-to-be final story feel more final. Their takeover of Stardust is underdeveloped and exists just to further estrange Kiryu from Kamurocho, but without nearly as much follow-through. But them being so shallow and having the least going on does make them quite useful for our purposes, as they most bluntly embody one of Yakuza 6's big themes, the death of ideals. We've seen some examples of this already. Kamurocho is gentrified, losing its spirit. The Yakuza has been overrun by money men with no regard for the old ways, Someya's refusing to get inked up and dismissing that a tattoo can mean anything, reflecting growing anti-Yakuza sentiment in the real world by having them be much less romantic. This is an age of ruthless pragmatism, devoid of meaning or substance. Joon-Gi, Han, and Stardust are this idea at its most blatant. As captain of a new generation of Jingwan, he does not care for a grudge that predates him, and wants desperately for the clan to modernize. The irony being, he still inherits their need for revenge, but for entirely selfish reasons. He's weighed down by a past he couldn't care less about. His first on-screen action of harming a fellow member of the faction is unthinkable for an old-style Jingwan. What Han did to Stardust robbed the place of its romance or prestige. He says he prefers the upstairs, but that's just the front. One thing that sticks out to me about this entry is in how it far more often references real-world issues and specific events, often using them as grounding for plot points. For example, in prior games, the issues orphans faced were often tackled emotionally. Feelings of loss and alienation. Real problems, but often ones that are dealt with emotionally, internally. The larger real-world systemic issues were kept abstract. Yakuza 6 immediately breaks out the CPS, and all Date can do is get Kiryu off the hook. Han referenced Japanese warlords raiding Korea. Later on, China's one-child policy and World War II are going to be used as real-world examples to illustrate themes and motivate plot. Yakuza 5 was about dreams. Yakuza 6 presents a harsher reality. Issues that can't be easily resolved with rousing speeches and flying fists. 5 had an airy, dreamlike quality, and explored who people were on the inside. 6 is a bit of a wake-up call. One last thing I want to bring up with Han Joon-Gi is how 2 of the 3 times I played this game I got him backwards. Reading interviews with Yokoyama, he has a lot of intent with the new characters which really struggles to come through unless you know what to look for. Han is meant to be a pretentious, affected tryhard, working too hard to be cool. This may sound daft, but I didn't pick up on that. I thought he was meant to come over as straightforwardly narcissistic and cocky, that the way he acted was his genuine self, not an affectation, an imitation of what he thinks a cool guy is. Obviously, with all media, people bring their own expectations and experiences when breaking down characters, so my reading of Han likely says just as much about me as it does the game, but I find it interesting that without being told he's affecting this larger-than-life persona, it was lost on me. The funny thing is, it doesn't really change anything about how you perceive him either way in the end. Anyway, with Tatsukawa's address, we make our way over. Nagamo managed to beat everyone off, then get beaten off, so he's all better now. And inside we find that our red herring has become a dead herring.
なんじゃと？マジかよ。なんでこんな。
Kiryu gets interrogated by the police while Yuta and Nagamo interrogate their feelings. Yuta's method is cheaper, but Nagamo's is more effective.
1本5万はする酒だ。
Yeah, it takes your mind off the loss when you're grieving an empty bank account instead.
達川なんぞのために50万も。
With the Saio having killed Tatsukawa, the crew turn their attention to figuring out why. Akiyama is once again dragged out of hiding to assist, and he's crewed up with Morota, who explains that Kiryu's return has thrown the Tojo top brass into a panic as they believe he's here to avenge Daigo. Sagai in particular wanted very much to avoid Kiryu at all costs. The man is rumoured to have been in bed with the Saio, and what started as a fake war with mutually beneficial goals for the two groups has turned into a very real conflict. Apparently many of the Tojo's lower rungs believe these rumours, but with Someya and Sagai on top, no one can really act on this belief. Not to mention with the Jingwan buying up everything in town and stoking the fires, Akiyama muses that reopening in this climate is a pie-in-the-sky finance dream.
こんな時にもし希望があるとすれば堂島の竜が今またこの町にいるってことです。
Very little of this actually means anything to Kiryu. Akiyama was hoping to stir up any emotion for the state of the city and comes up empty. That's his drum to bang and it's a solo act.
今のはこっちの都合でしたね。
Still, he's down for helping Kiryu infiltrate Little Asia and crack some heads, and the man has a way in. The gang meet up and once again masks are disseminated, so the dipshit of Dojima dons his disguise. Yeah, no one's gonna fucking clock you, mate. What follows is an amazing sequence. A stealth sequence, as Kiryu and Akiyama scout ahead to make a path for Nags and Yuta. Besides just the insanity of anyone believing this is a disguise, the fact Kiryu has no bespoke animations for this section make it impossible to take seriously. It's trying to do something novel with the long battle format, but I just have to throw the book at Yakuza 6. I've mentioned it before with Substories, but let's drill into this game's production paradox. The first Yakuza was, for its time, a rather expensive production at $21 million. After that, it became more and more of a series which, through clever use of its assets and knowing where to spend its money, got a lot out of a fairly modest budget for games of its size. Yakuza 0 had a budget of $30 million, which in big game development terms of its time is fairly meager. Yakuza developed a reputation for being a bit of a budget series. It was graphically behind other titles, and its gameplay was occasionally seen as dated, a term which I really hate, but fine. Besides ending Kiryu's story, 6 had an equally difficult task of bringing Yakuza up to modern standards. How fitting for the themes. Though the strain was immediately felt. It now took many times more work to produce the same amount of content, and I'd argue the content itself has also suffered. Good money has been thrown after bad presentation. The realistic graphics and physics wind up making the many imperfections and unrealities stand out more. Much like Substories, this does also impact the main path. There are no scenes with characters standing around text boxing. Well, there are, but now thanks to full voice acting, you're here until someone's bell is rung. I've brought this up before, but the differing presentation of scenes often felt like emphasis. The big key moments got fully animated sequences which grabbed attention. On the opposite end, incidental and expository dialogues were given text boxes and simple canned animations which actually worked in their favour, as a player could go through these at their own pace, either digesting the full amount of information or speeding through to get back to the action. Full voice acting doesn't enhance these moments. It makes their stiffness more obviously unnatural, more pronounced, while also making the scene slower and more tedious. The thing about advancing is that it means you leave things behind. As the series has gone on, Wandering Towns has gotten more and more smooth, but this has always come at a cost to atmosphere. 6 has attempted to add more bespoke story events to the hubs at key moments, but by trying to make them appear natural, they're often hard to spot and their triggers are unreliable. I had no idea that Nagamo and Yuta had dialogue as they took in Kamurocho until my third playthrough, and I love that it exists. The thugs roaming the streets, on the other hand, didn't, and that broke the scripting. Besides that, during intense moments of the story, the town wandering will be joined by matching music to keep the tension high, but it doesn't override the track for getting spotted by random goons, which totally deflates it. Occasionally, people on the street will discuss ongoing events. In previous games, these could only be flagged up with a big arrow and repeated. Now they're voice acted and essentially sneak up on you, but again, far harder to spot and a lot more muted. This stealth sequence is hilarious for, just like Kiryu, standing out so obviously. It's unique, it's cinematic, it's something that arguably couldn't have been done before. It's also incredibly linear, slow, and deliberate, and while intriguing the first time around, suffers on replays because there's so little room for player input and you can't do much to affect the pace. Stealth is eventually dropped, and so many goons alongside it. Kiryu rushes off to the head office. You serious? You fucking serious? The two do go on to act exactly as stupid as that interaction would suggest.
お前らなんだろう。
聞きたいことというのはそのことか。しかし、あなたに何の関係が？
俺の質問が先だ。
Now, turns out Nagamo's rubbing off on Kiryu. Ed admits to killing Tatsukawa but won't reveal why, instead turning to the topic of Heihaizi. Children born outside of China's one-child policy, denied documentation and any real shot at life. The Saio would smuggle and set them up in Japan. Tatsukawa was one such Heihaizi. Indebted to the Saio, he betrayed them and paid the price for it. As to the nature of that betrayal...
どうしても聞きたければ、あの世で達川から直接聞くといい。この私が達川のもとへご案内して差し上げよう。キリルカズマ！ぶっ殺してやれ！ほら！ほら！
So this is Ed's best fight, a multi-stage brawl in fun environments, and I adore how his fighting style contrasts how he looks. He's a big guy, but he's quick and acrobatic. He wields a tiny knife for precise, painful cuts, but then many of his moves are him abusing his mix of speed and stout strength to open Kiryu up for cuts. The way this fight develops is astounding, starting as a one-on-one and moving downstairs as Ed gets more aggressive, ending with both sides setting back up for one big group brawl. This is where I like the focus on production and upping the cinematic focus of gameplay. It expands how a fight can develop. Though, arguably the series had been doing this for a long time already, just a bit less flashy about it. To be clear, while I am being harsh, I'm not condemning the series for any of these attempted advancements. It was an inevitability that at some point things would need to change up lest the series stagnate and die. But before Yakuza 3, they made a spin-off to figure things out and get to grips with new tools and experiment with what works. Yakuza 6 is the experiment. The gang has the big man cornered, and Ed is cracked. But before we can get any answers... Masazoe! Another Heihaizi along with Tatsukawa, a plant within the Yomei to monitor them. Oh, I should have known. He fought like a Chinaman. He literally had their animations. At gunpoint, Kiryu is made to spill what he's doing here, revealing his connection to Haruka.
そうか。それじゃ尾道であんたと一緒にいたあの赤ん坊が。
Uh-oh. And this interrogation bedevils Ed.
何を持ちぶっている?
Unfortunately for him, the boss is in. Out walks Big Low. I like Big Low. He gets some really cool lines.
だが、それであんたには何の得がある?
まず、私の持つこの店をあんたたちの血で汚さずに済む。
He tries to ask what Kiryu wanted out in Onomichi. Kiryu refuses to answer, and so Low shares a thought with his underling.
毕竟，那味道的土地，生长着不能被人知道的秘密。
何?
The groups let go, with Low wanting a one-on-one meeting with Kiryu the next night at the ground-up grounds of Shangri-La. Back at Serena, Yuta and Nagamo are barely grasping the fact they're still alive. Akiyama expands on the state of Heihaizi, much like CPS. It feels crass to put it this way, but it comes across as a further escalation on orphan children, one even grimmer than the state of Japanese orphans and the difficulties they face. While pretty expository, it does explain the circumstances people like Tatsukawa and Masazoe are coming from. Also, while I'm not going to bring it up after this is another scene that definitely would have been text boxes before. It's a lot of regurgitating and expanding on information. Stuff that doesn't really move the story along but expands on topics and gives us each character's perspective on it. Lending depth and context but not being totally needed. The slow pans and static animations of the characters are a pretty big giveaway. Then Yuta shares what he overheard.
毕竟，那味道的土地，生长着不能被人知道的秘密。
何?
あの尾道の土地には決して起こしてはならない秘密が眠っているからなって。
決して起こしてはならない尾道の秘密。
Chapter 8 begins with Someya serving some Tojo officers. They're dining and whining. Mostly about the war with the Saio and the youngin's inability to deal with it.
東上会がいつまでも中国人に舐められてちゃ関西に隙見せることになる。
I'll tell you this, pal. Osakans like their comedy and the Tojo provides. The topic turns to Kiryu's reappearance, with this empty suit in particular going on a pretty on-the-nose tirade about the old guy.
そりゃそうだろうがよ。昔はすげえ極道だったかもしれねえが、もう過去の話だ。
And Someya is insulted. With bottle of red well and truly served, Someya takes his leave. That's our first big insight that despite his disrespect towards Kiryu and what he stands for, Someya's not as opposed to him as he at first appeared. It's a bit of a blunt force trauma way to leave that impression, but message sent. He makes his way over to Serena, having heard of Kiryu's run-in with Low. He suspects another meet is coming up and wants along, claiming that it's imperative to ending the war. Kiryu doesn't fight him on it, figuring that while he's breaking Lowe's trust, it's better that he has an eye on Someya. So the next night we head off for the old soapland. Huh, this is weird. I've got a boss in my party. I think I want to put him to a test. Sadachi, meet Someya. Nice to see you too. It's no competition. We may have accidentally made Sadachi too strong. This man's been hitting the protein powder and he's gone way too far. Sod's law, innit, Someya? And with that out of the way, we're off to Shangri-La, which is now in a state of total ruin. Someya recounts what went down here for the audience's benefit, and then attempts a bizarre guilt trip for no one's.
ここ以外にもこの町にはあんたらが好き勝手やってぶっ潰してきた負の遺産ってのがゴロゴロしてます。
I think he's just bitter about the Sadachi thing. It's especially funny given the sequence that follows, a bizarre semi-horror romp showing that the Dragon Engine can now do weapon crates and shimmy sequences. This is probably my least favourite long battle as it is rather plodding, the gimmicks are presentational without being in any way amusing, and there is little thrill or excitement. Though maybe this isn't meant to be exciting. Perhaps this is a sobering little jaunt through the destruction Kiryu has inadvertently wrought. Someya's condemnation is an interesting thing. After opening this chapter showing his respect for Kiryu, what does he gain by twisting his arm and then insulting him? Perhaps he's trying to break Kiryu down for his own ends. Like Akiyama was trying to stir up some leftover love for the city so that Kiryu will step in to save it, Someya instead wants Kiryu to feel guilty so that he'll step in to save the Tojo. Honestly, given who Kiryu is, I think that approach may tragically prove more effective, but Kiryu keeps stoic. One reading I had while playing this was that it was the writers trying to re-muddy their own waters after feeling they may have revealed a little too much of this potential rival. Though given the rundown state of the joint, that does feel like something to really think about. Has Kiryu been bad for Kamurocho? Has he, in repeatedly trying to do the right thing, just stoked fires that should have been allowed to burn out? Should he help install someone like Someya for some reason? Anyway, then we're attacked by a giant gimp, and it all gets a bit too ridiculous to think about. This is an amusing farce and a contrived little callback. Someya does get muddier, however.
いい加減うろちょろされると目障りなんですよ。
我々をこの町に招き入れたのはあんたたち日本の極道だ。私の息子を殺したのもな。
そうか。やっぱりあの噂話の通りか、ソメヤ。
He draws on the Triad boss and asks that Kiryu join forces with him, use Lo as a captive to suppress the Saio and get Kiryu all the answers he needs.
思ったより甘え野郎なんだな。ん？例の噂によりゃお前らは大悟をはめて無所にぶち込んだんだったな。
Someya tries to make a not-so-different speech, which I find actually works rather well because it is incredibly revealing, but only of Someya. He sees Kiryu as chancing into a move that helps him in purely pragmatic terms, and how in the past such maneuvers helped him climb the ranks. Something Someya can't do without calculation. Failing to understand that Kiryu doesn't see the world in those terms. He acts by what he sees as right and never put ambition above himself. And when he reached the top, he rejected it, which is something Someya neglects to mention. Someya has a few things about Kiryu right, and is a more ambivalent person than he lets on, but he's also trapped by his own perception of people acting out of pure calculation. He can see the effects Kiryu may have had, but like so many others, fails to see the reasons behind what happened. Someya may be a snivelling little shit, but it goes to show that even someone who respects Kiryu doesn't really get what his deal was. And that's what's really going on in this sequence. I still don't get the gimp though. Kiryu once again puts Someya down, and seeing the situation he's in, he accepts his death. Lo steps forward to deal it, but instead we get this.
そうでしたね。
言い訳をしないんだな。
It turns out the Tojo weren't responsible for his son's death. It was an attempt on Big Lo's life by Tsuneo Iwami that wound up taking Jimmy instead. Someya and Sagai are mere pawns in a larger conspiracy being headed by the Yomei leader's son. Someya tries to save face, but it just lets Lo say something pretty hardcore.
たったそれだけの理由で殺しをしなきゃならんのなら、私は寝る暇もなくなってしまう。
Someya was ready to accept death, but the idea he's an inconsequential part of a larger scheme cuts deeper than any mortal wound. and so he makes his exit with a message for Tsuneo.
息子の仇を取るためなら私は寝る暇どころか全てを失っても構わない
This short, weird, topsy-turvy GIMP chapter ends with Lo refusing to explain the circumstances of Tatsukawa's passing, but he does talk of his progeny.
沢村春人の父親ではないからだ
That baby is significant to the ongoing war, and the situation around him is only getting more dangerous.
多分その電話には早く出た方がいい
あ、桐生の兄貴、雄太です。広島でまずいことが。うちのおやつさんが、春人を連れて姿消したって。
Back to Hiroshima. The next 3 chapters all serve a pretty similar purpose. Tie up the arcs of the secondary factions, get the other mysteries out of the way for the secret of Onomichi, and hit us with a bunch of character revelations back to back so all the shocking swerves of the finale can have maximum impact. The pace of Yakuza 6 is one of its weaker elements. It opens with 2 back-to-back introductions. First it has to set and reset the scene in Kamurocho, and then you get to Onomichi, and while it is charming, it is essentially a second set of introductions. And after that, the middle portion of the game is yet more and more introductions, mysteries, characters and concepts getting revealed and only occasionally expanded on. And now, finally, at chapter 9 of 13, we're in the 3rd act, and it sets off concluding these things like a checklist, while barreling towards a conclusion. It is far less exciting than prior games, which felt more episodic in nature. Zero especially made great use of mini-conclusions and little side arcs, which not only kept a sense of constant excitement, but let the main plot build off of these conclusions. I also feel I've covered every major topic I can until we hit endgame and I can start tackling the big ideas. So let's get moving. Kiryu and crew certainly are. The gang departs for Onomichi, believing that Hirose has taken Haruto as a means to protect him. Kiryu regroups with the others at Moreno. Kiyomi feels guilt over losing Haruto, but no one would really expect Hirose to pull a stunt like this. And hey, we only just learned from Big that we were lowballing the kid's value. Upon learning of Kiryu's run-in with her ex, Kiyomi finally has it in her to talk about her past with Someya.
あの人と私はもう他人だから。
She originally left Hiroshima as she felt suffocated by the small town and made it big in Ginza, but as time went on, the bubble burst and age started affecting her performance as a hostess. In her desperation, she fell victim to a real estate scam, and it was Someya who saved her. He's a real romantic, emphasis on the tick. It's an uncomfortable scene, but the music is really fighting for it. Can't say I know why. His Yakuza career frightened Kiyomi, and one day it got too much, and she tried to take their child and flee. But Someya had predicted she'd make such a move, so she was caught and he beat her. Kiyomi was able to eventually get away, but she's never forgiven herself for having to leave her child behind to save herself. I'll say that in trying to juggle sympathies between Someya and Kiyomi, this reveal really fumbles, because it does want us to ultimately like them both. But wife beating is something that's rather hard to pull your characters back from, and it feels like an unnecessary step too far. Kiyomi starts breaking down, and in a good moment it's Nagamo, once again in his brash, blunt way, who pulls her back, saying that no matter what, Kiyomi is still that girl's mother, and he'd help get her back.
子供にとって親はどこまで行っても親なんじゃ。勝手に親辞める資格こそあんたにはなぁと違うんか。
It's a really nice moment for the two of them. Someone completely free of guile like Nagamo is exactly the right person to tell Kiyomi that she didn't fail her daughter by saving herself, and no one thinks less of her for doing what she had to survive.
もしかしたら私はずっと誰かにそう言ってほしくてこの町に戻ってきたのかもしれない。
Now for the meat of this chapter, tracking down Hirose. Oh, where could he, Hana, be? We're given a list of his regular haunts to check out, so it's time for another investigation.
あ、桐生さん。
Not the bar. Nah, not his diner. Nope, not yet. Kiryu eventually finds a clue back at HQ, along with a rather strange memento. Hirose, knowing about Kiryu's lacking detective skills, left him a trail to follow. There are suddenly blockades all over town to funnel us into Koshimizu, The two have about the most standard pre-boss banter possible, tossing out questions neither will answer before going, "You know I always wanted this." The fact Koshimizu feels set up as the game's Majima doesn't help with just how absolutely nothing he is. The only edge he has is the one he fights with, and that in itself isn't doing him any favours. Yakuza 6 is lousy with bladed bosses. Knife enemies aren't terribly fun to fight, but they do serve a purpose of variety. Without weapons, special gear, and in some games level-ups, a knife attack cannot be blocked, so the player is forced to change up their defense and focus on evasion. It's a way to change up encounters. But 6 has so many bladed bosses, and with its already limited combat and lack of equipment, it just strains the experience and cuts down on Koshimizu's potential uniqueness even more. And having decided that the Hirose aren't in enough trouble, Kiryu pulls one last heat move. One which actually raises heat. Nagamo is rightly baffled by that, and before they waste any time interrogating Koshimizu, out walks the man of the hour.
Kiryu-san, あんたが知りたいことは全部この俺が知ってる。
Up at the shrine, Hirose says there's something he's been hiding from everyone. From her disappearance up until her departure from Kamurocho, Hirose had been looking after Haruka, shielding her and Haruto from those who would do them harm. As Kiryu learned, Tatsukawa is not the father. Hirose knows who that is, and he really enjoys dragging this one out.
そいつはあんたもよく知ってる男だよ、桐生さん。この場にいる全員がよく知ってんだ。
何？
坊主の本当の父親はね。
まさかお前が。
It's Yuta! Turns out Haruka fell for him in more or less the same fashion Kiyomi fell for Someya. Luckily, this version is far less uncomfortable. Sort of. She found him beating on someone she thought was a customer, but was actually a stealthy paparazzi. Haruka learns that everyone in town knows who she is, but they don't care. They love and want to protect her. While the entire room is shocked at Yuta and Nagamo is pissed off at his stupidity, Kiryu asks how Hirose knows. Fortunately, he has someone on hand to help explain. Unfortunately, it means this scene is about to go into several topics I don't want to touch with a 10-foot pole, but thanks to Yuta's much smaller one, we sort of have to. A terrified, snivelling Masazoe is willing to reveal a whole lot we need to know in exchange for safe passage. Him and Tatsukawa were embedded in the Yome to keep tabs on Yuta, and that's because the boy is, dun dun dun, the heir to the Saio triad. Kiryu misunderstands, and says that Jimmy Lowe died months ago. And that's the problem. Yuta is Big Low's illegitimate son, the spare to the throne. It's explained that back in the old days, the Saio triad faced many betrayals and upheavals on the mainland. To put a stop to this, they subscribed to a blood law, with leadership only able to pass down a family line. This apparently kept people in line. In order to avoid wars of succession, leaders would exile any children beyond the first. Yuta, however, was seen as insurance and prepped for leadership should anything befall Jimmy, which basically means they tricked him into learning Chinese. When Yuta impregnated Haruka, they tried to force her to abort to not taint the family line with inferior Japanese blood. Well, no wonder Lowe wanted to keep his carpets clean. Haruka felt threatened and went to Hirose, who put her into hiding. All Masazoe and Tatsukawa could do was stay quiet and hope for the best. Unfortunately, Jimmy went 6 feet lower and oh baby, we got a problem. Now Yuta's being investigated for leadership and they had to report Haruto before anyone in the Saio realized their fuck-up. And when they did, the order came through.
俺たちはそれを知ると全てをボスに報告し、報告を聞いたボスは何の躊躇もなく赤ん坊の始末を命じてきたよ。
踊れる。一体何じゃ。
Tatsukawa gained Haruka's trust and took her to Kamurocho, but by now he had his own agenda. Figuring the Saio may kill him anyway for what he knew, he planned to hand the baby over to Suneo, but then the plan went disastrously wrong.
あの日、カムロ町に出てきた沢村遥を引いて逃げたのは達川の車だったんだよ。
He was later caught and executed by the Triad, a fate Masazoe is now slated for his own failings. He turns into a whimpering wreck at the fort, and no one present has much sympathy for him.
いくら採用会に忠誠を尽くそうが、俺もいつ達川と同じ運命になるか分かったもんじゃねえ。
何を泣きよるんじゃ。自業自得じゃろうが。バカだれ。
This scene is an odd mix. It would be a dull episode of Jeremy Kyle style Who's the Dad reveals, but there's a lively and bizarre racism that really adds some spice. Or completely overpowers what is the actual centerpiece of the scene. The blood law and inferior Japanese blood is treated as a cultural difference, which, to be fair, is just Masazoe, a dickhead, saying that. Granted, there is also Chinese thugs in the way they talk about Haruka's pregnancy. It is a charged scene in a way not much of Yakuza has ever really been before, even when tackling darker topics. I don't believe Yakuza 6 is racist, I just think this is another symptom of it trying to be heavier, weightier, more adult and important than what came before. Something it doesn't do well by most of the time. Luckily the Jingwon are here to lighten the mood, leading to the famous baby chucking scene. Okay, thank God we're out of there. Han is in town to collect. We fight off a wave of MIBs, but then this SOB holds our attention long enough for them to nick the kid and get him out to sea. Luckily, Ino preps a ship and gets all the fishermen out there looking for them. Whether it's milk or a motorboat, two things closer than you might think, Ino can get it for you. But there's one problem.
Oi! 何しとるんじゃ、Yuta?
Yuta isn't budging. Haruto is his kid and he's Bigelow's boy? He just gained a son and lost a brother? He's broken even, and he's going through some pain right now. Kiryu gives a big speech. He's not mad at Yuta for what happened with Haruka. Right now he's mad that before any of this, if Yuta had learned about a kid in trouble, he'd stop at nothing to save them. What's different now?
お前が立ち上がれない理由は何だ? 自分にマフィアの血が流れてるからか? それともお前のその血をハルトも引いているからか? だがどっちにしたって同じことだ。そんなくだらねえもんに惑わされてるんじゃねえ!
Thank God Kiryu's here to pull it back around. It does all go back to the long-running series message of creating your own family. Kiryu sees blood ties and one's origin as irrelevant to who they are as a person. It's a good speech and reassuring to see the game finding its footing. But what an odd stumble it took to get here. Kiryu leaves saying that even if it kills him, he's going after Haruto. Yuta's free to stay behind and sulk, but if that's what he chooses to do, he better never show his face again. And just as the crew is about to depart, who comes running?
俺はあいつを助けてやりてえんです。なのに俺はあいつがさらわれて今どうなっちまうかわからねえって時に余計なことばっか考えてた。
Begging to get on the boat, I am once again fully back in. This is the Yakuza melodrama I like, and a pretty neat and tidy way for Yuta to get Kiryu's blessing.
いいじゃろう、兄貴。
バカ野郎。野暮なこと聞くんじゃねえ。
Alright, so let's quickly talk about the reveal and Yuta. I beat this game when it first came out, so when I returned to it, I remembered that Yuta was the father, but I'm forgetting if I called it back then. It does feel obvious. He's about the only person in the cast who wouldn't be an uncomfortable match for Haruka on age range alone, and his reactions to Tatsukawa being a potential rival, not to mention Tatsukawa himself, only make it more obvious. He's also the only one in the Hirose boys besides Nagamo to get any real focus, which pretty much seals the deal. Hence why he did. Yuta is, ironically for his role in the story, a safe character. Played by Rikiya's actor and fulfilling a similar-ish role gives him a sort of spiritual link to Kiryu and the player. If you played free, you're probably predisposed to like him to begin with for that much alone. He's also pretty inoffensive, likeable if sort of naive, good with kids, ready to stand up and do what he thinks is right. Typically in this series that would make you unstoppable, but Yuta lacks the individual strength of many other characters, which gives him an endearing underdog quality, and it also means he doesn't feel ridiculous when partnered up with someone like Haruka. All in all, he is the surest bet to be Haruka's partner. It could have been really easy to mess this up and make him boring given all of this, but 6 succeeds in making me like the guy, which I would argue is more important than the twist actually surprising me. It being obvious is likely why the scene of the reveal switches focus the way it does, because by the time it comes around, it's hardly much of a revelation. Just what a thing to switch to, eh? The Tatsukawa plot can come across as a waste if you only approach it from the perspective of finding the father, but the game does successfully leverage him into several post-rigor mortis reveals, and Yuta coming along for this section allows him exploration from angles of betrayal, revelation, and accepting responsibility, letting it become Yuta's story alongside Kiryu and Nagamo. On the ship, Kiryu puts it to Hirose that he's still holding out on them regarding the real relationship between the Yomei and the Saio, so the old man confesses that the two have an agreement which predates the Second World War. As a port town, the Yomei facilitate their human trafficking, with the chairman helping to forge the necessary documents for Heihaise to claim Japanese citizenship. The boys are baffled that Hirose never mentioned it, and he says he still has plenty of secrets. Well, aren't we dying to know? There is another thing, and that's Suneo. Hirose is pretty sure the guy has his own deal going on with Lo.
その因縁じゃったらもう一つあるじゃろが兄貴。これアジア外でローが中国語でつぶやいとった尾道の秘密いうやつじゃ。
なんだそれ。聞いたことねえな。
Matsunaga then mentions that maybe whatever the secret of Onomichi is gives Chairman Kurisu the absurd political power he wields, bringing up Kurisu's connections to Daidoji, a secretive old fart and fixer who's been connected to numerous scandals over his very long political career.
オイルショックもバブル崩壊も全部そのフィクサーの陰謀なんですわ。
Nah, Bubble was Majima. Jury's out on the oil crisis. So, that's a lot to wrap our heads around. But for now, we've tracked the Jingwon to a cargo island, so it's time to wrap them up. But first, Hirose brightens the mood.
それとさ、いつだったかお嬢ちゃん、親として坊主を育てる自信がついたら、沖縄に帰りたいって言ってたぜ。
はるかが。
あの子があんたにも黙って消えたのはさ、いつかあんたのところに帰るためだったんだよ。な？
必ず俺たちでハルトを無事に取り戻してきます親分
Then the gimmick brightens the mooks. In what is the second shortest long battle, we finally get Yakuza's take on a classic, the explosive barrel. In the player's hands, it's a means to instantly end sections. In the enemies, it's pretty much a non-threat. This section has great music, I love climbing up and around the crates, but as a means to close out the Jingwon, it's a laughably abrupt and meager end. When I said this game starts barreling towards a conclusion, well, I didn't mean it that literally, but Yakuza 6 is really playing it that way. Han does call Kiryu and attempt to leverage Haruto, saying that if Yuta kills Big Lo within 3 days, the baby will be returned unharmed. Han, in this moment, is trying to do something interesting and impactful to the plot. Kiryu says no, and Han says okay.
こっから先お前に会いに行くのは俺一人だだがそっちは何人いようが構わねえお前も男だったら逃げずに受けろ聞いてんのかわかりました
I really can't get over how odd an end it is. In 10 minutes, we wipe out the entire Jingwon, and Han doesn't even seem particularly upset about it. He explains that Suneo bankrolled them and they were actually in allegiance with Tatsukawa, which doesn't actually add anything to their presence. They just fucking run in from off screen like, hey guys. Luckily, this does motivate some pretty sick lines from Kiryu.
そうかてめえらがはるかを
あれは事故ですよ。それに我々はただ岩見恒夫の指示で動いただけです。
ハンジュンギお前がそこまで話すってことは俺に殺される覚悟ができたってことか
That's the most hardcore line in the game for me. It has 2 bits of competition and they're both in the finale.
思う存分殺し合いができますね。桐生さん
望むところだ
Man, I just love Kiryu when he's filled with murderous intent. Despite that, this final fight isn't much different beyond a QTE where Han finally fights dirty, free of any need for showmanship holding him back. Still, he goes down for the third time and that's a TKO. Han accepts his loss, and goes out pushing Kiryu towards the mystery.
なんだって言うんだそれは。誰が何を隠している？
隠しているのは陽明連合会のクルス会長です。そしてその秘密をあの老人が独占していることにこそ広島の力の根源が。
Now that's that, I suppose. It's funny that Han is the breakout character of this game, as basically everything to do with him is a digression that could be removed without losing much beyond a great boss track and another example of a secondary theme. I'm left without any idea of what Han's real deal was, and not exactly in a positive, mysterious way, more of a this plot strand feels cut short kind of way. But I do get why people like Han. He may be an aside, but he's an undeniably charismatic one, but both him and Masazoe are sleeping with the fishes. Thus ends another very odd chapter, one which starts by getting distracted from its own reveal, which arguably isn't much of a surprise anyway, and then has us go put a stop to a tangent. When it pulls back focus to the core gang, it's an oasis of actual Yakuza storytelling. Even Yuta manages a great moment in the middle of it. And the next chapter's going even further for the new father. Kiryu returns to the group and Yuta collapses, relieved to have his son back.
怖かったよな。俺のせいでお前とお前の母ちゃんは。
おう、やるぞもう、帰るぞ。
At HQ, they talk about Han's passing words, wondering if Kurisu was the cause of everything going down in order to protect the secret. But Hirose jumps to his defense. It turns out he and the chairman are old drinking buddies. Which, hey, maybe that's one reason we haven't been ground into paste for the many, many liberties we've been taking lately. Hirose says the real problem is Saio. Heizo was grooming Koshimizu for leadership and never wanted his son to have anything to do with his criminal empire. So Saio has started making moves on his own. He's talked Koshimizu over to his camp. He then says Heizo never mentioned such a secret. Kiryu supposes it's an old rumor that's gotten out of hand. For now, Kiryu and Yuta retired to the Navy apartments. Yuta talks of his past, growing up an angry, lonely kid, only getting better by finding a family amongst the Hirose. He talks of how before he even spoke to Haruka, he could see that she was the same, lamenting that he's inadvertently gone on to hurt her.
どうしたいんだ、お前は。
明日、カムロ町へ行きます。
He and Kiryu make a plan to end all of this. They're gonna go to Bigelow and cut ties.
そして奴がもしそいつを飲まねって言うなら、俺がこの手でサイオ会を潰す。
兄貴。
俺とお前、二人でケリをつけるんだ、ユウタ。
はい。
The next morning, we learn of Masazoe's demise. A dang shame. Anyway, we're off to Tokyo. Keep an eye on the old guy. Back in Kamurocho, first job is to drop the baby off at Date Daycare. He questions Haruka's taste in men.
広島の若いヤクザとそんな風になるなんて思ってもみなかった。
おまけに俺は中国マフィアのボスの子ですよ。
わかったよ。
He gives us an update. Saneo's in town cutting deals with a Tojo and the Saio are on edge. This gives Yuta an idea. And an out. We cut to later, these two sitting around wondering why Yuta isn't back yet. And well, considering the kid has had time to get gassed, and get to Little Asia, I like to think these two chucklenuts took an hour to realise the kid's been gone for a while. Outside, Kiryu finds Yuta's Sony Xperia and takes off for Little Asia, stopping at nothing for...
もしもし。
そう。Stopping at nothing for... Oh, hang on.
もしもし。
兄貴、南雲ですわ。そばにユウタおりますか?
Yuta's left a will? He left Han's will, more like. He's gonna try and kill Lo and himself. We run into a Little Asia that is once again set ablaze. I feel really, really bad for these goons. Stuck between a burning base and a rapidly approaching water dragon, I'd take tomorrow off. Maybe the week. Maybe just call it on the whole triad thing. In what is the actual shortest long battle, we essentially play a small chunk of the Saio raid in reverse. Kiryu fighting his way up into a burning building and facing off against a fried Ed. This sequence seems to exist for the purpose of showing off the absolutely beautiful fire effects, so bedazzling no one seems to be in much of a hurry to leave. Upstairs we find Yuta stood over a downed Low. Flashing back, we see the man express surprise and regret over Masuzoe's passing. When it becomes clear Yuta's here to kill them both, Low tries to get him to negotiate, and Yuta has no reason to believe him.
頭使うのは苦手でね。俺にできんのはせいぜい自分のガキのために命張ることだけだ。
Kiryu is pissed about Yuta's attempted sacrifice, demanding to know what he thinks happens to those Yuta cares about. He tries to make it a noble gesture, but Kiryu's not having it.
兄貴に頼めませんか。俺みてえなガキよりあの二人もその方がずっと。
聞いた風なことを言うんじゃねえ。こんなとこでお前を死なすわけにはいかねえ。全員でここを出る。
So begins one of Six's best bosses. Kiryu dragging Yuta to safety, both of them kicking and screaming. It's a visual delight and emotional fight. I love the mix-up in the QTE where we use it to save the boss and show off what an absolute mensch Kiryu is. Granted, it's even more impactful on a failure and not just on Kiryu's spine, showing how determined he is to save the guy. It's a powerful and unique scenario. I wish this moment was Kiryu demonstrating that he'd finally learned that self-sacrifice isn't a solution. It means you can't be there for the people who still want or outright need you. He did it to Haruka, Haruka did it to him. Now Kiryu sees someone trying to follow in those footsteps and he puts his foot down. This moment's effective, it's the melodrama I really enjoy, but it becomes very frustrating come the end of the game. It's one fist law for Yuta, and one for Kiryu. Outside, Low reflects on the irony that the blood law which the Saio values so highly tore their family apart, turning Yuta into his would-be killer. And Kiryu has little patience for his shit either.
ふざけたことを言うな。あんたがこいつをどの面下げて息子と呼べる。
その通りだな。
Seeing Yuta's resolve, Low lets him go. The Saio will pursue him and his no longer. Low then reveals that Yuta's actions weren't entirely his own. This attempt on his life was engineered by a man protecting the secret of Onomichi. Hirose. After Jimmy's passing and before Kiryu entered the picture, Hirose brought Haruto to seek ramps. Kurisu wanted the Saio out of the country, but Low wouldn't budge. He had neither recouped his investment in Little Asia nor avenged his son.
ビジネスとしても人の親としても私にはあなた方の要求を聞く道理がない。
Having expected this, Hirose adds a condition. If Low takes the deal, he'll give him Yuta. If he doesn't, he'll reveal everything, ensuring Yuta would never join the Triad and ending the bloodline in the process. Big Low tries to stand firm.
私としてはここで赤ん坊もろともあなたの口を封じるという手もある。
やってみるかい。その時は真っ先にあんたが死ぬよ。
Absolutely starstruck, Big Low can't help but be intimidated, and Hirose leaves him with some parting words.
あれ守るために俺何人もぶっ殺してきたんだ。そんな中には俺を可愛がってくれた兄貴分もいてね。もしあんたに秘密ばらされたら兄貴たちが浮かばれねえんだよ。
After that, everything went wrong. Hirose wound up having to turn Yuta against him anyway, and he doesn't believe a word of it.
信じられるかよ、そんなことを。おやっさんがそんなバカな。
As Lo sleeps at Serena, we get yet another flashback. Lo exiling a baby Yuta, and having to explain to Jimmy that service to the Saio means putting family aside for the needs of the many. His son doesn't understand. Cut to many years later, the kids pushing for Japanese expansion, using their Heihaise network and leverage with the secret of Onomichi to swiftly and decisively take Tokyo. It's then that Big Lo has to tell Jimmy the truth. They can no longer use the secret of Onomichi against the Yomei. As for why, Lo awakes and decides that with death being all he has to look forward to, he's going to give Kiryu everything he needs. The fact of the matter is that while he has the means to decipher the secret of Onomichi, he's never actually known what it is. The Saio's current arrangement with the Yomei is a fluke, and they desperately avoided Kurisu thereafter, hoping he would never find out that their blackmail was a bluff. Date asks why then did they return to Japan. This returns us to that secretive meeting way back at the start of the game. Everyone around him's pleased, but the elder Lo isn't too big on this. Jimmy and Suneo went behind their dad's backs to secure Little Asia for the Saio. Jimmy awkwardly tries to get his father's approval for a job well done. Instead, looking over the fire, he tries to secretively tell Jimmy to do whatever it takes to get this called off. But as he tries to make his exit, Suneo reveals what he knows, and what Big Lo does not.
您无法拒绝这个要求。あなたも人が悪い。中国語が堪能とは知らなかった。
尾道の秘密ですよ。あなたはあの秘密の核心を知らない。
Jimmy realizes what he's done. What he thought would be a triumph was a trap. In trying to impress his dad, he signed his death warrant. They're now under Suneo's thumb. Suneo is plotting to turn the Tojo into his puppet via Sugai, and he has used the Saio as a pawn in his game. He turned their leverage against them, only for Hirose to later do the same with their code. The Saio would only pretend to go to war, but they would truly lose. Lo presumes Kurisu urged Hirose to get him out of the country as he was scared by his son's bloodlust, and when that failed, Hirose manipulated Yuta into trying to kill him by responding to the chaotic situation as it played out. Yuta is, perhaps appropriately for how absurd such a string of events and seeming coincidences sounds, not especially convinced. Lo asks then if Kiryu believes him, and given all that's happened, Kiryu wants to believe in Hirose. Almost defeated, Lo talks to Kiryu on the roof and gives him his clue towards the secret of Onomichi. With death for his failure looming, all Lo can do now is leave it with him and hope that in the process this can free Yuta, letting Lo do one good thing for his still living son. Kiryu has one last job, return to Onomichi and uncover the secret. Something funny is that at this point, Kiryu could walk away, which Date even mentions, but Kiryu feels a responsibility for dragging the Hirose into this scandal.
たく、お前ってやつは変わらねえな。わかったよ。もう勝手にしろ。
I love Date giving us his blessing to basically go ham. I hope that counts as legal counsel. There is some good news. Haruka is showing signs of stirring. Kiryu wants Yuta to stay by her side, saying it's no longer his role to watch over her. But Yuta can't abide letting Kiryu go and do what he sees as trying to incriminate his real dad. Problem is, he's already incriminated himself.
宇佐美優太、さっき起きたアジア街の火事の件でお前に話がある。
Oh yeah, arson's a crime. It's gonna be hard to be next to Haruka from the slammer.
お前も娘を持つ父親だったんだよな。
What, you going down too? Back in Onomichi, confirming our worries and going out of order, Kurisu gives Hirose a new objective.
また新しい犠牲が必要になった。やってくれるか、広瀬。
And when Kiryu rolls into town, they think they're ready for him. Knowing that he's here in pursuit of the secret, the Yomei are ready to wage war in broad daylight to stop him, which just means they get their shit rocked in the sunshine. Kiryu fights his way to the Hirose office and catches them up on what's been going down. They too are unconvinced, and more to the point, furious at Kiryu for even entertaining the thought. Kiryu tries to push, but they clam up. It's clear how upset they are that Kiryu might be in any way swayed when they start referencing protocol as a means to get Kiryu to give up, and eventually it comes to blows once more. The final Nagamo fight is proof, if nothing else, that the guy does use his head. Just not in any way that's especially useful. For Nagamo's final brawl, it is hilariously simplistic and straightforward, which is appropriate given who it is, but not much of an escalation of challenge. A wave of Yomei goons serve as proof that something's going on, even if they're the fourth group to rock up on the building in the last month, and with a cooler, thoroughly battered head, Kiryu is able to get through to Nagamo. Trust isn't as simple as blind faith. If you truly trust someone, you won't be afraid to test if they're true. And Nagamo flips. So Kiryu supplies his clue, and Takashira figures out that it's a substitution cipher. This leads to my favourite investigation in the game, and the first where Kiryu actually uncovers a mystery. To find the secret of Onomichi, the code lies in the poem stones. While it does feel a little padded to have to go to each and every one of them, I love the reveal that it was a clue hidden in plain sight all along, a seemingly innocuous detail meant for flavour and authenticity. This leads us to the cemetery, and beneath one of the headstones is our answer. The old shipbuilding yard, closed after the war. Ino grabs a ship and we're headed for the docks. Better known as the fucking hell there's loads of them. This is truly a long battle. As the crew pushes closer and closer to the secret, Yomei dock workers come out in droves. While there's no new gimmicks to speak of beyond one section which is dimly lit, it's unique in its sheer unbroken length. And while it does fall into being a ton of empty flat squares, a few of its locations and twists and turns give it a winding and varied quality. I love this tight brawl on a catwalk, and I wish we got more places like this. These tight quarters really let me show the enemy no quarter. As we go on, more and more of our allies stay behind to hold the line, allowing Kiryu and Takashira to push on to the mystery, until we finally make it to the last line of defense. Tragically, turns out Lo was telling the truth. Hirose tries to call off Takashira in a fatherly way, but he's too disappointed to listen. Beyond outraged, Takashira goes for the secret, leaving Hirose and Kiryu to their battle royale. Kiryu is demanding answers, but suddenly the old man is completely devoid of mirth, telling Kiryu bluntly to stand aside. This is an oddly familiar scenario and not the one you might be thinking of. A battle on a dock against a turncoat superior, set to a sweeping and unique boss track with a foreign name. Hirose gets a really fun battle. Being 85, he's slow and frail, and Fuss uses clever tactics and surprise to deny any chance you can stay on top of him. I love how his childish side even appears in some of his moves, but now with a sinister undertone. I love how he slowly, confidently approaches Kiryu, and then springs into short, sharp attack strings. It's genuinely intimidating for what amounts to an octogenarian with a knife. And then he hits boiling point. This is a truly unique boss, and after chasing him down, we finally beat Takeshi. As Hirose lies beaten, the boys arrive, the alarms go off, the town looks out to the scene on the sea. He accepts his defeat.
俺の負けだな。
And up from the water rises the secret of Onomichi.
ヤマト？あれはヤマトなんかじゃない。それを超える超ヤマト型戦艦と言われた旧日本海軍の最高機密だ。
It's time for a big explanation, and then I am finally free to start digging in. This twist is a fairly contentious one. It confuses some and others dislike it. It's just a big boat, innit? Well, it is that, and it's all of the corruption and death that spilled out from it. Let's go into some history, some real, some an extrapolation of the narrative. The real Yamato was, at time of its construction, the largest battleship ever built. With Japan losing the war, the government secretly commissioned the Mark II to turn the tide, and Iwami Shipbuilding was tapped to build it. With the workforce at a low, Saio Heiheizi were used to supplement manpower. The war ended before the ship was finished. Its costs would have bankrupted Iwami Shipbuilding. It's then that Minister Daidoji stepped in to tell them to finish the project and foot the bill, feeling the ship was a necessary risk for Japan's survival. A side note, battleships of this size were very quickly becoming recognized as impractical. Smaller, faster vessels cost less and could achieve more. This was a matter of pride. I've no idea if the developers were going for that, but it really works for the characters involved. And it was also a case of, much more critically, massive embezzlement of government funds. The big crux of the issue is that due to treaties imposed after World War II, the very existence of the ship would have drastic international consequences. Daidoji offered Kurusu substantial financial compensation for keeping the ship secret, and since the 1950s as Daidoji's power and influence grew, he essentially carried Kurusu up alongside him.
それは国家の法を私物化することに他ならなかった。
Everyone Kurusu and Daidoji have ever dealt with has been pulled into a web of lies so great that it coming to light would shatter trust in the entire political system. The Yomei alliance was formed as a means just to keep the secret hidden, and as of now, it's failed in its purpose. Hirose was the man who silenced anyone who knew, acting as Kurusu's executioner. Kiryu begs to know how he could do this.
いくら親の命令だろうが。
So Hirose tries to explain. As an orphan 14-year-old in bombed-out Hiroshima, he ran in a gang. One day they raided the Iwami shipyards, and when everything went wrong, they hung him out to dry. Rather than punish the boy, Iwami took him in and earned the kid's loyalty. Before long, all Hirose lived for was Heizo's approval. He was the one man in the world who gave him purpose. In a follow-on scene where we see a young Hirose who is frankly, adorably, ridiculously naive to contrast the cold, calculating man protecting the secret turned him into.
お前にとって私は何だ?
はい。陽明連合会の会長、そして岩見造船の社長、それからとにかく器がでかくて金も力もあってそう完璧な男です。そして俺が親父と呼べるたった一人の人です。
He's talked into guarding a secret he can never know. Kurusu scared him into thinking that should it come to light, it would sink the town and everyone in it. He's burdened with an impossible task, one that he kept at for well over half a century.
親父に頭下げられた瞬間にさ、バカ怖えよな。
Hirose killed anyone Kurusu wanted without fail. Other Yomei leaders, his own anarchy, the fathers of his own boys.
あんたがたった今暴いたのはそういう秘密なのだ。
Kurusu then orders the death of Kiryu, and Hirose immediately complies. It's only when Nagamo jumps to Kiryu's defense that Hirose stops and begs for there to be another way.
親父、こいつだけは勘弁してやって。
今さら日和よって。
Hirose falls. The gun is taken from Kurusu, and he leaves telling Hirose one last thing. The Daidoji didn't want the ship hidden. He wanted it scuppered. The secret Hirose spent his life defending, killed friends for, and lost his innocence over. Kurisu had the option to prevent that, but he decided power was more important. Kurisu is a really interesting bastard. He talks a big game, acts like he cares about Onomichi and protects it, uses that illusion to spur Hirose to action, and rationalizes Kiryu as rendering deaths he ordered in vain for the crime of exposing his wrongdoings. Him shooting Hirose is evil, but it's an action where he stands to gain. It's understandable in its way. Him then telling Hirose this last nugget of information doesn't get him anything. Under his veneer of being a soft-spoken, level-headed old man is a vain and petty tyrant, a man who blames everyone else for his own cruelty. Hirose's showing of humanity challenged him, so he lashed out. There's nothing to gain beyond letting out his own bitter, unearned frustration. It's one of the cruelest little moments in the series. Kurisu walks away. The boys want to keep him here, but Hirose tells them to let him go. He's a dead man walking, and he'd rather spend his last few moments with the people truly important to him, taking what meaning he can from this moment.
本当言うとずっと知りたかったんだよな。ありがとうな。あんちゃん。
He can't be angry because he hoped they would be the ones to kill him. And in a way, he got exactly what he wanted. As he passes, Kiryu stands on the sidelines, no doubt struck by how familiar this all feels. As mentioned last video, when I first played Yakuza 0, there was a line that really stuck out to me. When Kiryu confronts, unbeknownst to me, future samurai Shibusawa, the man throws Kiryu's idolization of Kazuma in his face. That for all Kiryu condemns his bloodshed, Kazuma's plan was inked in just as much red. This was at the end of the game. Kiryu shrugs that question off in a way I believe he would, but I was still disappointed. After a whole game where he and Majima set their own standards for who they are, Kazuma's falls very short of Kiryu's. But he still very much looks up to the man. I really wanted that reckoned with. I didn't quite follow that Kiryu did exactly that, then really grappled with his cognitive dissonance over 1 and 2. Shibusawa's words creating yet another arc into the future, like so much of Zero does. Besides that, Yakuza 6 is a whole game revisiting that conundrum and looking at it from all angles. Kiryu seeing the young struggle to understand and find their place in a world controlled and defined by the old. Witnessing and experiencing those bonds that overcome cold hard logic. Sometimes for good, sometimes for ill. This conflict between young and grey, old and new, is deeply woven into 6's structure, themes, and even its metatext as part of its series. At its most surface level, Yakuza 6 is a retelling of 3. It's funny that these two are the more contentious entries. We have Daigo being out of commission, Kiryu looking after kids in a seaside town, another way 6 sneakily endears Onomichi to the player, staying in a place that's threatened with destruction, confronting a close approximation of a father figure, and revisiting old feelings from a more detached perspective. It even ends with a reveal that everything is part of a government conspiracy. So it retells that story and carries those themes of found family, while also going back to questions and themes of fatherhood from Yakuza's 1 and 2, only with a decade more stories, context, and arguably wisdom to explore those ideas with a defter hand. It's also the inverse of Zero. Zero was about the young versus the old from the perspective of the young. 6 flips its perspective, but not its sympathies. Zero was about staking your place in the world, even if the older will try and fight you on it. 6 is instead about knowing when to step aside, and how there are those who will absolutely refuse to do so up until their dying breath. Longer if they can help it. It's funny that Zero was also pulling from the series' past, well, future, because it wove its elements and ideas in so expertly. It was like its cast, sneaky, deceptive, and filled with depth. 6 is comparatively blunt and a little crude in how it revisits and learns from past titles. 6 features an assorted cast of antagonists from all ages, but its ultimate villain turns out to be in the middle. But its answer doesn't lie there. Many of the younger villains are the way they are because of rules and rulers who predate and predate upon them. Take characters like Someya, Joon-Gi Han, and Jimmy Lowe. Many of their actions come from lacking context or control. They've been brought into worlds absolutely steeped in traditions that they have to follow for reasons they either don't know or care for. Rules and ideals that were practical or useful for their time, or like Zero showed us, invented to protect those in charge. But over the years, their original intention has fallen out of use, and now all anyone inherits is a ball and chain. Even if they try and toss tradition aside, all that happens is they get yanked along by it. Someya seems to get off the easiest. He gets to insult who came before pretty much to his face, inwardly looking up to but outwardly putting down the past. Joon-Gi wants to move on but is begrudgingly trapped in a grudge match, and Jimmy is brought low by what he doesn't know. The scene between Big and Jimmy Low is this theme neatly wrapped in a nice little bow. It opens with Big exiling Yuta for reasons Jimmy can't understand. Big tries to explain, and it's pretty clear not even he likes what he's saying, but he has to say it.
为了维护组织，就算是自己的亲骨肉，也必须舍去。
您说什么？
Cut to years later and Jimmy has come to his own idea of what his father meant. He was a kid who didn't know sacrifice. He lacked understanding, so he constructed his own and twisted the meaning to suit his ambitions.
我小时你跟我说过，为了维护组织，就算是自己的亲骨肉也必须舍去。
Low failed to get him to understand the codes they have to live by and the danger of the secret of Onomichi, but then he doesn't fully know them either because they're even older than him. Over generations, they've gone through the ringer of Chinese whispers and... That game's called Telephone now. Sorry about that. It's almost like every generation is raised on a delay, brought up on second-hand beliefs. If they put them aside and try to form their own, they're challenged for doing so. If they follow what came before, those ideas are naturally going to mutate, because these people are not from the time they were meant to serve, and so they could never know their full, true purpose, only interpret it. We see the world through the lens of our own experiences. Because of this, I'd argue even Big Low's character is ultimately sympathetic. He follows tradition because it's expected of him. He's bound to horrible actions in order to protect an ideology that's only caused him hurt. His last action when he's free of the blood law controlling how he has to raise his sons is to try and avenge one and free the other. Then we get to Hirose, and he is fascinating because while at first he seems analogous to Kazuma, a father figure to the Yaks in his care with dark secrets, we come to learn that he's also kindred to Kiryu. He has his own even older father figure with even darker secrets. Son to Heizo Iwami and father to his boys, he exists on both sides of the divide and deeply cares for both. And he dies when he can't pick where he stands, trapped between love and loyalty. Heizo's manipulation of Hirose and the secret of Onomichi is about as overt a way of spelling out the central theme as you can get. The old telling the young how to live based on something they lack context for. Heizo weaponizes this idea, telling Hirose explicitly that he can never know what it is he's doing all of this for. All the blood, death, and sacrifice is something that he's going to have to carry out on faith that it's for a greater good. Heizo then spins Hirose's blind devotion as this great and noble thing. He gives the kid a sense of value, the perfect method of control, right up until the point he discovers something he values far more greatly for himself. That's why I quite like the secret of Onomichi beyond just being a really good twist when it surfaces. It not only ties the whole theme together, it earns the right to take it to an extreme. This is a massive, ongoing conspiracy that has corrupted anyone who's come into contact with it over the course of decades, making legions of people over a long stretch of time untrustworthy and unknowable whether or not they benefited. It's the only thing in this game that truly feels epic in scope while rooted in fascinating historical context. I've been down on 6's historical pulls, but this one is really inventive and clever, and it backs up the themes perfectly. And that theme of death of ideals and Yakuza 6 taking place in a more cynical age, by the end it's pretty clear that Yakuza 6 is saying that sometimes an ideal has to go. It can make the world seem less romantic or meaningful, but there will always be people finding their own reasons. Was the old world more romantic, or was history written by the victors? Is Kamurocho dead, or has it moved on? Is the death of the romantic ideal of the Tojo a bad thing, or should it have given up the ghost long ago? Just because the old world has lost its meaning doesn't mean a new one won't take shape, and it doesn't mean we have to stop carrying what's important to us. So when Hirose goes, Kiryu's own connection and complicated relationship to Kazuma is reaffirmed. He still feels that familiar sting. For all the secrets, lies, faults, misunderstandings, and gaslighting, Kazuma truly did want what was best for Kiryu, and in the end, That's all that mattered. Even if it took years for Kiryu to fully reconcile his feelings towards Kazuma, he ultimately came out still loving the man who was his father. Understanding he could never fully know Kazuma and that he wasn't perfect. He was a man from a different world. And unlike most of the morally and literally grey men we've seen, he tried to protect the next generation from it as best he could, which made him far better than most. Instead of becoming disillusioned that his idealized version of Kazuma didn't really exist, Kiryu instead became that person for others, carving his own path, leaving the bad and taking the good as he saw it. And so we move into our finale with our big twist established and theme at the fore: fraught families and flimsy father figures. Heizo is desperately trying to contact Daidoji, when Tsuneo tells him not to bother.
大道寺と新たな契約を交わしました。
Tsuneo starts rubbing his father's failures in his face.
多くの人間の口を完璧に塞ぐなら。
Yeah, alright there, armchair Oyabun. He had one guy to do it with, though that was his undoing. Matsunaga's dad got wise to the deaths going on around him and went to Tsuneo as a boy, telling him the secret and hoping he could be spared. His life was ended that evening, and the course of Tsuneo's was set. This is his revenge for what he sees as 40 years of neglect.
なぜ息子の私にまで隠す必要があったんです。
尾道の秘密を知れば、二度と裏社会から抜け出ることはできない。自分の子には日の当たる道を歩ませてやりたかった。親として当然のことだ。
Heizo wanted to keep his son out of the Yome, figuring that a world-class shipbuilding company would be enough. And it was enough to offend him. Heizo's last moments are spent tiredly arguing with his middle-aged son as he throws a temper tantrum. And now with the secret spilling out, Heizo is a liability. To contain it in any way, the first thing he has to do is die. And Tsuneo is raring to get it over with, because this is also Dad's punishment for not recognizing his brilliance. These two play like a nice little reversal on Kurosawa and Aizawa from 5. Heizo's far from a good man, further from a good father. He never understood his own son. And you could argue he did it to hold on to his own power, but he did try and do something good for his boy. Tsuneo didn't see it that way and doesn't care for the gesture. It's cool how right after the twist and big theme of this game hitting its apex, the finale opens by immediately flipping the dynamic, with the old misunderstanding and getting manipulated by the young. Relatively, using their own machinations against them. Well, what a hack. Utaku. An ironic choice of tattoo. A Hakutaku shares secret knowledge with the benevolent and wards off evil spirits. So the idiot kid has his ink a quarter right. It is a sharp way to demonstrate Tsuneo's lacking self-awareness. He happily leaves his father to his executioner, the turncoat Captain Koshimizu. He brings news of his father's death to Daidoji and promises the Yamato situation has been dealt with. He asks to take on the mantle of Takeru Kurisu, and in order to take this title, he must do one thing. We cut from this to Haruka as she comes to. Kiryu shares the news with a grieving Hirose family, who are trying to process their feelings, confused that they can't bring themselves to hate Hirose. Kiryu walks them through it, saying that Hirose no doubt truly cared for them, they would have died at the docks otherwise, and they may have even freed him from his guilt, speaking to his own relationship to Kazuma. And with that, they feel they have permission to mourn. Then Kiryu gets a ring from someone else who wants to say good morning. Someya's in town to fill us in on the entire Tsuneo situation and Heizo's suspicious suicide. Someya had intended to usurp the Tojo from Sugai all along, but with his allegiance to Tsuneo and this new power play, this could prove difficult. Now even if Daigo were released, Sugai would have no reason to return the clan. Someya also reveals that due to his revealing the secret, Daidoji has marked Kiryu and the Hirose for death. Every Yakuza in Hiroshima is descending upon them. Kiryu promises to repay Someya for this warning, but he would prefer that Kiryu doesn't. Kiryu arrives just as Hirose HQ is stormed one last time. I always love that bit. Kiryu wasn't scared by 2 rocket launchers, and he didn't have a posse then. And with the Yome chased off for now, the group resolves to go on the offensive. And that means returning to Kamurocho. So we're back in town. But before anything else, Kiryu has to do what we've been waiting all game long for. Go and see Haruka. The boys depart for Serena, and I get in a little last minute grinding, guzzling sushi so I can be as impressive as possible before the girl. And then, I go and really get ready for the scene ahead. Oh, here we are. Haruka's gone from idle to downright immobile. The crash has left her with significant brain damage, and the only word she can easily say is Oji-san.
Oji-san?
Which she's going to repeat until players cry uncle. She genuinely adds just as much to the story awake as she did in a coma. It's depressingly impressive how she is so much less. So, welcome to a scene that's really important, and not for any of the reasons that you would hope. Kiryu is finally face to face with Haruka. It's the moment we've waited all game long for, more than one. He looks at her injuries, and when he then attempts to lecture her in an uncharacteristically stern fatherly way, he's too overcome to do it. And I had a lot I wanted to hear. Kiryu swallows his words, Haruka's still immobile, and Kiryu needs stationary. Then Akiyama walks in. The moment is over. This is now setting the stage for Tower Battle 2016. This is, for me, one of the most frustrating and later fascinating moments in 6, and for many it boomerangs back around and hits you in the back of the head once you learn who Kiryu is writing that letter for. But more immediately, this scene is emblematic of one of 6's biggest wrinkles. A lot of the emotional moments in this game are incredibly stilted. They're not delivered with the usual bombast, powerful images, and strong characterization. This scene is going for something more subtle, but it's pretty much the last thing anyone watching this story wants, and isn't the kind of subtlety Yakuza is good at. Kiryu and Haruka feel more distant than ever in this moment, both from each other and the audience's expectations, and this really isn't the time for that. The whole of Yakuza 5, a prequel, and now everything in this game up until now has had them separated, whether that barrier was a matter of concrete or consciousness. Now we finally have them together. You want them to catch up and really talk, but this is so abrupt, it feels like such a tease. And it's because they're leaning on their new weapon, the improved face capture, meant to wordlessly sell the weight of the moment. But this is just not how Yakuza expresses emotions, and it falls so flat. Yakuza has had good face acting in the past, but lesser graphical capabilities and different writing priorities meant they were sparing with it. Now with Dragon Engine they want to flex those face muscles, and they do it constantly. Sometimes it works. Oftentimes it's adding needless ambiguity to proceedings while neglecting Yakuza's best asset, which is its strong character writing. It's like a bumbling dad with a new power tool, looking for any opportunity to use it regardless of good sense and what worked before. The absent characters I don't so much mind. The absent theatrics leave me wanting. As I'm going through this game, I realise so many of the scenes do what they need to do. There's good theming and subtext, so I feel a little shallow when I say the change in presentation and how it conveys emotions keeps me distant. And even as I can see the stuff the story is going for, I never manage to connect with and get caught up in the moment. And that really sucks when it comes to this one. What was meant to be the emotional slam dunk. Though if you want to see good face acting, or a good use of a lack of it,
そしてユータが一緒に暮らせるようにな。
いや、でもそれははるかちゃんがもし望むならの話で。
ユータくん。なんで私がそれを望まないと思うの？
Run, Yuta. Could that have been made any more creepy in execution? Ah well, still, Yuta's happy. Akiyama jokes that him and Kiryu are the third and fourth wheels, and everyone has a laugh as Kiryu takes that completely literally. It's fine, he needs to call Someya and ask where Sagai is. Someya's stunned. The Dragon of Dojima is plotting murder. Am I talking to Aoyama here? Still, he lets us know Sagai's base is up in the Millennium Tower. Yuta's borrowed. We actually get some decent back and forth between Kiryu and Haruka, but this fails to save face. The moment's passed. So off we go to do something hype, because at least 6 remembers how to do that part. Man, that's the sickest shit in the universe. We got our Yakuza 4+2, black suited lineup, and we're hitting the tower. Excellent intro, excellent sync with music into action. Accompanying Yakuza 6's best long battle is my favorite long battle track, Zenta's absolutely phenomenal Lots of Lights. This banger is accompanied by many bangers, as the gimmick of this one is, once again, explosives. I mean, why not? The Millennium Tower should be bomb-proof by this point, so just break out the bazookas in the boardroom. This is my favorite encounter in the game. It's such a clown show, and I love it. And it culminates with us finally avenging Kashiwagi. If only he were alive to see it. What's so impressive about the tower raid this time around is that it's not actually much longer than other long battles 6 has, but the music, the setting, the way the party steadily dwindles, left behind to hold the line or injured, the helicopter hounding you, adding complications, it makes this sequence feel so much bigger than it is. Lots of Lights gives it so much energy. Unlike Kamurocho again, which is failing to make me take the combat seriously, Lots of Lights is so hypnotic and cool that I absolutely do. This is Kiryu's moment to show the Tojo what he's all about. But that's the problem. They know what Kiryu's all about.
Oi!
Sugai is watching by satellite. He knew what Kiryu was planning and is a step ahead. The only one here is Someya, and while he lacks his usual banter, he's replaced it with a blade.
あんた俺と岩見社長をぶっ殺すつもりだったんだってな。安心して染谷に殺されな。
何があった染谷。
何があったって。行かれちまったんですよ。俺は。
Oh man, I love this fight. I love this fight so much. I love how the hype of the preceding battle is twisted so heavily. Like, Lots of Lights makes me overlook the silliness of the combat to get excited, the general setup, the shocking swerve, and most of all, Saori Yoshida's amazing track, Destiny, make me believe in the gravity of this boss fight. Even if it's still Yakuza 6. Destiny is my favorite boss track of all time. No joke, I must have listened to it once a week for 2-3 years after I first heard it. I was obsessed with it. This game has so many problems, and music is not one of them. There's so much about this fight that works in its setup and foreshadowing. We've battled Someya enough times to see how out of character he's acting. He doesn't joke, he doesn't meet Kiryu fairly, he steels himself for the battle. Kiryu's internal narration, which usually adds context or insight to an objective, instead sadly demands to know what the hell happened. We see genuine anger on Someya's face, and I love how Kiryu cares enough to try and disarm him and get a grip on the situation. Sagai's also great in this moment, a man who has existed in the background of the Tojo all along apparently. In this fight, that idea becomes literal, and it shows what a worm he is. There is such a strong narrative to this fight, and it ends with genuine tragedy. We may get the blade off Someya, but that doesn't mean Sagai won't twist the knife. Someya doesn't easily accept this defeat. It's then revealed why Someya's so desperate to win.
Kiyomi!
No, Saneo, they said snack Kiyomi. Well, seeing that, Someya is pained but a little nostalgic. If Someya had killed Kiryu, she would have been returned safely.
Kiryu-san, あなたが染谷に殺されてやらなかったせいです。
Well, you definitely inherited your dad's ability to pass the buck, fuckface. Tsuneo gives Kiryu 3 seconds to kill Someya, and in his desperation, Someya tries to thrust a knife into his hands, but Kiryu freezes. He won't do it. And as Tsuneo counts 3, Someya has to take life into his own hands. Nagamo arrives just in time to witness a dying Someya swear to Kiyomi that he never, ever hurt their daughter. Tsuneo snidely taunts the display, takes his leave, and then this happens.
何をする気だ。
まあ、時間切れは時間切れじゃけえの。
キヨちゃん。おい、なんならこりゃ!
With his dying breath, he begs Nagamo to take care of his daughter. Nagamo tries to tell him he's going to be okay, but he concedes, agrees, and Someya gets to go with any amount of peace. So this is Yakuza 6's best sequence. Amazing set pieces, banging music, and a great boss fight. The character's really firing on all cylinders, the energy's high, it gets the player caught up in the excitement, so that they're just as surprised as Kiryu when the trap is sprung. A loading screen tip says that when Yakuza fighting gets serious, the rooftop becomes an arena. Well, we never made it that far, so I guess the conflict in this game was just japes. Joking aside, I have one criticism. One which doesn't take too much away from Tower Battle 2016, but it does stand out to me. The tower raid in 6 feels like a retread of 5. You know, the tower raid being a trap, the villain knowing Kiryu's MO and thus using it as bait. It does offer its own advancement. Where Kurosawa was sort of still playing by the rules of Yakuza etiquette by turning up and putting on a bit of a show, 6 advances this by having villains who are so far removed from Kiryu's idea of fairness and honor that he is left with no way to meaningfully fight back. They didn't just break Someya, they broke the rules of the story. The tower raid failing like this is a great way to get across the message that Kiryu's time has truly passed. What is meant to be a moment of hype, excitement, and finally bringing it to the villains is instead Kiryu's real biggest blind spot, because he also expects them to play by the rules. There's a beauty that the first and last long battles essentially play out the same way. Kiryu made to battle Someya while an Iwami waits behind a screen, nowhere near the roof, the shirt staying on. All according to Keikaku. Like fucked up father, like shitty son. Though a more snide reading is this. The tower raid failing again in a similar-ish way is probably a sign that Kiryu had to be retired as a character. We've done this dance so many times that the game has tried to keep Kiryu fresh by using his predictability against him twice, 2 entries in a row. Arguably 3 if you count Katsuragi's plan in 4 as a sort of dry run for this tactic. A real sign that we needed someone fresh, someone a bit more cunning who plays by his own rules. But that's for next time. So let's talk about Someya. He is to me Yakuza 6's standout performance. A fascinating, tricky, and ultimately tragic character, and a unique addition to the lineup of rivals Kiryu has had throughout the series. I've tried to keep my feelings on Someya somewhat chronological through his appearances, but like him, I've been a little deceptive. The fact of the matter is, for my first 2 playthroughs, I had a totally different take on him than what I ultimately wound up with. Between my second and third playthrough, I read Yokoyama's Dengeki interview, where he called Someya the Tojo's last hero. Quite a lofty description, and I had no idea I was meant to get that impression. I thought he was a smug prick who got outplayed, not deserving of death and ultimately redemptive, but a hero? Really? So I went into my third playthrough with that intention in mind, and his actions made total sense. Except for the beating his wife part, I'm a bit hung up on that. He was a man who looked up to Kiryu, but also saw that by all accounts, he had failed. The Tojo was in shambles, Kamurocho was a mess, and some no-name from the Showa era is suddenly showing everyone up? Like Kiryu used to, he wants to save the Tojo, but he wouldn't follow Kiryu's example because from his perspective, it didn't work. His methods would be more clandestine. He would play the Yakuza like a game, rise the ranks, and try to write it from the top down. He would act superficially, because those were the people who made it to the top. Someya outwardly rejects the better ideals of a Yakuza that Kiryu represents, and maybe he really does believe that. But unlike someone such as Kurosawa, he isn't a bad person because of it. It's just him keeping up with the times the same way someone like Nishiki did all those years earlier. He was clearly more honorable than he let on, but revealing that he believes in anything would out him as a threat. He's not as immediately appreciable a rival like Ryuji, Mine, or Kuze, and I'd argue doesn't wind up as impactful, but that feels a little unfair because Someya simply can't be a rival in the same way. The time for shows of strength such as those is over, but in the end he still had something he cared about to be used against him. He could never actually tackle someone truly soulless like Tsuneo, nor could he ever be irreplaceable to a rat like Tsugai, who just allies with the one who promises him the most power at the least risk. His goals were trapped because the man exists as a half measure. As mentioned, his actor, Shunoguri, seemed to have freedom to interpret his character. He'd played the series up until this point and had appeared alongside Kuroda in other shows. He knew he couldn't tackle Kiryu's performance head on. So he decided to instead trip him up, by never trying to steal a scene or intimidate Kiryu. He would act snide and unimpressed as his own way of standing out, and it's a fantastic and layered performance. If there's any more proof that Someya is more honourable than he lets on, take not just the fact he was willing to sacrifice himself for Kiyomi, but his method. He's spilling his guts in more ways than one by going this way. One last reveal that there was more to the man than his taunting. Someya may not have had anything on his back, but that's because he put on a front. And he was far from an affront to the Yakuza. And before we pass on, I do have another critique. This one isn't tied to the tower specifically, and I will admit this one likely won't bother most, though it may start bugging you once I point it out. I said that of 6's many problems, music wasn't one of them. That was a lie. Sort of. Yakuza 6 actually has a fair chunk of licensed music exclusive to the Japanese version, supplied by Tatsuro Yamashita. His track Sobo, which I'd argue is the theme of Yakuza 6, playing in 2 places and the credits, is an absolutely beautiful song and truly resonant with Kiryu's character in 6. Somber and slow-paced, it feels old and weathered but still expresses a deep curiosity and love of life, patiently awaiting learning what it all means. In a detail I adore, Sobo was first released on a 1988 album. The theme of the end came out during the beginning, which is a delightful connection. I won't be playing any more than snippets of these songs because they're all copyrighted, and Tatsuro Yamashita has expressed an anti-streaming sentiment, so in an appreciable irony he rejects a slice of modernity, and I'll try and respect that except where it's funny. Sobo and several other of Yamashita's songs feature prominently at key points in the story to bring these moments home, creating little leitmotifs, show how each of these moments are not uniquely anyone's and are part of a grander song of life, all while upping the production value. In the Japanese release. Sobo plays during the intro and when Kiryu rides up the ropeway. It emphasizes Kiryu and Haruka's connection yet distance. It also seems to symbolize a character finding life in a new place. Kibo plays when Kiryu first saves Nagumo, when Yuta rushes to join the others in saving Haruto, and during the Hirose boys and Haruka's last time seeing Kiryu. It presents him as a ray of hope in others' lives, when his words break through to them and make them better people. It's also genuinely hilarious that during this scene the lyrics translate to a ship of courage. If things couldn't get any more on the nose, or on the fucking bow in this case. Katamoe is a fairly straightforward love ballad and plays when Someya snogs Kiyomi and when Yuta reveals the truth of the town to Haruka. It's to highlight characters realizing their feelings for each other. These two scenes did not need to be any more linked. That's bad romance. Lastly, and most relevant to what got us talking, is Human. It plays during Hirose and Someya's deaths, and well, it's also to me the funniest.
I'm only a human.
It's when a character who's dying reveals that for all of their shortcomings, flaws, and past transgressions that
I'm a human.
You get it. They get to go out with a deal of sympathy. None of them perfect, but they tried their best and did the right thing in their final moments. These songs are fine, and they're all perfectly in line with Yakuza 6's thrust, but I actually prefer them not being here. That's right, I like the localized versions more. If you've followed this video series, you'll know I enjoy a big emotional moment, and these songs are good for that, but none really hit like the crazy Ken Band in 2. Granted, none are as bad as the Sim scene from Kiwami 2. The original scene is just the perfect song for the moment. It's stylish, it carries a lot of conflicting emotions, and it complements Kiryu's moment of self-realization. Crazy Ken Band supplemented and supplied internal narration for a scene without dialogue, lending a unique power to a moment of great personal growth. I don't like calling media emotionally manipulative, because besides anything else, it's redundant. It's just a malevolent framing of what stories inherently do, which is try to lead you to the emotion it wants to create or get you thinking about what it's trying to explore. But I get what it's getting at. It's when it feels blatant, transparent, low effort, preachy, condescending, or so on. When an idea feels less like a communication with the audience and more like you're being talked down to. To me, a good story takes me partway to the emotion it wants to create, and then has the confidence to let me take that final step. These songs don't do that. So, no problem, right? I mean, they're not even in the English version, so what am I complaining about? Well, it's a bit trickier than that. Scenes featuring these songs are staged around them, and once I watched the original versions, I noticed how odd the pauses, cuts, and line deliveries were when not set to the music they're intended for. Worse than that is Yakuza 6's habit of having characters seemingly shy to express their feelings in these key moments because of the aforementioned face acting. It's a lot more restrained and it's clear that it's angling for something, and that's when it dawned on me. These songs are also talking for the characters much of the time, but in the international release they're absent, leaving these scenes muted. They were timed and primed for Yamashita's music to a point that I like them less, but they're also sort of inseparable. I've talked about presentation much more than usual in this video, but that's because it's a big part of Yakuza 6. It's held back by its need to be more impressive, more modern, more striking. The storytelling and the gameplay have the same problem. So much more technical weight, no idea how to apply any of it. Sobo is great. Its use, only so-so. Defeated, the group retreats to Serena. They've lost. They're going to be hunted down by a joint Tojo and Yome, and their only option now is to go into hiding. And Nagumo, the one you might expect to be the most short-sighted and angry about this, simply gets up, says he's going for air, and when he returns, everyone had better be gone. No one moves a muscle. That gets him going. Yuta is left in Akiyama's care, and before he heads out, a thought strikes him.
もしかしたら桐生さんは菅井や岩見恒を殺そうとしてたんじゃないかって。違いますか?
He tells Kiryu that if he was going to get his hands dirty, he'd rather he use his to keep the spirit of the Dragon of Dojima alive. It's a pretty strong gesture that isn't taken, an odd reminder of how little Akiyama gets to really do in this game when he seems to be the only one left who really believes in anything, or carries any of Five's energy forwards. With everyone gone, Kiryu heads up to the roof where Nagumo awaits. It turns out, there was something he neglected to mention to the others.
岩見恒は
明日クルスタケルの葬儀の後、造船所に行くはずです。奴らを差し違えてでも殺す。兄貴もそのつもりなんじゃろ。
ああ。
ほいじゃが、わしと兄貴だけで十分じゃ。一家の連中も秋山さんもこれ以上巻き込めん。
俺もそのつもりだった。どうやら俺とお前で死ぬ時は一緒になりそうだな、兄弟。
そいつは今日初めて聞くニュースじゃ。
I haven't talked a great deal about Kiryu in this video. One of the points of contention surrounding this entry is how for Kiryu's finale, very little of the focus actually goes to him. It's instead spread mostly around this new cast. So I was surprised on this revisit when I found that Kiryu has a true arc through this game, and it is by far and away my favourite aspect of the story. At the start of the game, Kiryu is, in his words, trying to wash the Tojo stink off of him, even verbally separating himself from Daigo when they briefly meet. He feels that being in any way Yakuza is something which stops him from going home. He calls himself a civilian and begrudges having to deal with the Tojo in any way. Then he arrives in Hiroshima, acts hostile and closed off to any gangster who crosses his path. That is until he sees something good in Nagamo and goes to save him. He accepts being called an anarchy, winds up joining in with this family who remind him of who he once was. The Yome may have been a sham, but these guys embody all the good parts of the lie. When faced with the likes of Someya or Soneo, it's not long before he's espousing his ideals and trying to do right by Daigo. By the end of it, Kiryu considers the Hirose family, and he's ready to die alongside someone he considers a brother. He hasn't had someone this close to him in a long, long time. I really adore this arc, and it took a new cast to carry it. A group who remind Kiryu of the man he used to be, remind him of what he valued as a Yakuza, the fraternity, the family, the sense of justice. Kiryu seems so out of focus in this story, but that's because the people he's interacting with all reflect back on him. I also think it's beautiful to use what's meant to be one last story, not just to retread old ground, but to show Kiryu affecting the lives of one last set of people and being affected in turn, showing that there's always room to grow and change and find your place in the world no matter how long life goes on and no matter how much of the world you came from seems to slip away. And Nagamo himself changes. Starting the game as a short-sighted, well-intentioned ball of anger, you see him start to take on some of Kiryu's wisdom and patience. He starts picking his words better and acting more courageously. In that last moment in Serena, he's downright clever compared to how he started. He forms a plan and acts on it. He knows Kiryu well enough to know that he would come after him. Kiryu's arc can also be seen in a grimmer way. Kiryu accepting that for all of his effort, the world will always see him as a Yakuza. Even Akiyama's well-intentioned words are sad proof that Kiryu can only ever be the Dragon of Dojima. When he realizes he's never going home again, that the time for men like him has passed and all that's left to do is go out swinging, he embraces the aspect of his past which sealed his future. I think it's a bittersweet mix of the two, especially given how the game ends, but I prefer to lean on the sweet. With that out of the way, I do have a small problem with how the climactic confrontation comes about. After the tower raid just made the point that a blunt force, straightforward run at the enemy can no longer work, Kiryu and Nagamo resolve to do it once more, with less feeling. The two head back to Hiroshima, raise a glass to Kiyomi and make their exit. And as a news report talks of Suneo's ascension, Akiyama returns to an empty sewer. The Yamato Mark II sits in the bay, and we begin with Kiryu and Nagamo having already carved a path to the ceremony. Turns out, of course, Kiryu's arrival was once again expected. All that stands in our way is Koshimizu and a couple dozen goons. Nagamo's wounded, but we still make short work of him. And then, once again, the trap is sprung.
Haruka!
They tricked Honjo and took Haruka. Kiryu and Nagumo are helpless. If they want her to live, their only option is to stand there and let these two wail on them. And boy, does Sugai wail and fail. Kiryu's so fucking cool. Okay, let's break down Sugai. Sugai is, in this game's core dynamic, the absolute most cretinous and pathetic example of the intergenerational divide. Sugai has nothing to offer but seniority. He rides the coattails and risks the lives of a much more competent younger generation because he could never succeed on his own merits, nor does he have the balls to try. It's often crude to have a character who has supposedly been there all along just turn up, but it uses this to wordlessly communicate a ton about Sugai. Think about every trial the Tojo has been through, and mentally insert Sugai into the picture. This man was too cowardly to stick his neck out even once in all that time. He then has the gall to act offended that no one respected him. He uses the next generation in a way that isn't even impressive in how messed up it is, it's just sad. Even the people he's using know how worthless he is and seem ready to discard him as soon as they've extracted what little value he has because both he and his leverage is flimsy and fleeting. Not that Tsuneo is much more impressive, even if he packs more of a punch. It's a strange note to end on. The most pathetic, snivelling adversaries are the ones making it to the end. Iwami starts grandstanding about how much greater and more ambitious than his father he is. He floors Kiryu and returns to his favourite tactic. 10 seconds to get back on his feet or Haruka's dead. It's then the rest of the Hirose boys arrive and Tsuneo's leverage is down for the count. They yell for Kiryu to stand and he makes it to his feet. Tsuneo's suddenly not so cocky. And then it happens. Haruka says the one word she's capable of, and Kiryu looks over. That's the hardest shit in the game. So here we are, what's meant to be Kiryu's final boss, and it's not particularly impressive. Iwami hits like a truck, but his fighting style is amateurish and unimpressive. It all looks slow, rehearsed, a man trying to seem in control when really he's just imitating. And really that's because this is all this is. How do you get bigger than Ryuji or Aizawa? More personally meaningful than Nishiki or Daigo? More sympathetic than Mine? Kiryu has beaten so many more impressive opponents at this point that rather than trying to figure out someone even more impressive, it goes the opposite route and gives us a villain who is utterly pathetic. He'd be less than dirt on Kiryu's shoe, if the game still had the stomp. And 6 goes so full on with this that it's pretty awesome in its own way. Kiryu calls him a baby. His title card still just acknowledges him as CEO of Iwami Shipbuilding and not a Yakuza. The objective subtitle has the actual for real hardest line in the game. He is nothing to me. That's Kiryu's inner monologue on the final boss. It's the sickest shit. Iwami lost the moment his grasp on Kiryu slipped. Despite all of this, Tsuneo Iwami does still carry forward one of Yakuza's longest final boss traditions. He is yet another dark reflection of Kiryu, and one that is pretty interesting, both in how it relates to the themes of this story, while also going all the way back to Kiryu's origins. The relationship between Kiryu and Tsuneo to their respective fathers is a very obvious mirror. Both Kazuma and Heizo wanted to keep their kids out of the underworld. Kazuma wanted to protect his child, Heizo wanted to protect his power. Kazuma ultimately relented. He respected Kiryu enough to let him set his own path as best he could, and Kiryu ultimately came out to respect what Kazuma was trying to do for him. Heizo denied Tsuneo completely, and this led to resentment. So he turned against his father and forced his way into a life he doesn't understand as a point of pride. Meanwhile, Heizo didn't understand his son until way too late. Tsuneo is Kiryu's final opposite, and basically everything he's ever stood against composited into one person. Is this fight unimpressive? Yes. Does that make a point? Also yes. Is it still unimpressive? Yeah, kinda. A totally weird side note, but I remembered this fight wrongly. I somehow remembered Kiryu keeping his jacket on, like he was even denying Iwami the privilege of series tradition. I kinda wish that was the case to really drill in how utterly worthless Tsuneo is. And hey, that way Kiryu could stay dressed for a funeral. But whose? No, hang on. That's the last boss fight of the Kiryu saga. That's how I'm ending it. Come on, how did my legend playthrough go? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
お前が地獄へ来るのを待ちかねてる人たちが大勢いる。お前は極道の世界に仇を巻き込む外道だ。
The old shit has a shooter, but luckily he's a shit shot. Haruka does what only a mother can do, Yuta attempts to do what only a mother can do, but shock twist. Kiryu does what only a mother can do. Sagai empties his gun into Kiryu, and it's not enough. I'd say this gives someone time to act, but a production of Phantom could have been staged in the time they've had to disarm the guy. Kiryu drops. Sagai tries to run, but he's surrounded. Oh, that's what you get for missing 5. And far from here, Daidoji slips away as well. And Kiryu speaks his last.
よかった、はるか。
そんな満足そうな顔しないでよ。死なないでおじさん。諦めるの。
Breaking down this game so far has been an odd experience. I try not to touch on later games too much and only reflect on the series so far. But I feel like I've been replaying and writing about this game in the months before it's about to be invalidated. 7 already created some of that feeling, but I remember this moment not even hitting me when I first experienced it years earlier. How is this not working? It's one of my favorite characters saying goodbye to the most important person in his life, and it's not doing anything. The endings of 5 and 0 ruined me, and they were so much more bright and optimistic than this. All throughout playing this game, I felt so little of it grabbing me. I figured a lot had to be off under the surface. It's likely my presentational issues and the feeling the telling is weak, because when I go through it with a fine-tooth comb, take notes, look at character motivations, break down recurring themes, read interviews, after a ropey opening few hours and an introductory middle act, much of this works. and is telling a very singularly focused story. There's so much thought and care and setups and payoffs, but it's not paying off for me. There is something, however, which does. We jump to a month later. After realizing they didn't arrest Yuta for burning down Little Asia, the Fuzz figured it only fair they let these guys off the hook. The last of the rooftop rumblers advised Daigo that the clan is ready to march on Hiroshima and avenge the 4th chairman, because yeah, they clearly respected and got what he was about. They ask for Daigo's order, and we fade to Kiryu writing his letter. He talks of his regrets, of how much he failed someone and left so much unsaid. How in his recent journeys he's seen so many different kinds of relationships, so many different ways people who were meant to care for one another failed to do right by those they love. It's an odd thing to have Kiryu essentially exposit the theme in his own words, especially one where Kiryu seems to restrain himself so much. But it's really nice, fitting for a send-off to get into a character's view. Kiryu lays out all of his flaws to Daigo and asks that if he's gone, don't try to avenge him. While Kiryu's death doesn't do anything for me because it's fake and complicated, the line, "my life isn't worth that much," stings because those feelings are real and simple. Daigo arrives at Tojo headquarters, and he has his decision. They won't move on Hiroshima. Majima and Saijima are wowed by Kiryu's brilliance, and the Tojo men aren't bowing. They all blew their backs out getting rid of some guy's massive table. So the letter is my favourite part of the ending, and the part I think works best, even if it's like 75%. Going back to this scene, this moment, yes, it's still contrived, in that the words Kiryu is saying feel very out of place coming out of his mouth, but he's saying them to make writing this letter feel like a logical thing he would do. It's very strange, and you can really feel the hand of the writer forcing this action. Though I would argue it leads to some very rich and complex emotions which do a lot to win me over. But it is such a reach. Let me explain. Kiryu starts trying to lecture Haruka in this stern, fatherly way, but having just gone through this odyssey of bad dads, he catches himself in his own hypocrisy, because he realizes that while he was there for Haruka, or at least always trying to be, he was never there for Daigo until it was too late. He realizes he has no right to yell at Haruka for running off when he did it too. So, I've played a bit of a long game in this video series. I've made numerous jokes and put down Daigo a ton because it's fun and easy to do, and I will keep doing it. But I've also been biding my time. The very first bit of writing I did for this video was an off-the-cuff note about Daigo, which I wrote in July 2021. For reasons I can't remember, my first thoughts on this game were of him. And hey, Kiryu just read out his letter, so let me read mine. One point of contention surrounding Yakuza 6 was that at the time this was touted as Kiryu's send-off game, and for a send-off, Kiryu spends much of the time surrounded by a new cast. Not much of the old guard are there to send him off, and so we don't get those big emotional moments. Then at the end we hear a letter being read that seems like it's the emotional slam dunk, until it's revealed that the letter has gone to Daigo instead of what many assumed would be Haruka, seeing as Kiryu has, chronologically speaking, spent the last 2 games and several in-game years waiting to reconnect with her. Well, it's a slap in the face that it's the guy Kiryu smacked in the face. I, to an extent, agree with this point. It is a bait and switch. This is Kiryu's story, and we've been waiting with him for Haruka to awake, and their time together is scant. We want them both to have this. These last parting words from the man who is her father. But they went to Kiryu's other kid, the person Kiryu failed so completely. In the Western fandom, Daigo is seen as something of a joke. I've contributed to that at least a little. He's easy to make fun of because what is seen in his home country as a fastidious and loyal work ethic in the face of punishing odds is seen to us as bumbling incompetence by a man who clearly shouldn't have the job. We could get into character flaws not being story flaws, but the people who can't make that connection will either figure that out on their own or keep complaining till the end of time. So surface level they'd be starved for oxygen atop a step ladder. I've taken the mick out of Daigo because it's funny, and I said I'd get into him later. That was 5 games ago, so I think now is later. Daigo is a victim of Kiryu's poor decisions. The way I see it, Kiryu didn't pick him because he'd actually be the best for the job. He did it to assuage his guilt over Sohei's death and in a roundabout way atone for Nishiki. Kiryu is a man who acts on what he believes to be right over what won't create problems. And he knows the Yakuza is an organization that respects seniority and image. So he picks the young runt of a disgraced family, one who spent time in jail after being tricked into a fight halfway across the country. And he was right about Daigo's character. To an extent, he did what he saw as right for the clan with the powers he had, but at every step he had to fight to keep his organization in check, because no matter what, he was in their eyes a baby who got his place out of nepotism. Daigo would never win, no matter how wise his decisions were or how much he improved as he learned how to handle the reins of the Tojo. And that's why I've taken the piss out of him no matter how far he's come. He went from having a few Chinpira followers he didn't even want, to being the head of a major organization within the span of days, because a man he looked up to as a kid told him he had to, so that he could return that group to a former glory that that man never actually saw with his own eyes. He just imagined it because his dad Kazuma was great, and at one point Dojima had power that Kiryu himself had a big part in taking away because he never deserved it. So yes, Daigo deserved this letter, he deserves this apology, and he is one of the most tragic characters in Yakuza. I sure hope 7 doesn't take this in a really stupid direction. There's chunks of this note I no longer agree with. That was a real petty bitch comment about the stepladder, and I'm not sure how you're meant to think the letter is going to Haruka just in the way the scenes are laid out. But this does really get into how I feel about Daigo. Daigo is, for much of the series, not a great leader, but how was he ever meant to be? He had everything going against him, but he took the job out of respect for Kiryu. The both of them blindly believed the Tojo could be fixed, and he tried. Now Kiryu has spent a whole game seeing old people who handed their burdens down to the next generation. When he looks at what he did to Daigo, he can't deny that he didn't do the same. He gave him a Yakuza clan that he'd just partly pummeled, then ran off to Okinawa to raise an orphanage while actively trying to have nothing to do with him. No on-the-job training. The most he did for Daigo was get his wacky tragic fighting buddy to look over his shoulder. Thanks, Dad. Kiryu, in his heart of hearts, can't pretend he did right by someone he claims to care about. He put Daigo in a terrible position, and the kid respected him enough to accept it and try his best even with everything stacked against him. He even accepts Kiryu as a father, more than his biological dad. So hey, that's forgiveness. Now, does this disrupt a key scene in the narrative for what is an absolutely bonkers Hail Mary emotional shot? Yes. And I don't think it's very clever in how it does it. Sabotaging a major emotional moment for such a ballsy move is insane. But I love it regardless. I love that Kiryu realizes a flaw in himself and acknowledges it. And I wish he was able to do it twice. Date's having a drink at Serena. In walks Akiyama. Sky Finance is making a comeback, and that means Akiyama's rich in money and richer in foresight once more. And putting his powers to immediate use, he doesn't believe that Kiryu's really dead and drills the dick over it.
本当のことを話せる日が来たら、その時は違う答えを聞かせてもらえますよね。
Obviously, he has it right. It's Akiyama. He can play the stock market. You think he can't play you? No need for a wake. He has woken up. Kiryu comes to next to a briefcase full of money and a politician.
私は政治家としてのイロハをすべて大道寺先生に教えられたものだ。
His words are richer than he is, and he really fumbles this little chat. What Kiryu knows makes him a threat, and they want to buy his silence. But Kiryu isn't interested in cash. He wants something different.
何?
全てを秘密にしたいのなら、俺の条件を飲め。
なんだと？自分が何を言ってるのか分かっているのか?
Shinzo Abe, pre-shotgun. 1. Daigo's free. And 2. Kiryu is declared dead. Date runs in, baffled, and well, I'm not, but I want to be. The politician concedes and Kiryu has his wish. Date points out this means he can never see his family again, which Kiryu glumly accepts. The game plays out on a parallel shot of Haruto taking his first steps while Kiryu walks away from the orphanage for the last time. A bittersweet, bollocky ending. Years from now, Haruka will divorce this moron for getting a nice upside-down shot of the wall after she abruptly yells at their close-to-tears child to keep trying. Before this, we learn Kiyomi is alive and well, and Nagamo isn't making any progress on that front anytime soon. But hey, Nagamo now has his hands full leading the family, and he's a better, more patient man. And also, I guess Koshimizu wasn't all bad. It's a shame that Kiryu killed him. But yeah, that's the ending. And besides how Kiryu dressing down the politician is pretty sick, intimidating a powerful figure from a hospital bed. I am mixed leaning negative on this whole ending. As we've gone over, Kiryu is a man racked with survivor's guilt, who always sees himself as the source of everyone's problems. Now he's in hot water with the government and senses an opportunity to disappear with the assurance that those he cares about won't be disturbed. Yes, he went into the finale expecting to die. Yes, what he does after surviving is a meaningful sacrifice. And yes, I can see him doing it, and yes, this is sad. But it really rubs against what so much of this game and series has shown us. Over the course of his stories, we've seen Kiryu grapple with his own martyrdom. His survivor's guilt and ingrained belief that you make up for failure or wrongdoing with your own blood has hounded him. Yakuza 2's best scene is Kiryu being called out on how this doesn't actually solve anything, then resolving to live. But I can get that as the years go by and the bodies pile up, that feeling creeps back in. What makes this ending come off so weak to me is that 6 ends on the big sacrifice after telling a whole story where big sacrifices don't work. And more to the point, Kiryu seeing that firsthand. At the start, he goes to jail and figures it will square everything away. All it means is he can't be there for Haruka and the kids, which causes Haruka to follow in his footsteps so he gets to experience the pain of this happening to him. He admits his failing and resolves to right it. Kiryu from then on refuses to let people take falls, always stepping in to cut such things short. Most obviously with Yuta, where he asks the question of what happens to Haruka and Haruto without him, and when he can't break through to them, decides to break him instead. He saw Someya trade his life for Kiyomi's after essentially freezing, but as far as Kiryu should be aware, that didn't work. This game has carried a pretty strong do not sacrifice yourself message which Kiryu championed, so Kiryu then deciding to sacrifice himself at the end to give us our big emotional climax feels really cheap. I do get this, by the way. I'm talking this big, premeditated, avoidable self-sacrifice where you opt to throw yourself away. I mean, yes, it is Kiryu. He gives himself very little value and doesn't want anyone else to sacrifice so he can do it in their place, but is this how we're really wrapping this up? It turns out none of this was actual growth. Now, here's my problem, and where this gets really, really mixed. And this is a mild spoiler for 7 and 8. I'm not happy about how they retired Kiryu, but god, I wish they stuck by it. Yet I'm also excited when I see him. That's some cognitive dissonance right there. That's terminal fan brain. You show me this trailer of these two together and I'm like, oh yeah, give me that. I really want Kiryu to live, but honestly, I'd have preferred if he died right here. The secret of Onomichi going with him. If we ignore the Hirose boys and Yuta, who was also there, maybe they all took the payday. Maybe Kiryu is with the Daidoji and Gaiden because of this. I don't know. I do know this ending leaves me feeling like I just witnessed an indecisive half measure. The whole game's purpose was to remove Kiryu, but then at the end, they realized they didn't actually want to kill him, and wound up reversing so hard they backed up over an entire character arc. I love Kiryu's character, but his writing has been inconsistent over the years. When he's good, he's this fascinating bundle of well-written flaws. His stoic exterior hides a deep kindness that's always joyful to watch other characters coming to understand. When he's bad, he's a fairly stock wise old hero, but still entertaining in his indestructibility and grand speeches. 6 gets so much right about him, but his ending is something I find really off-putting. And I think RGG do too, because they've been trying to write around it since. Before we close, let's have one last word from Nagoshi. This was from a 2016 interview. I'm not lying when I say this is the final chapter in the legend of Kazuma Kiryu. Those are my true beliefs right at this moment. Usually, for example, right around this time as we're making RGG 6, the staff generally have at least a little bit of discussion amongst themselves about what we might do with RGG 7. This time though, there's been nothing like that at all. I don't think he was lying, but times change, and truths follow. That's meant to be the last story of Kazuma Kiryu, and as much as I think this game is a weirdly weak entry with good ideas, I don't want the Song of Life to end on such a low note, so let us linger a little longer. Yakuza 6's karaoke lineup is extraordinary, my favourite in the series, so I've saved it until last. Let's start with its big standout song, Today is a Diamond. This song is so charming. It sounds so happy on the face of it. A man singing for the love of his life to get up out of bed so they can go have fun on this beautiful day, singing of good times past. Over the course of this song, his desperation for them to wake up gets greater and greater. There's a wonderful ambiguity to this song. It could genuinely be as innocent as it seems. A husband and wife, the husband trying to get her up and go reclaim their youth, but the non-literal parallel, I'm not suggesting that relationship, is obvious, and then it gets real sad. And then it ends with... and then I want to die. That's how these songs operate, and they do it so well. Cheerful, innocuous text, painful, gut-wrenching subtext. Fork in the Road talks about two people's futures diverting, which gets at Kiryu's intended departure from the series. Like a Butterfly is this hilarious spectacle of Kiryu rapping. Not too much meaning to the lyrics that I can gather here, but I can't not mention it to lighten the mood for a moment. The track I really want to go over is Hands. This is a bloody boss track at nearly 4 straight minutes, but it ruins hands and hearts both, and I love it. The real difficulty comes from the tears. Like Today is a Diamond, it sounds happy, but is soul-crushing in context. It's a song about reflecting on being left behind by those dear to you, time cruelly flowing one way without pause, and accepting that one day you will have to say farewell to those you love. It opens with a singer, awake in the middle of the night, looking down at their baby and realizing how short their time together will be, how time will cruelly march forward and pull them apart. Gradually coming to accept that this has to happen and seeing some of the beauty in it, they'll go off and find their own person worth protecting. It's clearly about Kiryu and Haruto, but it also talks to the audience. And what is so absolutely brilliant about this song is that this is unlocked after the credits. It sings about the inevitability and fear of saying goodbye after you've already had to do it. Kiryu to Haruka and you to Kiryu. As it goes, there is no next day in our calendar, but there is infinite wealth. This time next year we'll be millionaires, and that's worth something. I joke, but it's great, and it hurts me more than the story ever manages. It's this lovely compressed ball of the emotion the story itself wants to convey, painfully effective. I'm struggling to think how to end this. While I'm not done covering this series, I'm thinking of at least going up to the next game to ring in Ichiban. How do I wrap this up? Yakuza has been so near and dear to me for so many years at this point, and it feels like I'm ending on a weak note. I don't think any words can really sum up this game, let alone this and the 7 preceding it. I decided to tackle this franchise when I started my Patreon as something of a challenge to myself, to see if I could find interesting stuff to say for such a big, long, repetitive series. It was a dare to myself. It did wind up a challenge, but for the opposite reason. I wound up with so much to say, and my love of it grew and grew. I feel like I've been covering it as its appreciation has grown alongside mine. The funny meme stuff is still around, but it brought enough people truly in that more and more actual discussion is being had of the subsurface elements, and that's great. I feel like covering them has made me a better writer, shown me how great one character can be, and how much heart a single series can have. And 6 doesn't feel like the game to earn that praise. I feel like so much of this video has been carried by passion for the wider entries, not the specific title we're on. I feel like I've clocked onto the best way to sum up 6, and it is another comparison. 6 almost leaves me feeling like it's the opposite of 5. Yeah, we've been here before, but let me go on. 5 is large and clumsy, but it's whimsical and weird, and it has so much heart. No matter how stupid it gets, I can't help but love so much of it. 6 is smaller, tighter, singularly focused, and trying to be real. It is a more clever game, but it feels so much less warm, so much less engaging, so much more detached. It lacks a bit of that balance of serious and silly, which keeps both sides in check. Kiryu is, as mentioned, one of my favourite characters. He is so wonderfully dynamic and interesting and deep and lovable a character, and it's not like 6 fails to capture that, but I just don't feel it. It sucks for him to end indulging in his biggest weakness after prior stories had tackled this exact topic and told him no. Yakuza 6 is a game that struggles because it wants to be the start of something as much as it needs to be the end. A new engine, new possibilities, new methods and approaches to storytelling. In a way, it makes sense. It's such a brilliant combination when you think about it. We get to tell a story about how things change while changing everything and seeing off the old hero. It's a no-brainer. But then this game feels so wrapped up in what it's trying to be that it struggles to remember what the series is. Yes, Kiryu feels out of place, but it's not really as striking when literally everything else does as well. And more selfishly, do we really want our last memories of a character to feel that way? Not even RGG wound up wanting that. For love of the character, or fear of the new? If you love Yakuza 6, I hope I haven't taken that away. That's not my goal with this video. And to its haters, I actually hope I've given you stuff to appreciate about it, but in the end, I feel lost. Realizing this game pretty much works sucks because it doesn't work on me. This was meant to be Kiryu's big finale. This was meant to be something worthwhile. And well, we're not quite done today. We got one more. Kiyomi 2 is a weird beast. What fascinates me most about it is how it winds up fulfilling basically the same role the original Yakuza 2 did for Yakuza 1, following up a rough start with a game made a year later that has a focus on fine-tuning the core gameplay and adding content. Unlike 6, this is also a bit of a budget title, so stuff like text boxes are back in force. It even opens with a giant wave of them, almost unashamedly. It's not just being back in Kamurocho in 2006, but this big, obviously artificial shotgun of text that made me feel like I was home. It makes substories and expositional scenes a lot more palatable when they move at my pace, and the substories, while bulked out by returning ones, has a lot of memorable diversions and mix-ups once more. The tone is more joyous, light-hearted, a bit closer to Zero. Here's the thing about trying to do Yakuza 2 again, but for 6. Yakuza 2 was taking a good rough base for a combat system and tweaking it into something truly engaging. Yakuza 2's combat is snappy, brutal, and tough. Kiyomi 2 is taking a comedy masterclass and making it less funny. Issues are ironed out, but it turns out I liked the creases, and in their attempts at rebalance, all they've done is create new, less entertaining problems. Kiryu now has a chargeable block breaker and flying kick. These at first seem like nice new tools for buying room, as the block breaker is a wide, bestial sweep, and the flying kick is a guaranteed stun, if it lands. It didn't take long before I realized how monstrously broken the block breaker was. It's fast, you recover instantly, it can be charged mid-combo, and it's a guaranteed block breaker with great damage if it lands. Fights devolved into this because it is such a dominant and easily accessible move. What also caused this was the balancing. Like Kiyomi 1, this is meant to be something of a hard mode expansion. As such, you are incredibly underpowered. I even felt this way tens of hours in with maxed out stats and buffs to boot. Which, hey, this does fix my problem of overpowering myself before battles. This is to push the player towards weapons. Their return is a bit of a focus of Kiyomi 2, emphasized by the ability to stow dropped weapons at any time. The return and origin of Kamiyama, whose upgrade system is delightfully cryptic in a way much of the early series felt. Variety is very much back on the menu, and Kiryu's lacking power is a push to bring some firepower. I often didn't feel the weapons pulled because, again, the block breaker is too dependable. I tried to vary things up, but before long, I just got tired of the inventory management and faffing. They've reintroduced a ton of combat variety, which are all sparked out by one new move overriding all of it. It's such an odd system to end on. Yakuza's combat is a game of fairly simple states, and blocking has always been a sign that you need to change approach. Try another attack string, or let the opponent go on the offensive and punish openings. Resort to grappling. A dedicated block breaker does more than break blocking. It changes the entire system, and that's gone unaccounted for. Kiyomi 2 still uses 6's level up system and makes it more substantial, but in a really depressing way. It's reintroduced mechanics like the acupuncturist, and quest rewards are often new attacks. But now they're all double unlocks because after finding them, they then have to be purchased through the level up menu thereafter. It's burdening a system of unlock and discovery that I find really fun to pad out a boring checklist that I don't. And I didn't even realize it at first. I got so many moves and made so many of the returning friends before realizing none were triggering. It's then I looked at the level up screen and realized I hadn't actually got any of them, and my heart sank at how utterly tedious the game was being. Then by the time you have the points to get them, you no longer feel any excitement towards the new move. It's such an asinine and overly elaborate system, and it didn't need to be. What, are these friends I've made who I've saved looking at Kiryu and going, nah, he's not experienced enough for me? Yakuza 2 also began the series' tradition of having a lot of extra content and stuff to do about town. Kiyomi 2 brings this aspect to the Dragon Engine, but it does it by reusing a lot of old content. Obviously I can't be too hard on it for that, as it is a remake, but its choices did leave me wondering. This could have been an interesting opportunity to revisit Yakuza 2's games, update host Club Adam and Marietta with new mechanics, less clunky menus and less asinine feedback. Hey, you can really render these carpets in next-gen graphics now. It instead reuses Clan Creator and Cabaret Club Czar. Hitting the high seas, I see. Let's start with Clan Creator. Kiryu teams up with Majima Construction to defend the Hill's construction plan. Loath as I am to have Kiryu defend such a cursed venture, we can't blame him for his ignorance. No one could have guessed the suffering this building would bring, but this story gives us a glimpse of it. The gameplay has been flipped on its head. Instead of mindlessly sending waves at an entrenched enemy, we have to use a small selection of hero units to fend off hordes of attackers while keeping our equipment intact. By just flipping the attack-defense dynamic and limiting your units, this has created some genuine strategy. I have to think in terms of formations, choke points, rationed healing and carefully timed special moves, quickly reorganize and react to enemy pushes on the fly, gank the bosses ASAP. It's active and it can get pretty intense. The music is also fucking sick. One thing that jumped out to me here was the addition of pre-order units and weapons. I've never quite understood this practice. Well, I do, money. But the rewards of my pre-order, had I decided to use them, would have ruined the challenge of this mode. What kind of payoff is that? Thank you for showing trust in the Yakuza series. As a sign of gratitude, we've ruined an aspect of the game in advance. Pocket Circuit Fighter aside, I tried not to abuse them. I also accidentally equipped the DLC Majima instead of the real one. Yeah, that's confusing, there's two of him. Kiryu also makes a point of not fighting alongside Majima Construction as he is the foreman, but for a little money, oh man, he'll take to the field and say hell to the story. That's insidious, gating a Yakuza dream team behind a paywall. I don't have much to say about Cabaret Club ZAR, which unlike Clan Creator gets no great mix-up, but then it didn't really need one. It instead sees extra gimmicks and a much sharper difficulty curve, with successive clubs putting restrictions on the player's roster. It is still the best club management the series has managed. Worth a revisit, but it wasn't enough to hold me until its ending. I like this game, but I didn't have another round in me. Sorry. One new activity is softcore photography, and it is like the chat rooms, utterly hilarious. Kiryu finds a joint where he can pay to take pictures, and he's in. This isn't actually a photography game, however, since these are instead FMVs with a tiny little Kiryu off to the side. Just the image of it alone makes me want to crack up. As Kiryu snaps photos, he has to make snappy small talk with the models, which you do by forming a coherent sentence out of fragments. So Kiryu barely manages to sputter, "Those puppies might spill out if you're not careful," then fist pump to himself for his wit while I just sit there laughing my head off at the sheer stupidity of what's going on, heightened by the FMV leading to an obvious pause like she's trying not to burst out laughing at this fucking dork. It is an easy mode, which I suppose is because Kiryu and the player are meant to be hard. What gets me about this activity, strange as it is that while it is a really funny take on text boxing, it could have been something more. This could have been the gameplay twist to modernize Host Club Adam. The challenge of hosting, where you need to work out what each of your clients were into and vary up your responses, could have made for deeper puzzles than...
Hello, Smithers. You're quite good at turning me on.
That. Weirdly enough, I'd say Kiwami 2 also winds up carrying a similar responsibility to Yakuza 0, but in a much shallower way. Where 0 was meant to add dimensions to and flesh out characters in Yakuza 1, giving us more insight into Nishikiyama and Kazuma and making their later actions more meaningful, insert arcs into later entries and puff up their storytelling, Kiwami 2 almost feels like an awkward reminder as to why the Jingwon and Daigo are in any way important, so you can replay 6 and go, oh, I see. It's not as deep or intriguing as 0, but it is a funny connection to draw on, and a reminder that the Jingwon once meant something to somebody. On that note, how was it re-experiencing the story of Yakuza 2? Well, I was reminded of just how different the series used to be all over again, and it was really refreshing after playing Yakuza 6. It's far more energetic with an absolutely ridiculous pace. Its sense of grit and melancholy I found a lot more affecting. But 2 is also as fast and frenetic as its combat used to be. It's almost too energetic, often feeling like it sprints off into any little nook and cranny it spots. It's given to bizarre chapter-long diversions and numerous asides, leading to a far clumsier story than today's main event, but it's also a tale with a lot more charm, one which explores characters in odd ways, but always manages to loop you back around to the narrative with a worthwhile new view of them, and hardly any time lost at all. 6 is more straightforward and professional and wants to appear more refined, but it lost something of its vigor in the process. Perhaps that's my problem with it. There's a restrained self-seriousness about the whole thing that revisiting 2 is illuminating. But we're not talking about Yakuza 2. We're talking about its remake. Kiwami 2 is a worse rendition of this story with gameplay that does drag it down. I can't really say anything new on this front. If you've heard anything from longtime Yakuza fans, you've heard before that this is a worse version, and it's an opinion I broadly agree with. It makes artistic choices which damage its signature moments, seeming to mistake grit and stylistic editing for mistakes that it has to fix, robbing them of their impact and diluting their meaning. This is unlike Kiwami 1, where despite my preference for the original, I would probably advise a newcomer with less janky taste to play the remake for a more generally palatable experience. Here, I cannot see any reason, availability aside, to take Kiwami 2 over the older version. The combat is slicker, the minigames, while not better, do stand alone, so you won't just be repeating content if you want to keep going with a series, and the presentation is so much more striking and cool, which for a gangster story makes a pretty big difference. Kiwami 2 isn't totally devoid of value, however. Reverse Clan Creator is fun. Some of its new sub-stories are genuinely endearing, even if I feel like after last game, we're doing another send-off, which is a little awkward. It has its own arcade cabs, and we get a preview of Dragon Engine Sotenbori, which has its charms. We're getting this place ready for next game, aren't we? Plus the bouncer mode gives me something I've always wanted, which is more combat courses to bulk up the amount of long-form brawling. It's just a shame that I don't really care for the brawling in this game. These two are, for me, the weakest mainline entries, but even that isn't the biggest condemnation in the world. I don't hate Kiwami 2. It isn't worthy of hate. But it isn't really worthy of much time either. It does have some new story content tucked away in the Majima Saga, a roughly hour-long prequel tale which serves to explain why Majima left the clan. It opens in February 2006, between the events of 1 and 2. Terada is trying to fill the seat of clan captain, and he's doing it in accordance to his own Tojo Clan Reformation project, an initiative where he refocuses the clan on rewarding its top earners rather than its most senior or loyal members. The future of the clan rests in money, and the plentiful patriarchs present are pretty pissed. This scene feels less like a part of 2 or follow-on to 1, and more like a deliberate, overbearing contrast to 6. Classic meeting room layout, a full roster of families instead of Sagai's empty boardroom. All of the patriarchs deride Terada and say the clan cares not for money. The Tojo has standards and ethics. It's an odd scene, and I'm wondering, where the hell were these lads all this time? It's the most agreeable to generic Tojo seat fillers have ever been. Granted, they have reason to act high and mighty. Terada's policies are clearly favouring his golden boys, Akinobu Uematsu and Kei Ibuchi, played by the wonderful Takehito Koyasu, voice of Dio, and he's putting all of his villainous energy into this role.
結果を残せてる我々があんたらに偉そうな口を叩く権利はあるということです。
なんやとてめえこの野郎。おい、言ってみろ。お静かに願いたい。
They're the clan's top earners and clear favourites to win, and that's when Majima comes rolling in with a wheelbarrow full of cash and even more valuable advice.
せやけどな、あんまり登場会なめとると飼い犬に手噛まれるで。
Majima sees right through Terada's ploy. He doesn't want the captaincy, but he feels something is off about this whole thing. He starts prodding if this means he gets the position, and Terada transparently relents, saying he'll have to reconsider it for next time. For now, the other patriarchs are happy that Majima disrupted this little mad dog and pony show. On the ride back into Kamurocho, one of Majima's underlings, Kawamura, nervously tries to make conversation, asking Majima relentless questions about the state of the clan and Terada.
登場界の5代目は寺田や。あいつが黒といえば黒、白といえば白。それが俺たちの生きとる極道っちゅう社会や。寺田は側近の植松を若頭にしたんやろ。登場界改革も結局は自分に都合のいいやつを幹部に揃えるための口実や。
出来レースってことですか。
ま、そういうこっちゃ。
Majima feels that the Yakuza has lost its boldness. Modern-day Yakuza beat around the bush, and he's getting too old for this. Just wait for Kiryu to pull you back in. Back in town, we see the real oddity of the Majima Saga. It feels small and experimental. This is what I like about it, but it's also why I'm glad it takes 90 minutes tops if you're taking it leisurely. Majima is stuck with a weird pared-down version of his legend style which hits hard but is rather slow and unwieldy, with long recoveries which leave Majima vulnerable. It makes combat more focused on timing and positioning. Kiryu overpowers opponents, Majima hits them when they're weak. It's not a ton of fun, but it has a unique rhythm which holds up for its runtime and makes Majima meaningfully different from Kiryu, and it fits how he acts in his story, playing to his character. Out on the streets, the experience is different, in that there's no random street fights or experience. Majima can't level up, and street fights are preset, non-roaming roadblocks. This creates a navigational question of through or around. Fights are purely opt-in, and the Mad Dog is in no way hounded. Since street fights provide nothing but money and food costs money, each battle is a question of time or interest, and Majima's fighting style takes the former and quickly leaves me lacking on the latter. Majima also can't eat beyond his hunger gauge, period, which creates a temporary healing cap. I'm wondering if this is an early testbed for Judgment's harsher healing systems. It's hard to say, as being a very short, incredibly easy side story, it doesn't really last long enough for the player to run into the consequences of these changes. Instead of substories, we get area bosses as optional harder fights who grant valuables you trade in for money which can be spent on, you guessed it, food. Paring down Yakuza systems this much gives this mode such an odd atmosphere. The combat is removed from pretty much all external motivation. Every battle is a question of do I want or need to fight. Majima quickly gets wrapped up in a murder mystery with him at the center. Uematsu is found dead and Ibuchi is quick to pin the blame on the Mad Dog, who happily sets off to prove his innocence. From here, the story quickly sprints through all the beats it needed to hit, introduce Majima to the florist, who literally hands over purgatory to him, and then sets him on the trail of Uematsu's apparent killer, his driver Kawamura. This takes him to Sotenbori, where a series of callbacks, cameos, and crazy coincidences lead him and his back to Higoshi Kaikan and into the hands of a familiar masseuse.
本日担当する立山誠です。よろしくお願いします。
This scene is astoundingly charming, brilliantly done with strong comedic bits. I get the impression this whole side campaign was an excuse to test a few features and get us to this moment. I got here expecting to turn my nose up at it, and I couldn't. Majima tries to hide his voice from Makoto, but his reaction to her watch gets her telling its story.
実はこれ、私の命を救ってくれた人がくれたものなんです。
And this gets Majima to relax. He keeps quiet, but Makoto notices the change in her client, and as he leaves...
お体、楽になりましたか?
おかげで18年もののコリが取れたわ。
That line gave me a real stab of emotion, sharper than a single line in 6. It more than made this tiny hour worth it. It's a moment which puts Majima in sharp relief. I'd gone through this story enjoying Majima, but feeling he was a bit of a shallow imitation. This moment made me realize just how purposeful that was. Throughout this DLC, Majima takes so little of the world seriously, treating the Yakuza as an annoyance whenever he's unable to claw any entertainment from it. He's trying to live life to the fullest, but the modern Yakuza just can't fill that hole anymore. Majima is a man drifting through life without meaning, taunting his boss in the hopes he'll fight back and give him a worthwhile confrontation, disliking the man for his upfront soft touch but the feeling he's an insidious backstabber. Put him in a room with Makoto and we get a stark reminder that he is someone who deeply cares in the right circumstances, but lives a life where he has to push those people away. What could have been a cheap callback winds up carrying the entire emotional weight of this story on its back. Our investigation ends when Karamura caps a guy at the Grand. Majima comes running, and it turns out he killed Uematsu and now an Omi executive to clear his debt. And this was done on behalf of Kei Ibuchi. Dios mio, it's him! We get a nice little compressed villain speech. A weird way to put this, but this feels like a middle ground between a side story villain and a main plot one, which is not only fitting for what this is, but appropriate to its writer, Ryosuke Hori. Sort of graduating from side content to whatever you would class this as. This speech has a fantastical, over-the-top quality we've seen in side stories and will later see in 7, mixed with some actual villain philosophy and rumination on the underworld that we've seen in past series antagonists. Ibuchi is an even bigger criminal than a true Yakuza. He's a consultant. He sees the ideals of the Yakuza as making them predictable and inefficient. He's going to rob it of its meaning and turn it into a pure business. He figured the Tojo would be weak enough to manipulate, and from there he's going to hand it off to the Omi in an act of true corporate evil, consolidation. From there, he's going to restructure the underworld into a beautiful, logical structure. Majima doesn't care about his speech or his plans, he just wants to smack him for his little scheme. Thus bringing us to a pretty fun boss all considered, Majima's awkward and slow knife fighting versus a dodge-heavy, awkward gun boss. It's a lot of dodging and picking moments to strike. For all of my complaints about Majima's combat style, I find this final boss shows they knew what they were doing with him, and they didn't try to force him on you for too long. And I suppose that if Yakuza 6 was Kiryu's big finale, then this must be Majima's grand finale. Defeated, Ibuchi warns Majima that conflict is coming no matter what, and he goes to handle God's accounts.
一足先に行って 特等席を確保しておかねえとな。
I'm gonna be honest, I don't fully get why he did that, but thanks. The story ends with Majima telling Terada what he thinks of him.
ま、正しかろうが間違いやろうが、わしはお前のやり方嫌いやけどな。
When they go to confront the Omi captains over their fracas, they're all trying to force a war out of this, which Majima delays by disbanding his entire family to make up for Kawamura's actions, an act which even manages to win Ryuji's respect.
せっかくの戦争勃発の大チャンスやったのに、真島とかいう男にしてやられたの。そんなに戦争がしたいなら、あの場で噛みつけばよかっただろう。あんだけ潔い姿勢見せられたら、噛みつく方が野暮ってもんや。
So Majima got out of the Yakuza in a way where he basically got to win, get one over on everyone around him, and like Makoto, head off into a new life to find new meaning and challenge. We see Makoto leaving country with husband and son. She finds a gift given to her by a customer, and inside is a watch strap. She realizes who that silent customer was.
もうすぐ新しい生活が始まるんだね。
心残りでもあるのか？
ないよ。本当に。
Elsewhere, Majima, temporarily free of the Tojo, sets to work on building the worst thing imaginable. And that's the Majima Saga. It's cheap and ramshackle to an absurd degree. It adds less than Kiwami 1's Nishiki scenes, and we really didn't need to know any of this. But I'm honestly happy I played it. It was a fascinating hour, and probably the most charming part of Kiwami 2, and it feels like a little precursor of what's to come. So that's that. That's Yakuza 6 and Kiwami 2. I said it last time, I hope I manage it this time, but before we move on to Yakuza Like a Dragon and ring in a new hero, I want to tackle some smaller, easier projects, a bit more jank, give my brain a breather, because honestly, it's on fire after a few months at this project, and that's probably not mad cow disease. If you want to support me, please spread this video around. If you want to support me more directly, I have a Patreon. Everyone who pledges gets thanks as they're all scrolling past now. Everyone also gets access to a Discord server. Just PM me on Patreon after you sign up, I'll let you in. At $3, you get access to my scripts and notes, which contain a lot of me feeling out my own thoughts, writing a lot of takes, ideas, and jokes which don't always survive into the video and tend to break down a lot more of the minutiae. At $5, you get access to afterthought videos where I answer viewer questions and go over stuff that didn't quite make the cut for the video. Because yes, there is stuff I cut. It's weird to think about that. I hope to see you all again, and I hope Kiryu gets a happy ending someday. May as well if he's sticking around, eh?